Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG Series in Madison. This weekend, we have a lot going on. We're doing standard action. I'm your host, Mason Clark, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell. And Devin, we have a lot to talk about today. We're really close to our players already in our future match series. So really quickly, let's go look at our players to watch for this event, as we have some very exciting names here. So you're going to see a lot of names, Devin, that we've seen on this series a lot, right? Like Benjamin Ungar, Cliff Boyardee, Garrick, who's our player of the year. We have Grayson Nimitz, who won our last event, Harrison, but we also have Ray Zhang, better known as CFT slot combo for the sake of combo, Fire Shoes, Will Kowalski. Lots of great players. Will actually punch the ticket for the Pro Tour at the Regional Championship just last weekend on a bit of a tear. But we also want to check out our leaderboard. And Devin, what does this leaderboard mean for someone who hasn't been following the series as much recently?
So the leaderboard gives out a whole bunch of invites to the Players Championship at the end of the year, and we are also vying for the end of season MVP. The player at the end of the season, the player with the most amount of points will be crowned the MVP of the year. And players are playing for, like I said, those NRG Championship slots. A lot to play for this weekend, Mason.
A lot on the line. You see, Grayson Nimitz is our only player so far to make it. The orange name means you've won a Showdown event where a lot of your points via the season. So that's who we're going to be following. But before we go down there, let's really quickly talk about our next event coming up, because maybe you want to see this. Maybe, you want to be in the future match area with us. We'd love to have you in Chicagoland. We have Modern on Saturday, May 10th. And then we're going to have On Sunday, we're going to have Standard, there. Don't worry, this will be post the BNR announcement. Hopefully it's a good one. And speaking of a good one, Devin, let's head down to the feature match area as our players are drawing up their opening hands here.
Oh, yeah. And as you mentioned, Grayson Nimitz, the winner of the previous NRG Showdown, piloting the Azorius Omniscience deck. This is a deck list that, if you're not familiar with Standard, maybe you haven't seen before. As the name indicates, it is trying to put Omniscience into the graveyard and reanimate it with Abuelo's Awakening, which is a bit of a weird sorcery. I don't know if we can get that one up on screen, but basically it's 4 mana, put an Omniscience from the graveyard onto the battlefield, make it a 1/1 spirit. And on the other side, Esper Pixie. This is kind of the boogeyman, I guess, if you will, or maybe not post Pro Tour of the format, where, really aggressive Esper deck that's trying to utilize enchantments that gain value when they enter the battlefield, alongside stuff like Nurturing Pixie. As far as this matchup goes, very curious to see if Angel knows what's up, like what Grayson is playing beforehand, because I don't know about you, Mason, but Hopeless Nightmare and having your opponent discard Omniscience, that does not feel great.
Yeah, that is sort of one of the reasons this deck actually popped up originally, right? Is the Pixie deck was popping off, and then players found this sort of Omniscience combo deck that had a good Pixie matchup here, as we have seen an Optimistic Scavenger in turn 1, followed up by a Storm Chaser's Talent, Indoor Nurturing Pixie, picking up the talent, and a lot of pressure on board here for the Esper deck.
Yeah, and this is why Esper is such an amazing deck. Is it has the ability with stuff like Nurturing Scavenger or Nurturing Optimistic Scavenger and Nurturing Pixie to put a whole bunch of pressure onto the battlefield. You'll see this is turn 2, and Angel already has 5 power in play, with the ability to get so much more, because every enchantment that Angel casts is plus 2 power, 1 from the Prowess, 1 from the Scavenger. So you can kill people very quickly, and you have an incredible late game when you combine This Town Ain't Big Enough with Storm Chaser's Talent to kind of loop that over and over again. So it's a deck that kind of has like maybe the best early game and some of the best late game, and it's very, very good at kind of sort of flexing between those plans when you need to, depending on the matchup.
Yep. As we are going to see a Charter Course discard the Omniscience. That is set 1 of the combo here. So Angel is a bit behind the 8 ball now, needs to get this game over with or be able to keep the Omniscience off the board. We do have a This Town Ain't Big Enough in hand. We could use that to unsummon the Omniscience, but sometimes that's just not enough against the deck, as Storm Chaser's Talent is the play for turn.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, Grayson featuring 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown in the main deck this weekend. And Lockdown, very good against Pixie, right? You'll notice this battlefield has a whole bunch of 1 mana permanents or 0 mana permanents. But the interesting thing about Lockdown is if Angel can hold up 2 mana for something like a This Town Ain't Big Enough, you can respond to the Lockdown trigger, bounce it, and then nothing actually goes under the lockdown in the first place. So kind of interesting. And then you mentioned the town here for the Omniscience turn. It can be good, right? If Grayson
Mhm.
goes for, say, Abuelo's Awakening and doesn't have a counter spell in hand. But the thing about the Omniscience is once you have the Omniscience in play, the kill is casting Invasion of Arcavios, searching your sideboard, and kind of looping going from there. But once you have the Omniscience in play, if you have a counter spell in your hand, you can counter spell the town for free. And here's land 4, and I think I saw an Abuelo's in hand with the Arcavios.
Yeah, so here's Abuelos. It's going to make a token copy of Omniscience, put it onto the battlefield. And then we do have the Invasion of Arcavius in hand here. So we're going to watch as Grayson goes to the combo. But Devin, if you could give us the too long didn't read version, what are we trying to do here?
So Grayson is going to want to go get Season of Weaving first. That's going to be a card that allows Grayson to choose an artifact or creature you control, make a token that's a copy of it, and then also return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. So you're going to make a copy of Omniscience, and then you're going to bounce everything else. I guess not the otter token because that is a token. And then once you have the Omniscience in play, you can then use Arcavios to get back the Season. Season will bounce the Arcavios again, and then you're going to go get Unnerving Grasp, which is a card
Mhm.
that says return one non-land permanent, manifest dread. Then, once you have that, you can then loop the Unnerving Grasp over and over again to, bounce the Arcavios. Arcavios get back the grasp the Arcavios. You can make infinite 2/2 creatures. You can also loop the Season to draw basically your entire deck. And what's going to happen is Grayson's going to pass with an infinite board of 2/2s, basically his entire deck in his hand, and pass with 4 counter spells up and say, "Good luck, Angel."
Yep. And we see Angel is just getting explained here really quick from Grayson. Grayson's explaining what you just told us. Basically, I'm going to have a bunch of 2/2s. I'm going to have a bunch of counter spells. I'll have a card left in my deck and I'll attack. And Angel is like, I cannot beat, 4 counter spells and, a full board here. And so we're going to go on to game 2 really quickly. And you see, this is the big draw to this Omniscience deck, right? That was a turn 4 kill in standard, despite Angel having a really strong start there. So let's check out the sideboard of Angel and see what we can do here. In the sideboard, we have a Defiled Crypt, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil, 2 Duress, 2 Grim Bauble, 2 Lauren of the Third Path, 2 Pest Control, a Rest in Peace, and a Stock Up. Devin, what do you like here and why?
Now, the playability of the Omniscience deck definitely wax and wanes depending on how much sideboard graveyard hate there is. And looking at Angel's sideboard, Mason, I'm only seeing 1 Rest in Peace. So Angel's going to want to go towards that. But other than the Rest in Peace, I mean, you could consider something like Destroy Evil, which, as we mentioned, the turn that Grayson goes for the combo, Destroy Evil can technically break up the combo because you can Destroy Evil the Omniscience. It's not really a winning plan because most of the time he's going to have a counter spell backup to make sure he can protect the Omniscience. Duress is fantastic at taking Abuelo's Awakening, so definitely wants to go towards those. And Dreams doesn't have a ton of targets. Loran, Sorcery Speed, not very good. So I think the Duresses, the Rest in Peace, and maybe the Destroy Evil could maybe come in and then get some of this more Sorcery Speed. Like Momentum Breaker is pretty, I think, not great in this matchup. And then maybe wants to shave on stuff like Go for the Throat and potentially stock up as well.
That makes sense to me. Let's check out our winner, Grayson, here from our last event's sideboard and see what we have going on here. In the sideboard, we have 1 Decavalcate, 1 Exercise, 2 Get Lost, 3 Grand Abolisher, 2 Negate, 4 Riptide Gearhulk. That's a new card from
Ooh.
Aether Drift, 1 Seasons of Weaving, and 1 Unnerving Grasp. I know those last 2 are part of the combo, so I can't imagine those are coming in. But Devin, what else are you kind of looking at over here?
So from the Omniscience side of things, you'll notice these 4 copies of Riptide Gearhulk, and this has definitely been a new innovation. I believe it started like right around a little bit before the Pro Tours when people started picking up this technology. And the idea is that if your opponent has an abundance of graveyard hate, then you can load up on Gearhulks and just say, okay, I'll just let you have a Rest in Peace, and then even if you need to, you can Riptide the Rest in Peace, but you can also have ways to kill that doesn't involve the graveyard. Because Riptide Gearhulk having double strike and prowess, that thing kills really quickly.
That makes
So
a lot of sense. I can only imagine, my opponent mulliganing to 6, keeps a loose one with a Rest in Peace, and I'm like, cool story.
yeah. So maybe
Definitely.
wants to go towards those if he's not aware of how much sideboard hate that Angel has. And then past that, you could maybe do something like Defabricate to help counter the enchantments. You could do Exercise, similar thing, Kill, Rest in Peace, same thing with Get Lost. So Grayson has a lot of ways to play this. It really depends on how much he wants to cut. I'm not too familiar with the Omniscience deck, so I'm not exactly sure, how much of the combo you can cut, how much you should cut, depending on the matchup. But yeah, has a lot of options at his disposal.
Yeah, I think that's a real strength of this deck, what you're just speaking there about how, people aren't as experienced with it, right? Like you kind of like you like this kind of deck where you don't, right? And then also, like you mentioned, it's positioning Wax and Wanes with sort of sideboard cards, right? So it's very realistic for lots of our players who maybe have, been out of the loop a little bit. They've been doing other things. They've been maybe working on other formats like Modern for the regional championship. They come back, they're like, great, I'll play my Gruul, my Esper Pixie, stock best decky type thing, or maybe the deck I really like. And then you run into this deck and you're like, oh, I didn't know they played like Riptide Gearhulk, for example, or oh, I didn't know you could beat this thing. And I think that's a real advantage of this deck while also just being a real big player. And speaking of player, the players are dealing up their hands. So let's go check them out as they have finished sideboarding.
Yeah, and one card I want to highlight that's in both players' decks, I believe both players are playing 4 copies this weekend, is Stock Up. That's a card, no pun intended, whose stock has certainly increased over the past couple of weeks. You've seen it in maybe older formats like Legacy and Vintage, but in I think people are playing it in Modern too. But
Yep.
in Standard, it is very good for these decks. Like for example, for Grayson's deck, you're trying to assemble A plus B, Stock Up being able to dig 5 deep and find the A or B that you're missing. And then Angel's deck is not necessarily A plus B, but is really built around specific synergies, utilizing enchantments and permanents that pick up enchantments. So being able to find either half of that, whatever you're missing at the time, is pretty good as well. And just in the control matchups, being a straight up 2-for-1 helps you unmulligan. Just a phenomenal card.
Yeah, Stock Up is a really powerful card. A lot different than a divination, but definitely thought of as one. And Grayson thinks no more Storm Chaser's talent, negate hitting the talent.
Yeah, I like this. Just kind of wants to keep off the early pressure. Grayson just wants to buy time, right? And I wonder if you're sitting in Angel side of things, if you see that negate happen, if you can maybe read that Grayson does not have a lockdown. And I'm taking a look at Grayson's hand. I don't think there is a lockdown. I think it's a couple invasions, an omniscience, a confounding riddle, and a chart of course.
Yeah, that looks to be right along with, I think, another land. But yeah, I mean, Angel here actually has a lot of the tools as long as there's not a counterspell in hand, like you mentioned before. We've got a couple this time ain't big enoughs, but nothing to really pick up and abuse because our talent is countered.
Right. Yeah, that negate on the talent was huge because looking at Angel's hand, there's a Pixie, 2 Towns, and a Loran. So Loran doesn't want to play here, no good targets really, and doesn't have anything to do with the Pixie and the 2 Towns. So you see Angel just passing here. And, as powerful as this Esper Pixie deck is, it does sort of have this problem of like drawing the wrong half of your deck, where if you draw too many of the bounce spells, you have nothing to do with them. And if you draw too many of the enchantments, you kind of run out of steam at some point.
Yep. As we do see the confounding riddle, put a bunch of cards in the yard while finding some tools. A great enabler for this deck as another one hits the board with Charter Course.
Yeah, I always wonder. I can't imagine how good this deck would be if Stock Up just put the rest in the graveyard. Like,
Yeah, I think Stock Up would see a lot of play in a lot more places if it put them all in the yard. Imagine modern dig through time might finally be legal. We'd have 8 dig through times,
Ooh,
The
yeah,
first
I'm here
one
for it.
sets up the second one. Cavern on Humans here from Grayson.
Okay, that's interesting because I wonder if that signifies the Gearhulks weren't brought in because Gearhulk is a construct. The humans that Grayson has access to are 4 Philology Archaeologists in the main deck and 3 Grand Abolisher in the sideboard. So it's possible that those Grand Abolishers came in, maybe wants to have those because Angel does have a lot of instant speed interaction, like the town ain't big enough, destroy evil, all that kind of stuff. Nowhere to run can also interact with the 1/1 omniscience. So it's possible Grayson went towards the Grand Abolishers.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. I think Grayson knows too something's up. My opponent just played Nurturing Pixie, picked up their Fear of Isolation, and they clearly want to have this for later. Didn't make much headway this turn. So now Grayson's like, okay, I have a little bit of time. How do I want to fight through this, but with the 3 invasions of Arcovius in hand,
Yeah.
they're looking for an invade, but not anything to really do with it.
Yeah, this might be the rare cast invasion of Arcavios for we call this the value invasion. But it does let you search your library or outside the game for was it an instant or sorcery, I believe? Library
I
graveyard.
believe so, yeah.
Instant or sorcery. And here it is. So thinking about what we're getting off of this, we can't get lockdown. That is not an instant or a sorcery. We could get a stock up. We could get an Abuelo's Awakening. We could get just generic kill spell like Get Lost. I guess that's really it. There's probably not a ton else that Grayson's looking to get. My guess is if his hand is that bad, maybe he thinks he has enough time to get stock up.
Yeah, I think the real question on Grayson's mind is what we're doing. And it looks like we're actually just going to pick up the negate from the graveyard. Yeah, you see Grayson is trying to set up a kill next turn with protection.
Oh, the Abuelos is already in hand. Okay. Yeah, I missed that the last time. So it looks like if we have land 6, Abuelos plus negate, then maybe we're ready to go.
Yeah, but I think our last land's a surveil land right now. Yeah, so I think Grayson's hoping that Angel is going to, not smell blood here and try to just keep protecting. And we have stocked up, and we looked at 5 cards, but so many of our lands tapped of the first 3 turns here that, this great mana you have in the early game does come back to bite you a little bit here, as Angel can't keep up. This town ain't big enough.
Yeah, and I think Angel found a duress too, but left up the Seachrome Coast instead of the Caves of Koilos. So that's a bit awkward.
Yeah, wanted to play around having this town ain't big enough, but did have an Adhikar Waste in hand. So we're going to have that available to us.
And Grayson's already got the lockdown rolled up too. Just, didn't really wanted to maybe see if Angel could commit more. So here, if Grayson doesn't draw an untapped land, you could see lockdown with negate backup, then next turn go for Abuelos, which I think is what Grayson's lining up here. Yeah, because we have tap land as land 6. So yeah, looks like we're going to fire off the lockdown. Now the question is, does Angel go for a bounce here? Because you could maybe bounce with the trigger on the stack to keep the otter token in play. And then the negate, Grayson has the negate, and maybe you're okay with that because you got to trade for that at some point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is a kind of a forced play moment if you just have to try to present lethal here, because now your opponent, if they have that land, they can have negate for their combo, and that's just going to be worse for you. As Angel has fallen a bit behind here and struggled, I think, a little bit, to really assess exactly what the role is. And one of the big strengths of this Omniscience deck, especially post-board, like we talked about, right, is like that differing game plan. We're playing a little bit like a control deck and a little bit like a combo. And if Angel knows that Grayson has the gear Hulk, she might even be worried about that as what's coming, right? So just some regard. So Angel here having to navigate around all those things. So we do have a Lorna of the Third Path that will answer this temporary lockdown.
So we can blow up the lockdown and then maybe pixie back the Loran for future reference, but I don't know if you're going to have that much time to utilize the Loran here. We did pick up a duress too, but now if Angel goes for the duress, Grayson's probably just going to snap negate it because there's only 1 mana left over, and Grayson knows that a lot of Angel's lands do enter the battlefield tapped. Okay, so Angel's just going to decide to hold up mana, and this should be, I would assume, good enough because if Grayson has Abuelos, we know about the negate, and that should be good, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. As I do believe that is Omniscience with the fancy border in the graveyard. Thank you for having that one, Grayson. Makes it easy for me to spot here in commentary. As we do see Abuelos targets Omniscience, and Angel has this town ain't big enough ready. He's saying, I promise you the town is big enough. Says Grayson.
No, the town is definitely not big enough.
And to be fair, from Angel's side too, your opponent did play one of their tutors early. Now we know Grayson has a handful of invasions.
Yes, yeah. Mason, I've always wondered when is the town going to be big enough? Everybody always casts the town is never big enough in these games, but it's at some point the town has to be big enough for the two of us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think it's a real problem with the structure of the city and misallocating tax dollars, but we can talk about that off stream. Okay. As Grayson Nimitz here is going to pick up that game 1-0 over Angel Flores, really showing why this Azorius Omniscience deck is so strong when it doesn't encounter the cards that matter against it, right? It is a deck that has some clear weaknesses, but you don't have those. I am very strong. I'm going to be a very hard thing to beat.
Yeah, and I mean, we never got to see the Hopeless Nightmare into Omniscience thing come up, and I think that's kind of part of why Angel just felt like he didn't really have enough ways to pressure, right? The Pixie deck is very, very like has the ability to have these extremely fast starts with Hopeless Nightmare, pick up Hopeless Nightmare with Pixie, replay, and every time you get 2 more damage. But if you don't have the Hopeless Nightmare, it's really hard to establish a clock before your opponent can get set up.
Yeah, it's really tough. All right, but we do have a backup feature match for you. More Magic's on the way, and it is a lot of Magic. Let's head on down to it in the blue-white control mirror. As two of our players that you're going to see a lot here in the series, Garrick, our MVP from last year, versus Ryan on the right. These are two people you see at a lot of our events, and they are blue-white controlling it up. We are still in game number 1 here, so don't worry. We didn't turbo through the round. We got a lot of Magic left to be played.
Yes, game number 1 here. I'm assuming this Azorius control mirror usually goes pretty long, although both players are sporting Overlord of the Mistmores. Looks like Garrick has 4 and Ryan has 3. So you can imagine, maybe if the game goes a little bit long and maybe you can cast Overlord with protection backup, like there is definitely ways to close the game out unlike previous control mirrors. Like I think of the Pioneer control decks that just, their win condition is to Fairy 5. So definitely a lot more ways to kind of close out the game in these kind of control decks. But going into the board state, looks like Garrick is relatively far ahead. Got a couple of 2-1s, got an Anchorage, and Ryan not working with a lot here.
Yeah, as Lockhorn Whale seems to be being played as its removal spell. As we do see a Final Port activation, sacrificing that map to draw a card. Looks like we knew what's on top, maybe from a Surveil. And No More Lies counters the Whale.
Yeah, I think there was a map pre-combat revealed the No More Lies. So Garrick knew that was on top and then had the ability to draw into it to counter that Whale. Looking at Ryan's leftovers, it looks like a stock up and Overlord of Day of Judgment among the mix and a No More Lies. So, has the ability to Day of Judgment to sort of stem the bleeding, but at 3 life against the there's an Anchorage in play, right?
Yeah, there's 2 anchorages in play.
There's 2. Okay.
Yeah, they just have different arts, but they're both by the Final
Okay.
Port. So
Got it.
we are looking at lethal here.
Even through a Wrath.
Yeah, and this is one of the weird things about these control mirrors, right, Devin, is it's sort of a battle of resources. We're trying to exchange a bunch of blows, have these big counter fights, and then one of us turns into Delver, and sort of just protects 1 or 2 little things and wins the game, right? And Garrick has positioned himself in such a way that he is now in that spot unenviably against Ryan, who's also seemingly missed a lot of lands in the control mirror, which, if you have the right spells, that's fine. Most of the time, not doable.
Yeah, specifically the Restless Anchorages too. Those ones are, being immune to sorcery speed sweepers like Day of Judgment and Temporary Lockdown. Those ones are a little bit harder to interact with. There are ways to do it. But you almost see like this kind of Garrick has the Anchorage advantage where he has a lot more mana and has access to 2, and looks like Ryan only has 1, but a ton less mana, so doesn't really have the ability to play spells and do the anchorages. Yeah, I see Garrick showing off the 2 anchorages, and that's going to be game number 1. So yeah, congrats to Garrick there.
Yeah, and we've still got a lot ahead of us. We're going to check out our sideboards in just a second. As you can tell, these players probably, 1, both know each other. They're at a lot of our events, but 2, no, we don't want to get a draw round 1.
No.
So they are playing quickly, which is always greatly appreciated. We're going to start with Ryan's sideboard of the 2 blue-white control decks here. So we have 1 Base of the Bounding Spring, 1 Devout Decree, 2 Dissection Tool, 1 Jace the Perfected Mind, 2 Negate, 1 Obstinate Bailoff, 1 Overlord of the Mistmores, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Tishani's Tidebinder, and 2 Wiltleaf Liege. Devin, what do you like here on the sideboard and why?
Well, first of all, Mason, I think we should maybe relabel this as band control because I don't know about you, but I see an Obstinate Bailoff in the sideboard. So just
and a
Wiltleaf
Liege. That's 2 green spells.
That's like half a green spell.
Whoa! Hybrid cards are both color identities. That card is, if it's mental magic, that's green card.
That is true. As far as this matchup is concerned, I think the Tidebinders are phenomenal. Just being able to have a flash threat that can counter an Overlord trigger, can stop a Jace. There's a ton of things the Tidebinder can do in this matchup, even shut off the creature lands, the anchorages. So definitely wants those. I would guess more threats like the Overlord and the additional copy of Jace and the 2 negates seem fantastic to me. So wants to kind of bring in those and then probably cut some of the more mediocre removal spells like Lockdown and Day of Judgment.
That makes a lot of sense. And let's check out Garrick's sideboard. Garrick is someone who I know plays a lot of control. I think Ryan is a control fan as well, but Garrick really cut his
Ooh.
teeth on our series here playing control. We have 2 Authority of the Councils, 2 Elspeth Smites, a Jace the Perfected Mind, 2 Kotzel Flankers, 2 Overlord of the Flood Pits, 1 Rest in Peace, 1 3 Steps Ahead, and 4 Chinese Tidebinders. I gotta say, these are pretty different sideboards for the same deck, quote unquote.
Yeah, and not only different sideboards, I think Garrick's sideboard seems to be, I was going to say, a lot more prepared for the mirror match. He has 4 Tishana's Tidebinders, 2 additional Overlords, and extra Jace, where Ryan had 2 Tidebinder, 2 negates. So basically Garrick has swapped the 2 negates for 2 additional Tidebinders, which
Mhm.
not I think I'd rather be on the side that has 4 Tidebinder as opposed to the split. And then Garrick also has the 2 blue overlords and the Jace and the 3 steps ahead, assuming all those come in, and the Cutzel's flankers too, which you may not seem, the abilities are super relevant in a matchup like this. But again, just having a 3/1 flash body is huge when you're playing this kind of counter, like holding up all of your counter magic, and your opponent's usually not going to play into it, and you can kind of start to pick fights when, like, you can make your opponent pick a fight when they don't want to. So having those extra like 6 flash threats is huge for this matchup.
Yeah, we talked about before, right? How these games sometimes turn into sort of a like Delvery game where you protect one card. Cotswold Flanker is a good version of that, especially if you have some dead cards in your main deck here. And speaking to the Tidebinders, I just wanted to check in. That's for the people at home, that's for about Domain Overlords. Is that the matchup where that card really shines? Because clearly, Negate seems like a card I want more in a traditional control mirror, but you were saying you like Tidebinders. So while these players are shuffling up, I wanted to sort of, if you're at home, you're going to pick up blue-white control, which, you could do better in life, but whatever. I'm not going to judge. Why is it? Why do we want this card?
Yeah, Tidebinder is fantastic against the Domain Overlords deck because they just have so many ETB triggers, right? They have Leyline Binding, they have the Overlords. Sometimes you can stop a Beanstalk trigger. They have Planeswalkers like Jace. There's an endless number of triggers that the Domain deck has. And just again, that's another matchup where, like you mentioned, you kind of want to play that sort of Delver style strategy where you just want to have cheap threats, and you don't really want to extend the game because the Domain deck has this incredible late game, especially with up the Beanstalk. And Tidebinder is a way to like slow them down a little bit while applying pressure.
Makes a lot of sense. So we're seeing land go for these players, and Ryan took them all to 6. Only had 2 lands. Has to pass the turn. You can see on his face he knows it's tough. Also of note here from Garrick. Garrick plays 4 3 steps ahead in the 75. Ryan has 0. So when we get to these
Oh
like
God.
actual controlling counter fights, Ryan has things like negate in the main deck. And this is our Grayson Nimit Fish token, by the way, our winner, who we watched in the first part of round 1, getting made here at Garrick. But Garrick has this Fountain Port, has these hard counter spells, and is just going to be able to play that Delvery game a little better, but have a little
Yep.
bit of a hard time first getting it going. That's the trade-off here in these, land drop miss here
Oh
from Ryan.
God. I mean,
He has a lot.
Ryan's discarding the hand size, and Garrick is already making fish. Like this game, we don't like to call it early, but I don't know, Mason. This one already feels kind of over.
I was gonna say, I think if Ryan drew a land like on this next turn, the spells in his hand are good enough that
Yeah.
he can probably win this game if he plays really well and gets a little lucky from this spot, right? Obviously, he's gotten unlucky at this point. I think these extra couple looks or whatever hasn't hit a land in his like 26 land deck. Just fair to say unlucky. As we see Garrick actually moving to discard too, but
Oh
Ryan
my
draws his Johnny
goodness.
Tidebinder, and that's gonna be a tough spot here.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Ryan kept the hand on the strength of having look at Ryan's hand. It's all gas, right? The stock
Mhm.
ups, the counter spell, a couple overlords. I think there's 2 tidebinders as well. So Ryan's hand was very good. But
Mhm.
yeah, 2 lander on the play. Just, I mean, how many turns has it been? What? I think it's been 4 turns without a third land. So yeah, pretty unlucky here for Ryan. Like you mentioned, 26 lands. You would think you could hit your third land drop on time, Mason, but that's not it's not always how it works.
Yeah, and to be fair too for Ryan, if there wasn't the fountain port, which it's not like Garrett plays a full 4 of that card. I believe, he only has 2, which is correct as subject his deck list. If you didn't have that going, this would not be this big a deal, right? There might be like a Tidebinder or a Kotzel Flanker or something, but the fact that Garrick basically hasn't had to use a real card and has a big force that forces, a Wrath to take over the game, as we see Garrick is discarding a Wrath there, but yeah, Ryan just sort
The
of,
fourth Beza.
That's well, the fourth phase is good when you're behind normally, just not in this position. As we do see, Ryan picks it up. Yeah, and he's like, I can't realistically win. You obviously have a handful of answers, and congratulations there to Garrick. That is just the way of the world sometimes. We hate to always have it on the feature match here. We love to have, good back and forth games. But I think it's important too to note that I think Ryan kept a hand that was like in the context was good. Once again, imagine that Fountain Port's like an island, Devin, right? Still behind, things aren't great, but the lack of free pressure would mean we might actually be talking about a game still, especially because Garrick started missing land drops too. So either way, that was a unfortunate position to be in, but we do have some other upcoming events I want to talk about really quickly. So let's throw that up on the screen here. We talked a little bit about them before we went to our feature match here, but I don't want anyone to miss one of these upcoming events we're going to go to. So our next one's going to be May 10th and 11th in Chicagoland. It is the 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday and a 5K Standard Trial on Sunday. Showdowns, if you're new to the stream, those are the ones that if you win it, you go straight to our end of the year invitational, which we'll show you a slide here in just a second. And then June 28th through the 29th in Indianapolis. Devin, this is the one I'd like to go to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to swing it, but we have a team standard showdown on Saturday and then a team 10K sealed showdown on Sunday. That means you and your friends can all team up. And I believe we're playing Final Fantasy Sealed, if I remember correctly. That will be the newest standard release at the time. So if you're a big Final Fantasy fan, that could be a great thing to do as well. So make sure to come out to those events if you're wanting to play in them. And make sure to follow along here on Twitch or YouTube if you're watching the VOD. That way you don't miss any of the action we are going to stream and bring you all of those events. It's going to be a great time. Speaking of great time, let's pull up that prize slide here for our NRG champs in case someone hasn't seen it before, as we do have a lot on the line for what these players are playing for. Not only this weekend where we have the 10K showdown, 2,400 to first, 30 points. Once again, if you're new here, we provide points to really reward consistent play over a long period of time. We have a Player of the Year reward that we give out to players. They have free entry and a bonus perk at champs. That's our $30,000 invitational slide. We'll put up here in just a second. Garrick was actually our Player of the Year last year, so he gets free entry into all the events he's playing. That's an amazing reward and gets a little bit of a bonus at champs. Basically gets to say, hey, I don't want to play one player, is what we did last time, and got to dodge that player. So a big benefit and something we love to reward consistent play here on the NRG series. It is one of the things that I really like about the series. I don't know about you, Devin.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that is a really, really cool aspect. Just, being rewarded for consistency over the course of the year with being able to basically just say, hey, that like Theo over there, I know Theo's very good at Magic. I don't want to play against him. And just having the ability to do that in a tournament where you can just, pick the best player in the room and not have to play against them. It's a really, really cool prize. And, something that I find very interesting about that event, that kind of like that, dynamic.
Yeah, and here's our leaderboard where we're at. We've only had 1 week of events so far this year. So our numbers are all sort of low, but after the 2 events this weekend, they're going to get up there. And so far, only Grayson Nimitz is locked with what's going on. I'd love to pull up the champs prize pool slide and everything if we have that real quick so we can show the people at home what the end goal is for a lot of these players. Because, there are players like May French who made it there last year who traveled all the way to this event, but weren't able to play it. Looks like we're having a little bit of issues playing on that slide, but basically, $30,000 in prizes, Devin. And most importantly, for a lot of these players, a Pro Tour invite. Whoever our champ is gets an invite to the next Pro Tour, which is such a great thing. So really, all of these events are leading you to a very exclusive 24-person RC in a lot of ways, right? Now, it's the toughest RC you've ever seen, but there's a lot going on in that regard. As we also have a really cool incentive for anyone who wins one of our events. We're going to pull up really quickly here, and it is our tokens for our standard showdown winners. If you win one of our showdowns, like we saw with Grayson's fish token in the feature match area just a second ago, you get to make one of these cool little things. And Devin, on screen here, which one of these is your favorite token?
I feel like you're making me choose a favorite when I don't necessarily want to choose a favorite. But if I had to pick the token, not necessarily the player.
Yeah, it's the token. It's not the player.
Okay.
Yeah, my favorite player is Dom Harvey, but I don't show favoritism on the thing, so I'm not going to
even though you just said that.
No, that was an example.
I like the May French food token. That one kind of speaks to me. I like ice cream, so.
Yeah, it's good like ice cream. Yum. I like that one a lot. And then the Theo Jung one I like a lot too. I there's just something about like the energy, like I don't know. It just got a lot of swag to it. But I mean, these are obviously all great tokens. I actually have the Dom Harvey mana one here to my right from some stuff, and that's sort of the cool Wolverine pose he's got going on there. It's just a very awesome thing. And we hand these out to all the players. So if you go to one of our events, you will get the most recent version of this. And there'll just be these cool tokens of you floating around. We also love to give the winner some extra ones. And then at all of our events for the remainder of the year, there's the value vintage format here, which is a really cool format. And it is sort of as it says. So the idea behind the format is it is vintage, but value-wise, and the value of your deck cannot exceed $30. So if you scan the QR code on screen, it has everything you need to know. But honestly, Devin, I just told you all the format's rules. It follows all the same rules as normal Magic. It follows the same BNR as Vintage, but your deck just has to be $30 or less. And this leads to some really cool decks. I was talking to one of the players who actually did this at the regional championships. I unfortunately couldn't play. I was having to work. But, they were talking about how they played this really sweet, like, Uro Wilderness Reclamation plus like cool cards from that era deck. Yeah, and it was like, oh yeah, I guess all those cards equal like less than $30 or whatever. That's dope. So this is a really cool side event we had all there. If you want to play in one of these, you can use the QR code or just play with your friends locally. This is a really sweet and fun format. Definitely want to check it out. And speaking of checking it out, Devin and I are going to check out for a quick second here. As those rounds, let's just be honest, it was pretty quick. We don't have a backup feature match again right now, but we'll be back as soon as we can with more Magic, so stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell. Devin, it's time for round two. We got to see some sort of explosive but short games in round one, but we have some bangers lined up here for round number two.
Absolutely. We're going to be taking a look at the one, the only, the man himself that retweets everything. Fire Shoes is in our feature match area playing some Esper Pixie, and he's got quite an interesting list here. So it's going to be fun to take a look and see what's going on here.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking to Robert actually at the regional championship last weekend, and he's been playing a lot of Pixie for the last 5 months. And he says, normally, I jump around where I like playing aggro decks. He's like, but I really love playing Pixie. So I'm really excited to see him in our feature match area. But let's take a look at our players to watch real quick, as we do have a bunch of name players here. And for the most part, a lot of W's from the players that we're watching this weekend. Garrett, Grayson, Harrison, Ray, Robert, and all picking up a win, with Ben, Cliff, and Will all taking a loss in round one. The loss in round one, not the end of the world. It is 8 rounds of Swiss today. We didn't talk about that too much at the beginning of the day, but this is going to be a long one. So a lot of matches left to be played, a lot of points left to be acquired, as well as we can head on down to our future match areas. That looks like Robert is going to be on the draw here for game number one.
Yeah, we got Harrison on the backup as well. Harrison is playing Domain. So hopefully we'll actually get to see some backup matches this time and not have a repeat of round one. But as far as our main feature match here, we have Robert Taylor on the right-hand side of your screen playing Esper Pixie. Now, this is a bit different, where this Pixie list, you saw in the previous version, we had Pixie on the main camera match. No copies of Optimistic Scavenger here. Looks like Robert has kind of maybe decided to lean the deck in a little bit more of a mid-range plan, where he's playing some main deck Preacher of the Schisms, has an Overlord of the Bale Merc, a couple of Get Lost main decks. So kind of leaning a little bit less on that aggressive plan and kind of making it more of a mid-range deck. And then on the other side, we have Raul, who is playing the Jeskai Oculus deck. And this one was popularized at the Pro Tour. This one actually does have Marauding Mako. That was a decision that people were split on at the PT. Some of them had it and some didn't. I believe the one that top it did not, but Raul has decided to bring those Makos this weekend, and I kind of like that card.
Mm-hmm. As we do see a Hopeless Nightmare being played here for Robert Taylor, as you all know him better, just Fire Shoes, discarding the Steam Core Scholar. So, could have been potentially disastrous if the Horrid Oculus comes down, but instead it's just going to be the Scholar return with the helping hand.
And I mean, this is still pretty good value, right? Just being able to discard the Steam Core or get rid of the Steam Core Scholar off of the Meticulous Archive. And, Raul's going to be digging for some of those. Has a lot of good cards that he can get back with the Helping Hands. Has the Oculus, Fear of Missing Out, the Steam Core Scholars, and a couple of Inties as well. So plenty of targets for the recommissions and the Helping Hands. Raul, excuse me, is playing a couple of copies of Prof's Eidetic Memory this weekend, where Profs pays you off for drawing a lot of extra cards. Very good with Steam Core Scholar, because that one having Vigilance, I don't know if you know this, Mason, but Vigilance with a bunch of +1/+1 counters and flying, kind of a combo.
It's a big combo, especially against things like, Rides In, which we've seen become a very popular removal spell here in Standard. And speaking of popular removal spells, there's nowhere to run for that Steam Core Scholar as it goes down.
Ooh, the shark. The shark is here. Now,
I
Marauding
love the
Mako,
shark.
very unassuming 1 mana 1/1 Mason, but has the potential to be quite large here. Pays you off. I don't know if we can get this one up on screen because maybe it's a newer card. People may not have seen this one before, but whenever you discard one or more cards, you put that many +1/+1 counters on it. So with something like Chart a Course, that's going to be able to. Question here. I wonder if Robert let the attack go through. I don't see a card being discarded. So yeah, it looks like we did let the attack go through. Maybe a little bit of a +1 there for Roel.
Yeah, but also maybe Robert was thinking, I don't want you to have the discard synergies,
Yeah,
right?
that too. Yep.
Like I am curious because it seemed like Robert didn't seem very bothered by it. You know what I mean? Like he was like, "Yeah, friend, you get the 2 cards." So
You can have it.
it might be a great poker face here for Robert, but I do wonder if that was a heads up situation there from Robert, knowing I can beat a lot of things, but I can't be an Oculus. Because
Right.
we do see another helping hand come down the Scholar. And that is going to grow the Mako. And we've seen the Mako make waves in modern Hollow One. It's sort of just the newest Flameblade adept. If you played in the old days of modern with Hollow One, just keeping the counters, like you said, is so huge. I'm really excited to see tomorrow. We're doing the Pioneer Tournament. And Devin, we're the first big Pioneer Tournament since the release of Aether Drift when it comes to paper Magic. And that is so awesome in my mind because I think Pioneer was really hitting a great place. And then we sort of put on the back burner for a little bit. We're going to let the format cook. And I just can't wait to see, like, is someone going to bring, like, a Hollow One type deck? You know what I mean? Or, like, the cycling deck. Now, that's a little bit of preview for tomorrow as we saw Raul thinking about it and decides to make an attack with the 3/3 into the 2/4. No reason. Just hanging out,
Just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I got to look at a good look at Raul's hand. I think there was a Destroy Evil, a Torch the Tower among the holdings here. So I believe has the ability to destroy evil, the Preacher of the Schism. Well, maybe not. I may have misspoke then because probably would have fired that one off if we had it. But yeah, the Preacher's coming in here. I do want to say just the kind of there's so much synergies with this Jeskai Oculus deck where before it was very one dimensional where it was really all about discarding Oculus and getting it back with one of your reanimation spells. You didn't really have as good of a backup plan. But now you kind of have this combination of Marauding Mako, Inti, Fear of Missing Out, and Prof's Eidetic Memory. And it really does give you a good solid plan B for the games where you don't have Oculus.
Yep. It's a big get, as we are going to see. Passing the turn here. Raul playing the game very patiently so far. I really like the way they purchase.
Like imagine last turn if we had a Profs, we would have got, the 2 counters in the Mako and 2 counters on the Scholar, attacking for a lot more damage. And that is Get Lost, I believe.
Yeah, Get Lost on the Scholar, really telling in my mind of what Robert is prioritizing, what he thinks he can and can't beat, right? He feels like this Mako, even though it's sort of the scaling bigger threat, he feels like, hey, I'm going to lock the ground up with a bunch of vampires. Don't worry about that. Let me just make sure I don't get hit in the air. Shows a lot of, experience in this kind of matchup to make a decision like that, right? Clearly, Robert has plans going on.
And I almost wonder if that means, maybe that signifies that he has a town aid big enough where you don't want to town the Scholar because that will give Raul an extra 2 cards and potential, ways to dig out of it. So you figure you just take the little bit of a hit now, and then later on you could town the Mako even if it gets a little big. But Helping Hand, that's going to give you some value off the Get Lost.
Well, I just really like that Raul's willing to get a helping hand. A lot of people aren't in life, but we see Raul's just, being like, hey, I need a little help here. As we're going to discard another 2 lands to this, as Raul's kind of in flooding. It doesn't look that way because we've discarded 4 of the lands that we've drawn extra, but we have about, I think, 10 lands among everything we've seen this game. So Raul just having, a lot of kind of honestly mana issues, but that's one of the nice strengths of this deck is you do just get to, loot and rummage away a lot of these excess lands.
Yeah, it's really hard to have a bad draw. Well, not I shouldn't say a bad draw, but it's hard to like flood out with this deck because you like you mentioned, you have so many ways to loot cards between Inti and Scholar and Fear of Missing Out. You have cantrips with Profs and Chart of Course. You have so many ways to churn through cards that eventually, I mean, you can't draw 10 lands in a row, right, Mason? Like, eventually you'll find some spells.
Yeah.
Um, we see the preacher coming in is going to get a vampire token, and I wonder if Robert does have. Yeah, okay. So there's the town, and this is kind of what I talked about last turn, where Robert made the decision to get lost the 2/2 flyer, which seems kind of crazy when there's a 3/3, but looks like this was kind of the big setup turn where now you can town the Mako and the nowhere to run, and then nowhere to run the scholar.
Yep. As it looks like we are going to map, it matters a lot who we're targeting. Heads up play there by Raul, targeting the scholar. Notice that, the shark's big enough. 5/5's a lot. I don't really need more.
You
And
know
it
what's
looks like
not big enough though? This town.
the town's never big enough. And what a play here from Robert, bouncing the Mako and the nowhere to run. But Raul's going to respond. We are going to destroy evil this nowhere to run. That's going to save
Ooh,
the Steam Scholar. Heads
okay.
up play there.
Yeah, so remember a couple turns ago when I had mentioned that Raul had the Destroy Evil? I think he had the Destroy Evil the whole game and just
Mhm,
chose not to kill the preacher, saving it for this moment. So,
mhm.
really definitely had what he had some plans with that Destroy Evil and knows exactly what he wanted to kill. It seems like, maybe Raul has definitely played this matchup a couple of times and has
Mhm.
a plan as to, what he wants going in.
Yeah, I can tell both these players have a lot of experience in sort of this style of game. Now maybe both players' decks deviate a little from the norm, which is where it gets really cool, right? It's like, okay, normally this is good. How do we differ? But they're clearly playing with a lot of intent and purpose. As we see the Battlefield Forge hit off the map, get played, pop the next map, another marauding Mako on top of the deck.
Yeah, probably don't
Raul
want that
doesn't have
one.
that one. Yeah.
A little late to the party for the Shark Pirate.
And like you mentioned before, flying vigilance so massive here, just getting to hit Robert for 3 for free, quote unquote, right? And now Raul's just hanging out with a recommission in hand too. We can actually like double block this, preacher if we want, try and take it down and just bring back the scholar for the 4th time. And I think the 4th time's the charm.
Yeah, and I took a look at it looks like Raul maybe had a spell pierce in hand. And now that
Mhm,
I'm wondering, I wonder if maybe it would have been a little bit better for Raul to let the town resolve and then spell pierce the nowhere to run on the crackback and save the destroyable for the preacher. Not sure. Because you could have saved the scholar either way. But yeah, this preacher is kind of doing some work. Now, the blockers that the preacher makes are not able to block the scholar. So this is kind of Raul's sort of saving
mhm,
grace here is the fact that he can just kind of kill him in the air. And that's why you saw Raul destroy evil and nowhere to run. That's not a
mhm.
very when you talk about that play, it doesn't seem like it's a play that you would want to make. But if you're prioritizing certain things in the matchup, then you can kind of talk yourself into it. It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. And I think Raul's just not bothered by this preacher. Even though it's causing us some headaches, it is sort of a beatable card, right?
Yeah.
Now, given a long enough timeline, it might become unbeatable. But Raul thinks, if I'm winning looks like a way where this card just doesn't super matter. As we do see Storm Tears of Talent, a card that matters a ton, not leveled up here from Robert, a very loud signal that I have something in my hand that costs at least 2 mana because I had 5 mana hanging out and did not want to level up.
And then I think Raul's hand is Spell Pierce, Recommission, and a couple lands.
Oh,
Doesn't really have a good recommission target. We've really only had that one scholar the entire
yeah.
time. He's got a couple Mako. I think he's got one Mako in there, but yeah, doesn't really have a good target for that, even though he's got, 15 cards in his graveyard or whatever.
Yeah, and pardon me, I actually thought Robert had another blue land when I was talking about the Storm Chasers. Robert actually only
Oh,
has
it's only one
one.
blue
Oh,
source.
yeah, I thought that was a Dark Slick Shores in play, but it's not. It's a concealed courtyard.
Yeah,
So
two
that is my
courtyard, two
mistake
caves, and
there.
a swamp.
Yeah, so pardon me on that. As we do see Raul's finally ready to double block this preacher. This
Ugh.
could go sideways very quickly if there's
Well, I
Is
mean,
this hand big enough? But
even if it doesn't go sideways, that's still kind of a tough exchange if you're Raul. Now, you do have the recommission to get back the Steam Cross collar, so it's not all bad.
Yep. As the Hopeless Nightmare is played. And you're actually seeing something I wanted to mention. A lot of our decks in round one are well positioned against Hopeless Nightmare. Even though Pixie didn't top 8 the Pro Tour, it still put up a great finish. I don't want to make it seem like it had a bad weekend or whatever. It was a solid deck, but a lot of players just don't like the deck. Like, there's just a lot of people who are playing decks that are good against Hopeless Nightmare, and this is one of them. Imagine that coming down turn one and Raul discards, I don't know, an abhorrent Oculus, and then we helping hand it. That is basically game over for Robert. So when you play a deck like this, people are out to get you.
Yeah, you got to imagine that in the post board games, now that Robert knows what's up, knows what his opponent's playing, is either going to sideboard out the Hopeless Nightmares or is going to be much more cautious about playing them, not just going to fire them off willy nilly on turn one, into the potential Oculus discard on turn one. And maybe wants to save it a little bit for later on, saving it for when you eventually do have the answer to the Oculus. So if your opponent has the discard Oculus reanimate, you already have the answer rolled up. It also is still good in combination with Graveyard Hate. Like, if you have a Rest in Peace, your Nightmares are still good because their Oculuses can't be cast anyways. So,
as we do see a Steam Scholar hit the battlefield. Looks like Raul.
So the town was picked up last turn off of the talent. Do we have lethal? So if we town both Nightmares, that's going to put Raul to 6 with 2 blockers. Not quite, because you can block the Otter and a Vampire take 2.
Well, here's a nowhere to run, though. Going to kill the Steam Scholar, excuse me. So I think you might be right if we bounce both of these.
What if we bounce Fear Town? Okay, we're going to bounce Town Nowhere. Then Nowhere the Fear. Yeah, this is good. And then you clear that. You hit for 6, 2 prowess triggers, or 3, right?
Well, yeah, the Otters are 3 and these are all 1/1s. So that is 6, you're right. Down to 4.
The Otters are 4, right? Because we cast 3 spells. We cast Nowhere, Town, Nowhere.
Yes, you're
correct. So it should be 7.
Yeah, so 7 to roll down to 3. And yeah, I mean, we also gain some life. And the big thing tier 2 is we do just have like talent pick up this town ain't big enough, do it again. Now, the big problem here is we still only have 1 blue land. I've been trying to pay a lot more attention to that since I made the mistake a second ago. And, Robert is just sort of choked on blue, sort of been playing an Orzhov game. But
yeah, still only the 1 blue, so it doesn't really have the ability to go town and level it. It's possible this Oculus is enough. You're going to play the Oculus. You're going to get a second blocker on the Manifest. That's 2 blockers. So you can block a Vampire and an Otter, take 2, go to 1. But yeah, it's going to be pretty tough here for Raul.
Yeah, and it looks like Raul here is planning to exile the 6 cards, was just figuring out how we wanted to tap our mana before we got to that. And we're just going to get rid of a bunch of cards that don't really matter.
Yeah, as long as you keep Delirium and all the creatures, everything else is fine. And Raul's graveyard is flush enough where it shouldn't matter.
Yep, as we are going to see a Fear missing out. Afterwards, discard a land.
Now, this is something that Raul could do to get out of this, right? You see Robert at 11. The Fear missing out plus Oculus does represent 10 damage in the air. So if Robert can't find an untapped blue source to be able to, well, I guess even if he does, he doesn't have 3 because you need 3 blue mana to be able to go cast, activate, and town. So even if Robert draws a blue source, still does not have that line available to him. So potentially maybe a way for Raul to steal this game.
Yeah, I think Robert could throw away some vampires in order to not die, quote unquote, right? Like we could throw a couple under the bus for lifelink.
Sure.
But it will be really bad still. So big draw step here from Robert. Has a little bit of play, but the doors are closing in. This is why this, Just Oculus deck, it was pretty popular with certain teams of the Pro Tour and still popular among players. It's a little finicky, but it really rewards some tight play, especially with big picture planning.
Yeah, and we know that one of the cards in Robert's hand is the talent. I didn't get a good look. Mason, can you tell what the other card is?
I can't quite tell. It's a bit of a glare. Yeah, I was gonna say Robert really likes the foils, and they're coming to get me right now with our cameras. That's that's
you're supposed to be the alt art guy.
I am the alt art guy. I just literally can't make out the art.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as we
Rob, a lot of good draws here for Robert, though. You know, Town, a phenomenal draw. Even something like Nowhere to Run to kill the Fear of Missing Out, that basically gains Robert 5 life because that's representing 5 damage from the Oculus. Okay, there's the Talon we knew about.
All right.
What is the other card, Robert? It is Bailmerk, which not gonna threaten the Overlord or not gonna threaten the Oculus attack. So it looks like Raul's gonna get to hit for 10. Now Robert is at 11, so is not dead to 2 Oculus hits. This is gonna be an interesting finish to this game, Mason.
Definitely. A little surprised by the sequencing here, but yeah, I mean, this was a hard cast Overlord, as you can tell here. So it is on the board.
I wonder if it was maybe better for Robert to impend that in case he hit a Pixie. Because if you impend it, you can Pixie pick up the Nowhere, kill the Fear, or maybe just pick up the Hopeless Nightmare.
Yeah, I think if you want to do that, you just want to play the Overlord first,
Yeah. Okay.
because then, like, if you're specifically trying to Pixie, then you just hold up, the blue mana, and then if you hit the Pixie, you win with the Nightmare. But I agree that if you're trying to maybe play Preacher this turn as a backup plan, as we do see Recommission here, and we talked about it before, we can maybe survive thanks to the lifelink, but if the prosthetic memory comes down, that is going to be a big issue. So this is a big draw step here for Raul.
Oh, I saw a blue card. That's a Steam Core. Okay.
Okay.
Well, see, it's interesting, right? Because even if the Profs comes off, you actually, in order to attack with the Oculus twice, you have to attack with the Fear of Missing Out, and Robert can put all the life linkers on the Fear of Missing Out.
Oh, true.
So it's kind of interesting how like that dynamic that's going to shift the dynamic as well. And Raul has to make sure, like, if Raul attacks with both, assuming that the triple block happens on Fear of Missing Out, it looks like just the Oculus coming in, which sort of makes sense because it's not lethal. You know, he only has 10, Robert's at 11, so maybe wants to save the Fear of Missing Out attack for next turn.
Yeah, I like this here. Just get your attack for 5 in. Oh, and there's the Prof. It was 1 card down.
Ooh.
And we're actually putting it in the graveyard. Robert has to be breathing a sigh of relief when it comes to that, but he knows this is his turn to actually make something happen here. As he does have a very wide board, they're just low power on this board. There's 5 blockers for a rule, and Robert has 6 attackers. So
it's so wild.
Mhm.
It's so wild to me that Robert has 7 lands in play and still only has 1 blue source, so he can't actually do the talent pick up town and then cast down, unless he drew a pain land this turn, of course.
Yeah, and we can level up the talent to get lost, but even if we do that, Raul's at 1. He'll block all the biggest things. Now, you would be able to have a get lost you could use on something like the Abhorrent Oculus. That can buy us some time, but it looks like Robert here is actually attacking first, hoping maybe to hit Nurturing Pixie, because if we do that, we'll win the game, regardless of blocks.
How about
if we find a Fear of Isolation, that
That'll
works as well.
Yep. So what is it? 5 blockers for 6 attackers. 1 guaranteed gets through. That puts Raul the 2, and then Fear Nightmare kills.
Yeah, that's all we just need now is for Robert to make sure that you see this happens a lot. Sometimes you just have to force the players to have it. I love this. We're using the Manifest Dread token to represent what the block is because it's too complicated. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, this has been a great game here. Both these players played with a lot of obviously clear understanding of what matters in the matchup and playing it to those things. And I am excited to see game number 2 here in a second. As long as Robert remembers that Fear of Isolation can pick up the Hopeless Nightmare.
Yeah, this was a really weird game, right? Where we saw Robert kind of got ahead early. We saw Raul pick a fight with the Destroy Evil, which I think that play made a lot of sense given the current board state at the time. Ultimately Robert didn't end up having a ton of, wasn't able to find enough blue mana. And then Raul had that turn where he had Oculus Fear missing out. Maybe there was a chance for Raul to steal it there, but yeah, a lot of back and forth. And for a game that looked like Robert was in the driver's seat as long as he was, it was still pretty close.
Yep. And you're seeing Robert saying, I'll cast Fear, alternate cost, pick it up. And yeah, Raul loses that game, but a close one, as we are going to take a second to look at our sideboards here for these players. As we come back to the future match here, you get to see me for a second. How you doing? Let's check out what these players are up to in their boards. I want to see what Raul has for Pixie, because we talked about earlier, players are coming prepared for Pixie here this weekend. In the sideboard, we have 2 Brotherhoods in, 3 Cease and Desist, 3 Chandra, 2 Destroy Evil, and Elish Norn, 2 Negates, and 2 Tashani Tidebinders.
So as far as the Pixie matchup for Raul, I don't know. This is interesting. So you could maybe go towards the Tishana's Tidebinders. There is a lot of ETB triggers on the side of Robert's, on the side of the Pixie gamer. Past that, I mean, Elishnorn does stop their abilities, but it's kind of weak to this town ain't big enough, so I don't think you want to go towards that. If you expect Robert has a lot of graveyard hate, you maybe want to go towards something like Chandra. This is something that we saw at the Pro Tour. The Japanese players that did well and the one that top aided the event, they had a lot of Chandras in their sideboard to kind of play against the graveyard hate as kind of the supplementary plan. Destroy Evil, there's a lot of enchantments over there. You could maybe go towards that. And then Brotherhood's End as well, because the Pixie deck has the tendency to go wide with a lot of auto tokens. So you may want to be able to sweep those up with Brotherhood's End.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's check out what Robert Taylor has in his sideboard. We have 2 Destroy Evils, 4 Dreams of Steel, and uh-oh. 1 Get Lost, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Gix Command, 1 Rest in Peace, 1 Shieldred, 1 Shrouded Shepherd, 2 Lockdown, and a Witch's Vanity. As it looks like Robert has a lot of cards for this matchup.
Can I say that we just want the whole sideboard? Like, are you cool with that?
Yeah, I mean, basically
everything but the Shepherd and the Lockdowns looks appealing to me. Dreams of Steel and Oil is phenomenal in this matchup. If you can say your opponent on turn 2, they go Fear of Missing Out, discard Oculus, and you go Dreams, take your next best creature and exile your Oculus. It's so backbreaking in this matchup. Destroy Evil, Get Lost, being able to kill the Oculus at instant speed, huge. Ghost Vacuum, Rest in Peace, massive. And then those are like the slam dunks. Past that, you could consider a Shieldred. The Oculus deck does draw a ton of cards. It has Charticore, Steam Core Scholar, Fear of Missing Out. So maybe you want to go towards Shieldred. But Robert is just flush with good cards in this matchup.
Definitely. Well, our players are finishing shuffling up here as they're done sideboarding. So let's take a look at some of our upcoming events while they're shuffling. As much as I love to see, great Ultimate Guard products who help bring us the stream.
I just like shuffling,
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, the only thing I like more than shuffling is shuffling up to play Magic. And you can do that here in Chicagoland, May 10th and 11th. We're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown Saturday and a 5K Standard Trial Sunday. This will be post the ban and restricted announcement coming up here at the end of March. Hopefully it's a great one. And after that, we're going to have Indianapolis. We have a 10K Standard Showdown on Saturday and a 10K Team Showdown Final Fantasy Sealed on Sunday. And of note, if you haven't watched many of our events, showdowns are the events that get you to our champs. Basically, you win one of those, you're straight in. So maybe you're more of a limited person. This is a great way to get in the team sealed, And also, if you get in with your 2 friends, it's you and your friends are all going to be at our champs at the end of the year. It's going to be very exciting. So you're going to make sure to come out and play that event.
Oh yeah, team events are fantastic. It's been a long time since I played a team event, but they are some of the best Magic you can possibly ever play. And shout out to NRG for allowing a team event to be in the roster.
Yep.
All right, opening hands. What do we got? So it's tough to see. I think I see a couple lands. I want to say a Mako, Destroy Evil. I think it might may have only been 1 land for rules, so I'm gonna throw that back. And looks like Robert as well going to throw that back. So both on 6.
Yeah, both on 6. Both 2 decks that mulligan really well. I think the thing the players often forget is these nurturing pixies and these Fear of Isolations do a good job of making sure you can use all of your mana still, even if you're down a card, right? Sometimes it's actually a quote-unquote issue in the most, first worldly problem sense of the word ever, where it's like, yeah, I actually have too many cards to play when I'm on 7. Which is obviously what you'd prefer to be the 6, but you do get to, still play the game when you mulligan and have these pickup creatures in the deck.
Yeah, and for the Jeskai Oculus deck, I don't know if you sort of agree with this, but it almost feels like a Phoenix deck where you have so many ways to filter cards between Steam Core, Fear of Missing Out, Charticore, Prophetic Memory, a lot of cantrips, where, your opening hand, by the time you get to turn 3 or 4, is not going to be, you know what I mean? It's like you get to see a ton of cards and are able to kind of sculpt and, figure out what you want. So, yeah, like you mentioned, the Oculus deck mulligans well because of that, just has a bunch of different ways to like filter and draw extra cards.
Yeah. Yeah, if I cheat in an Oculus, that's all I really need to do.
Yeah,
That'll be
exactly.
enough. As it looks like both players were happy with their sixes. Just some land going from our players.
Destroy evil. Looks like a Spell Pierce, a Destroy Evil, another white card that I can't quite make out, and I think a Steam Core Scholar.
It's a helping hand.
It's an Oculus. Okay, helping hand Oculus.
Yeah. A little bit of the combo, as you might say.
Yeah, well, if you call it a 3-card combo, we only have 2/3 of the combo here.
Yeah, but our
Hopefully
good
Robert
friend Robert Taylor might play a hopeless nightmare against us, and if he does, it'll be disastrous.
Well, this is kind of that thing I was talking
Mhm.
about, right? Where it's once you know your opponent's playing Pixie, you kind of want to slow roll. And you see, Robert picked up that Dark Slick Shores, went to tap it, and then thought a little bit better. So I wonder if he's thinking about, maybe has the copy of Hopeless Nightmare, but wants to wait to cast it until he has an answer for the Pixie. And very interesting for Raul, did not decide to fire off the Destroy Evil there. Huh.
Yeah, that was a very disciplined hold on that Destroy Evil. I thought for sure we were going to fire that off there. So Raul, what I've known from, seen is he does not care much about this preacher. He is just down to let it clown.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, as it looks like we are going to discard this abhorrent Oculus.
Yeah, unfortunate for Raul. I think he drew Shivan Reef. So had a Shivan Reef in hand, I believe, where we could have played the Shivan Reef before playing the Steam Core Scholar. I don't remember. It might have been 2 Shivan Reefs off of the Scholar. I can't remember 100%, but either way, does not have the white mana. And now, if Robert has that Dreams of Steel and Oil, this is going to be backbreaking.
Yeah, and Raul has a Spell Pierce to fight over something like Rest in Peace, but Dreams being 1 mana is huge, as Robert does get to draw a card and make the vampire because our life totals are somehow even. Now, Raul could have, floated a mana in order to deny a little bit of that, but here's that Dream of Steel and Oil. And, the thing that we never really talk about this card is it gets both modes off rip. You get the exile from hand and from the graveyard. It's not an either or. And look at Robert Tate. He has another one. So if this one's good, he knows he can fire off the next one. Now, we know there's not enough targets for that, but it could have been a disastrous turn.
Yeah, no targets in hand, but honestly, if it was just 1 mana exile your Oculus from the graveyard, you might still just play that anyway. So this is kind of the intended purpose. And just getting the hand knowledge is good too, right? Now you know about the Spell Pierce, you know about the Destroy Evil. So having that perfect hand knowledge is also very good for Robert.
Yeah, I think this might have been what happened last turn. We saw Robert start to tap 1 mana. I think he was thinking about Dreams and Steel and Oiling, decided to get the Preacher down, and is rewarded really heavily for that, as Raul spent his whole turn setting that up.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any follow-up here for Robert. Maybe he wants to apply. I mean, doesn't necessarily have to apply a little bit more pressure. The Preacher is a good amount of pressure by itself. So, is maybe content with just kind of passing, holding up some stuff, maybe a Destroy Evil, maybe this town ain't big enough, and yeah, just kind of chilling with the mana. Just deployed a Restless Reef this turn as well.
Yeah, that land might become a huge player later in the game, as Raul's going to pass back Robert down to 17, Rule 18.
Robert playing a little. Robert plays close to the chest, which I respect, but it's kind of tough for commentators,
Yeah. As we are going to see a Nowhere to Run cast on that Augur.
Huh.
Raul wanting to trade for Robert's turn here at the Spell Pierce might be a sign that Destroy Evil is coming down on this Preacher. But no, Raul wants to hold it still. Does not care.
Very interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it's, maybe Raul, just like you mentioned, is aware that, wants to really wants to go into the air and is saving the Destroy Evil for some sort of like town turn where Robert towns the enchantment. You want to do it on that? I'm not really sure, but Raul does maybe have plans for this Destroy Evil.
Yeah, as Scholar gets returned with the helping hand. A lot of hands here. A lot of lands in hand, excuse me, for Raul. As it looks like we are going to discard double land again. We do sort of have all the mana we need for the rest of the game. As we even see another land coming down here, Inspiring Vantage. Not enough cards to play an Oculus, even if we had one.
Yeah, 4
And
cards engrave. I believe there was a Bitter Reunion as well here for Raul. I think the leftovers are Bitter Reunion, Destroy Evil, Brotherhood's End, and a Helping Hand.
yeah.
I mean, here's the
Interesting.
thing. At this point, like the preacher, you haven't respected the preacher a couple of turns. At some point, you gotta respect it, right? Like it is gonna kill us eventually.
Yeah, I am pretty surprised by sort of like the turn of events here when it comes to the preacher. Like, I really respect holding the kill spell, like especially for the first or even second time, being like, this isn't what I really care about. I have other things, maybe worried about maybe something like the Overlord of the Bale Merc or something along
Mhm.
that line for Raul. But at a certain point, Robert's gonna be really happy because the game state really favors him,
Yeah, and
right?
he doesn't have to do anything. He can just chill on the preacher.
Yeah. And so Robert also has to think about like, okay, well, what do I care about if I'm, drawing an extra card or making a vampire each turn? And there's not a ton, as Raul just draws another land. Does have,
Does have the
the
Bitter Reunion, so we can
yeah,
cycle one of those lands. That's what's gonna
yeah.
happen here.
Taking a little draw too, as here comes
Ooh.
Oculus into the
Oh,
hand along with another Destroy
another
Evil.
Destroy Evil. Okay.
The second Destroy Evil makes me a lot more excited to go for it.
Oh, we only
I
got 5 in the grave.
yeah, we're a little light.
Yeah, surely if you have 2 Destroy Evils, that's the point where we fire 1 off, right? It has to be, right? You
Yeah,
would assume so.
that is my thoughts. I imagine we do it on our opponent's turn, to make them if they're going to have something like a spell pierce, tap them out of a land at least. But
Yeah.
yeah, and we see where we'll flick it to the front too. I think he's thinking, okay, second one's good enough for me. As it looks like Robert's saying, my friend, this town might not be big enough for us. But you also see here he's in the unenviable position of being so far ahead right now.
Yeah, does he even have to fire this off?
And you see Raul once again fight over this nowhere to run.
Okay.
And
So now the Scholar's back. That does put the 6th card in the graveyard for Raoul, so next turn does have the ability to play Oculus with 2 mana up for the Destroy Evil for the Preacher. Yeah, interesting to see him go for the Destroy Evil on the Nowhere to Run, because you figure if the plan is to just get the Oculus into play, maybe the Nowhere to Run doesn't matter, and then you could just kill the Preacher, let him have the Nowhere to Run back, and then go from there. But yeah, now like, I mean, look at how much damage this Preacher has dealt by itself, right? Like, I don't
yeah,
think Robert has attacked with anything but a Preacher, and Drell's at 7. So
yeah, and now this Dreams of Steel and Oil comes down. I think there's a creature in the graveyard. I might be mistaken. There's been a lot of discarding. No creature in the
no,
graveyard.
no
They've all been
Creature.
drawn back.
But getting the Oculus from hand is huge here, because that was basically Raul's huge. Like, that was Raul's big plan at this point.
Mm-hmm. And Robert just double checking, like, okay, yep, I do want to take the Oculus. Because sometimes, you do want to deviate from these plans. If Robert had something that could answer the Oculus in hand, like a counter spell or something, but has another Dream of Steel and Oil, and there goes the Scholar. It's exiled, which does matter. Yeah, a little
Yeah, it matters a
dexterity error
lot.
there.
Matters
Yep.
a lot in this matchup.
And yeah, Raul just on the back foot here with Robert having a hand full of spells and the battlefield. And the battlefield being the most important part here, where Raul is just, gonna have to clean up these things. Now we do have Brotherhood's End and Destroy Evil, so we can use all our mana next turn and completely clean up the board. But it's definitely not the way you wanted to go, as it's basically a 2-for-1, as all these 1/1s were made with the vampire.
Yeah, and Robert extending the Storm Chaser's talent into the Brotherhood's End. I think he just doesn't really care that much about the Brotherhood's End, where, Robert says, okay, if that's your whole turn, I still have the Preacher in play. I have the Storm Chaser's talent to rebuy the town later on. Don't really care if I lose this one Otter token. And let's not forget about the creature lands. Robert's got 2 reefs and an anchorage just kind of chilling down there if things do go south eventually. So has plenty of gas left over.
All right, and NT was the top deck. That is a powerful card for sure.
Okay. So we can get a little haste action here. But if I'm assuming Robert probably has something to deal with this NT.
Yeah, and Here's
or not? Okay.
Raul discarding the Destroy Evil. I think I've seen enough. I think Raul doesn't realize that kills Preacher. I'm just gonna call
That's
it.
possible. I was
Yeah,
thinking that might be a possibility later on. I didn't
yeah,
want to say it, but
yeah. I think we maybe missed that, or maybe we're just planning for bigger things there. But either way, the discard hits a charter course, and not enough here. Raul's going to pick up the cards as Robert Taylor has lethal on board. Congratulations to Robert. Moving on to 2-0. 6 more rounds of Magic left in the day, but off to as good a start as you can have. But speaking of good starts, Devin, we actually have a backup future match that we're going to get to in just a second. We're going to set that up for y'all. So we're not done with the Magic yet, but that was a really fun one to watch. That one had me really, jonesing to get on Arena and start playing.
oh yeah, I mean, that first game was awesome, right? Where we saw Robert had kind of the initiative early on, had a whole bunch of was able to kind of get onto the battlefield early, was really close to killing, and Raul had that one big turn where he went Oculus into Fear of Missing Out. Robert was at 11, had the chance to deal him 10 damage in the air that one turn, and Robert hit the Fear of Missing Out off of the Overlord on the last possible turn. So that first game was awesome. Second game, not quite sure what happened there, but in any case, congratulations to Robert.
Sounds great to me. But speaking of what else sounds great, so our backup feature match, let's head on over to it here as our players are in game number 1 here. Now, the pips are wrong. We had a little bit of a small issue during the saving of the game, so that is on us. So this is technically game 1 here. Sorry about that. As we're going to be watching Harrison on your left with Zur Domain versus Alex on your right with Gruul Mice.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting matchup. Obviously, the play draw definitely matters with the Gruul Mice deck, and also what matters is how many sweepers the domain player is playing main deck. So Harrison this weekend is on 3 temporary lockdown, 2 Day of Judgment, and no Sunfalls. So as 5 sweepers in the main, along with none in the sideboard. So really just kind of leaning on 4 copies of Ride's End for and 4 Leyline Binding as kind of the spot removal spells to pair with those 5 sweepers. And then basically if the domain player is ever able to get a turn where they can go Overlord into Zur plus activate, it's usually the point of the game where the game ends.
Yep. As Alex is mulliganing here down to 6. Not the end of the world. As it does look like we have some Torch the Towers. We're going to bottom that one. Don't know if Alex knows the matchup or not, but definitely a good one. As we are going to see a Verge and a passing of the turn into a Hedge Maze. Surveil lives on top.
Yeah, it looks like there was Verge. Oh, the awkward, the always awkward Verge Mountain Paw Patch recruit. I believe I've seen some Gruul players have some discussions on whether or not you want to play the first basic forest, and I've seen some having discussions on whether or not you want to play the second basic forest. Alex has no basic forest this weekend, so kind of leaning on the Gorges and the Carplusans to be able to cast that thing, but still able to double spell on turn 2. So not too bad. And then if there's any sort of Monstrous Rage or Innkeeper's Talent follow up here, that will make these creatures a lot better.
Yeah, and you're seeing Harrison just not really wanting to do anything. Has a Get Lost in hand, can fire it off, but if he does, that will trigger the Paw Patch Recruit, which will trigger Valiant on one of the mice. Obviously, you get to choose sort of which one it goes to, but I like this from Harrison. Discipline, just holding out, has the Day of Judgment in hand, just needs to not get got here on this next turn.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the lock. Yeah, okay, so no lockdown. And we're topping out here at 15. So the question for Alex is, do we have enough? Now, I believe Land Manifold Rage would do it, and there's a Rage. How about a second Rage? So I believe Alex's hand is Rage, Burst Lightning, Screaming Nemesis, or maybe that's a Torch. I can't
It's a
quite tell.
Torch, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
That was yeah. It's Torch, Burst, Screaming, Monstrous Rage. So
Okay.
we have a lot of damage, but not enough to guarantee anything here. We could Monstrous Rage this, Ember Heart Challenger in order to get another look. We could also just Rage the Heartfire Hero in order to get a little bit extra damage, and then hope to finish it off. You can even Torch your own.
That's what I was gonna
Mouse.
say. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder if you want to go Rage the Heartfire Hero and then Torch the Challenger. I guess you could just Torch the Challenger first because it would be a 3/3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think you just Torch the Challenger first because that gives you the redraw, and then you kind of know what you want to do.
Yeah, and then if that finds a land, or maybe if that finds a rage, then you can kind of figure out from there what you want to hit. Okay, there's a land. So now has the ability to burst and rage. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rage would be 7, 8, 9, 10. Burst is 3. That's 13, I believe.
14 with the prowess, I think.
Maybe I didn't count the prowess. Oh, I think I
Yeah,
didn't count the prowess in the first rage. So it was one short.
I think so. We'll have to double check. I mean, this is on Alex here. This is 5 damage from the Heartfire hero, and our Ember Heart Challenger is now a 4.
9, 11 plus, yeah, 14. Okay. So Harrison's going to be at 1. And then I guess it's still
The Day of
fine
Judgment,
because, yeah,
it
Day
isn't
of
good enough.
Judgment, yeah, it's not good enough because then the Heartfire Hero just kills you.
Yeah, I love this play here from Alex. Really tight stuff. And what looked to be, a very sort of doomed position. I missed my land. I didn't do anything turn 1 versus the Zur deck, but able to push a ton of damage here. As Harrison's at 1, draws
Yeah.
get lost, has a leyline binding. So if we have the land, okay, we
Or if Zur
can
would be good
binding the
enough.
Heartfire hero. But yeah, the Screaming Nemesis in hand is
Yeah, so
going
you
to
can
be
binding
good.
that Day of Judgment, but then the Nemesis is still good enough. I was going to wonder
Yeah.
if maybe Zur was good enough, but Zur
Yeah,
would
it would
gain
have
you
been close.
5, go to 6, man, and then you could block something. But one thing I want to point out about that game that was very interesting, normally Torch the Tower, dead card against Domain. The fact that you're able to cycle the Torch the Tower on your Emberheart Challenger is like what makes that card so good. It turns an otherwise dead card into a redraw in a matchup like this.
Definitely. Well, let's see if we can take a look at these players' sideboards real quick as they are sideboarding up for game number 2 here in our time shifted match. We can see what these players have brought. As these are the 2 big games. We're actually going to go straight to game number 2 because of the time in the round. We want to make sure to bring you as much Magic as we can. But it's pretty stock stuff here. You're not going to be missing anything too big. If you played this matchup, Imagine a couple paw patch formations here from Alex and some more interaction here from Harrison as Harrison plays up the beanstalk and passes the turn.
Yeah, a couple of Sunspine Lynxes too. It looks like Alex is playing 2 of those this weekend. So those are the cards that Alex is looking at. But as I mentioned, no more additional sweepers here for Harrison. So it has the 3 lockdowns and the 2 day judgments, but that's where we end in terms of sweepers. Really wants to see if we can go Overlord into Zur. That's what we're looking for, but no Overlord here. Looks like a Smite and a Get Lost, I think, in hand for Harrison. I see a cat in Alex's hand. That is a Sunspine Lynx.
Yeah, Sunspine Lynx is huge, but we're only on 2 mana once again. As here comes Manifold Mouse. It's going to be a way to trigger Valiant and push a lot of damage here on this Emberheart Challenger. We hit a mountain. That's good. We're missing the land drops as an attack here for essentially 6. Elspeth Smite looks to be targeting, I think.
Probably the Challenger, because I think that's the one that got. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is answering. Yeah, and then he's going to ride in the other mouse. Yeah.
Got it.
I like this play here from Harrison. Sort of like, hey, if I were to kill the first mouse with the first one, then you would probably put on your Manifold so it can double strike. So good technical play there. We are going to see a Surveil land with a lot of lands here in hand for Harrison. Has a Zur and the mana to be able to play and activate next turn, but not this one.
Importantly, Zur does give Death Touch, so being able to trade up the beanstalk for one of Alex's creatures could potentially matter. But really
huge.
wants to find one of those big enchantments, any Overlord, a Leyline Binding, and there was a card kept on top with the Surveil. So you have to imagine, presumably, that it is maybe one of those big enchantments with the Zur in hand.
Yep, as we are going to see the Heartfire Hero come down. Manifold Mouse is going to target it, even though it's not attacking this turn, because it'll end up being more damage in the long run. Get that Valiant trigger. And now passing the turn, we do have Paw Patch formation up, so if Zur were to come down, we can kill it. We can also kill the beans if you went to on the stack. Sort of a dealer's choice moment, as Zur is coming down. And we're going to double check the text on it real quick. It's always important whenever you're unsure.
I think the top card was Ride's End.
I think it was as well, which is a great one to have here.
Okay, so that Ride's End is probably going to take care of the Hardfire Hero, presumably after it gets, another counter and double strike here from the Manifold Mouse. But that Sunspine Lynx is just kind of looming in Alex's hand, just waiting for the fourth land. And, has the Nemesis here too. So has a ton of ways to just kind of put pressure. You figure the Ride Zen's going to take care of the Hardfire hero. That's going to be 5 plus the one from the Claws, 6 damage coming in this turn. It's going to put Harrison down to 7, I believe. And then, I mean, that Sunspine Lynx is almost close to lethal by itself. We got 4 non-basics with, Harrison presumably playing a 5th this turn.
Yeah, and we note here we drew temporary lockdown. We also drew Beza after our Beans trigger, so there is a play that isn't just lockdown, but you're seeing the awkwardness here. Not all the cards line up perfectly, and this is why even though Zur won the Pro Tour and put up probably the best finish in the weekend with 3 people in top 8, Gruul was one of its losing matchups. It is just so brutally efficient and has cards that matters against you here. So it's definitely not game over here yet for Harrison, since his Beza comes down and stabilizes a good bit, but you can see why this matchup can be so challenging.
Yeah, I mean the Gruul deck just has so many ways to not only just has a ton of ways to put pressure. It's a lot of its haste, right? You have Screaming Nemesis. The Sunspine Lynx has effective haste because it deals 5, 6, 7 damage when it comes into play. Emberheart Challenger. You have the villages, which also allow you to gain a ton of value from your lands. It just has so much. Like you said, it's just so explosive. And see a second hired claw here. So with Harrison at 11, let's assume everything gets in. That's 2 damage from the claw. You go to 9. The Beza would block the Manifold. Maybe you chump block the Nemesis. And another important thing here is if that Nemesis gets to trigger and deal damage to Harrison, if you turn off life gain, it's really hard for the Domain deck to win. As a second Lynx in Alex's hand too.
Yeah, we have these links hanging out. I think that's what Alex is doing right now. Is basically, I think we might be trying to put a counter on that Hardfire hero. So if Day of Judgment is the out, we're going to get to push a lot of damage, and we're basically throwing the higher claw away, quote unquote, just to get the 2 damage in, so that when Sunspine Lynx plus a land will be lethal. Putting yourself in a position wherever you have to draw untapped land is one of your best draws, is one of the best spots you can be in Magic. It's like, okay, I can't lose with lands, and I win with spells as well. Pretty unenviable spot, as Harrison's got to figure out how we can navigate around this. Like you mentioned, Screaming Nemesis is basically illegal to be blocked, as you would just
you can't block that thing.
Yeah. And we do see this is a spot where Alex is like, yep, no Monstrous Rage. The Higher Claw is dead. I'm sure the players will realize that in a second. Very common thing, we've all been there. A temporary lockdown here in hand.
I was going to say I was confused because the Hard Claw did get blocked last turn. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I think this is just a spot where both players kind of know the game is over if somebody doesn't change his turn. And I think they're both thinking it's dead. And, this is a time-shifted match. We can't get it fixed. Whatever happens, happens. But fairly sure both players are going to realize it here in a second when they start to touch the temporary lockdown. We'll see.
Okay.
Up the Beanstalk.
Maybe looking for a Leyline Binding. Okay. And I believe there was a Ride's End in hand. So it does have Ride's End for the Nemesis, but let's do a non-basic count 6. What's the life total, Nathan?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of those spots where drawing a basic here would have been very good for Harrison. I love this Ride's End on the Screaming Nemesis. Sort of make sure we don't get burn spelled in response. And that's a tap land.
It's a copper line. Okay.
Okay. I was going to say, if this is a turn we can gain any amount of life, it would be massive. But we are dead here if we cast any card in our hand, as all the Sunspine Lynx are lethal.
Yeah.
And you see Alex slam it there. And that's going to do it for Harrison. Fought valiantly, but was taken down by the Gruul Mice and its brutal efficiency. We've seen that a lot from this deck, and we're going to have to see if any of our players can take it down either today or tomorrow, Devin, as I know a lot of the players are playing it in Pioneer as well. So I'm going to be interested to see sort of how this deck translates to that tomorrow. So you want to make sure to follow this Twitch to not miss any of that action. And speaking of action, Devin, we need to take a second to set up our round 3 feature matches. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a minute. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I'm your host, Mason Clark, and my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And Devin, we're in round 3 already of Standard. It has been going by so fast so far.
Yeah, I mean, this format is very, very fast. We get a lot of mice decks as I was looking through the, 1-0 and 2-0 deck list as we kind of, get the players towards the top of the standings. A lot of mice towards the top of the standings, but a lot of pixie too. And that is going to be our match. We're going to be taking a look at mice versus pixie, but let's take a look at our players to watch leaderboard real quick and see, of these named players, we got Garrick, Ray, and Robert Taylor, all 2-0. And then everybody else has a win and a loss. Ben, Cliff, Grayson, Harrison, and Will. And we will go ahead and see exactly what we have.
Yep. And speaking of our players and who we have, let's cut to our feature match area as they are shuffling up, ready to play. We have Ray Zhang on your right. You may know them as CFT Sock from Magic Online with a Pro Tour coverage, a combo for the sake of combo. And you have Daryl Arrows on your left here on Gruel Mice. And if you're an old head, you probably remember Daryl from the Star City Games tour days, as he was one of their sort of star players. So getting back into Magic, I know he's been someone who's been playing a lot of other games recently, and starting off 2-0 and has a tough round 3 ahead of them, as Ray is definitely one of the best players in the game right now, let alone in our tournament.
Yeah, and Ray is, they have decided to play the Esper Pixie deck. Now, we saw Robert Taylor and, a little bit of Pixie earlier today in both of our feature matches. And Ray is playing the kind of like the less aggressive version. So there's 0 copies of Optimistic Scavenger and the full 4 stock up in the main deck. So it's almost like this deck has sort of been, it's been really interesting to see the kind of the evolution of the Pixie deck over the past couple of weeks. I don't know if the viewers at home know this, but CFT Stock actually won the Standard Showcase Challenge not too long ago with this sort of Esper Pixie deck with the 4 stock ups, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil main as well. So it's almost more of a control deck that has kind of the, has the ability to have Hopeless plus Pixie in the matches where you need it. And then Daryl playing kind of like the more traditional Gruel Mice deck is going to be playing the Great Green for Innkeeper's Talent. Daryl also has a couple of overprotects in the main deck, which is not something you always see in the mice version. Usually see that in the ones that have Leyline, but don't always see that in the mice decks.
Yeah, and that sort of deviation has big gains here in closed deck list, right? Ray,
Yes.
especially someone who's very well versed in the metagame, might not even have that card on their radar in game number 1 and might be backbreaking here for Daryl if that interaction lines up here. But yeah, as we see the Storm Chaser talent coming down, I wanted to comment on the Esper thing. I think a thing that players sort of like figured out, is that we were like, okay, Demir Bounce is like the controlling bounce deck, and Esper Pixie is like the aggro one. And what Ray's done is really moved, Esper to be more like the Demir deck with just more bounce targets with the Pixie, as we do see a higher claw here from Daryl.
Yeah, and the stock ups too, right? Because we
Mm-hmm.
mentioned how Pixie is a deck that has the capability of having very aggressive starts, right? Has a lot of 1-drops, can go Hopeless Nightmare into Bounce It and have that, drain over and over again. Has the, talent. Like look at this start, for example. This is a
Mm-hmm.
very, very aggressive start. But also with 4 copies of stock up, has, combining that with the talent and talent package, now also has more of an ability to kind of play into the late game. So as you mentioned, it's kind of like threading the needle between the aggressive version and the more mid-range / controlling version, and kind of sort of turning that into like a hybrid version of sorts.
Yep, as we do see Daryl attacking here for one with the higher claw, gets the trigger for another point. And speaking of points, Devin, Ray has all pain lands right now. So Ray is already at 15. And this is one of the
Yeah.
downside of the Esper deck sometimes is you draw one or too many pain lands, and the Gruul deck really capitalize on it. As it looks like Daryl dropped his hand there for a second. Back into things though.
Whoops.
Yeah, oopsies.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact matchup where you definitely don't want to be drawing 2 pain lands. I equate it to it's almost the equivalent of when you draw one of each fast lane. It's kind of like Tron,
Mm,
where it
yeah.
feels like you're just casting all of your spells without any issues, nothing whatsoever. But yeah, this is going to be brutal. Ray's already taken 3 damage. If they want to cast more spells, presumably, ideally you want to double spell this turn. That's 2 more damage minimum. It's going to be really hard to try and capitalize. But with the 2 otters, if there is a double spell turn here, maybe you can just win the race, right? You have 2
Mhm.
otters. If you play 2 spells, that's an attack for 8 damage. maybe just can sort of ignore Daryl's creatures and say, well, I don't care if I'm taking damage, as long as I'm winning the race, it doesn't matter.
Yep, and we're seeing a Hopeless Nightmare come down here. And I want to point out, this was in hand turn 1. So if you're at home, somebody who plays a lot of these Esper decks, you might learn something here from Ray, because Ray decided to go Hopeless Nightmare here on turn number 3. Spent the first couple turns building up the talents when they could have gone, Nightmare, Pixie, Nightmare in the first 2 turns, which I think is something we see a lot of players just default to. But Ray really valued getting that board presence first and rewarded heavily here with all these prowess triggers. And you see why Ray sequenced in such a way.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, in the dark, like if you knew you were playing against Domain, I think that's maybe the one matchup you would want to go Nightmare first. But against most of the other decks in the format, not going to say all, but against most, you kind of want to apply the pressure early. And those early otters are going to represent more than just the 2 damage that you get from the Nightmare when you recast it. So, Ray kind of just acknowledging the fact that, if I need to race, this is going to allow me to do that more than casting the Nightmare on 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing Daryl's hands double Monstrous Rage, Burst, Lightning.
Yeah, so I guess Daryl thinking about, do we want to trade Heartfire and a Rage for an Otter token? That's a tough spot to be in when you're thinking about a defensive Rage with the red deck.
Yeah, I mean, it saves you some damage here and pushes a lot of damage on Ray,
Yeah, it
putting
does
them
deal
down
5.
to 8. Yeah, but it is definitely not the way you want this to be going.
But I guess if you have the second Rage, you can go block Rage, put Ray to 8, and then on the next turn, attack with Claw, put Ray to 7, and then the Rage would make it, 4 minus 1 would be 3. That puts Ray to 4. It's close.
Yeah, and then you have a Burst Lightning, so if Ray ends up doing a double 1 mana turn again, that's pretty good. But yeah, it looks like Daryl's actually going to win. I wonder if Daryl's wanting to go face with this Burst Lightning into turn and actually, or maybe, clear the blocker. We'll have to see, but I'm curious. Yeah, Daryl goes upstairs to Ray down to 11. Daryl's trying to set up lethal here as a draw for turn.
So
and a quick attack.
Yeah, that's going to put Ray to 10. So does double Rage kill through a block here? So it's 1. So the hero would be 5. The claw would be 4. That's 9.
Yep. And you're seeing Ray sort of do some math here too. I think it's not lethal.
But if you the one appealing thing about putting Ray to 1 is that they have 2 pain lands in play. So if you're Daryl, you just say, okay, Rage, put you to 1. You now can't tap either of your pain lands for colored mana. Yeah, I love this play.
Yep. Yeah, I like this from Daryl too, setting up a line for lethal. And just passing back. Now, Ray has a lot of power in play, but it only takes 1 spell, and we do have the 1 with the nowhere to run, and that's going to do it for Ray as Daryl falls to 0 in a lightning fast game there.
Whew. Yeah, that game was really close. Just, making the 2 pain lands, Ray ended up taking I think 5 or 6 damage from their lands, so very, very close one.
Yeah, and it shows just too like how much this rule deck capitalizes on. I mean, Ray took basically the maximum amount of damage that they could have taken from they used the mana every turn, they pained every turn, except for the turn where they couldn't, and it was very impressive there still. And shows a lot of game this picture decks has. Let's check out our sideboard real quick here. We're gonna start with Daryl Ayers. We have 2 Lithomantic Barrage, 3 Obstinate Baloth, 3 Paw Patch Formation, 3 Questing Druid, 3 Sunspine Links, and a Torch the Tower. Devin, what do you like?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that Daryl could go with this. Obstinate Baloth is something that these players usually go gravitate towards against something like Hopeless Nightmare. But then there's kind of this weird dance where if they have Baloth, maybe you sideboard out your Nightmares. So that could be some sort of, little bit of give a game inside the game kind of thing. Questing Druid, if your resources are getting taxed, then Questing Druid is very good at allowing you to get more resources. But I mean, if you have a game like that we just had where Ray just has 3 otter tokens and is racing you, the Questing Druid's not good in those games. Sunspine Links is interesting because I believe there's only 1 basic land in Ray's deck list. So Links could, deal a ton of damage. And it's also something that you don't want to bounce with something like Nowhere This Town Ain't Big Enough. And then Barrage as well. That could be something to clean up in early, like, Fear of Isolation or Otter Token.
Definitely, and let's take a look at Ray's deck. And I was about to say, normally Sunspine Links is great, but Ray, maybe even thinking
Oh,
about it, actually has 5
5
basic
basics?
lands in their
Oh
deck.
boy.
Yeah, I think it really shows too the way Ray views this deck, right? We have a ton of islands, 2 of them, 3 swamps. We'll take a look at the sideboard before we go too in depth on that. I just wanted to shout out that normally I think that's true, and Daryl might even make that play, but
Yeah.
we might end up with a hand that has 2 or 3 basics. Regardless, there are 2 Destroy Evils, 1 Dream of Steel and Oil, 2 Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Grim Bauble, 2 Lorna of the Third Pass, 2 Pass Control, and 2 Preacher of the Schisms here for Ray. What do you like, Devin, and why?
So the Grim Baubles seem like they're slam dunks, being able to kill the early 1-drops, also a way to kill a Hardfire hero without taking additional damage, and is something good you want to bounce. Pass Control, there's a lot of 1-drops in the red deck. Those seem like pretty good. Not sure about the discard spells. There's a good number of targets in Daryl's deck for Duress, namely kind of the high value ones being Talent and Rage, but Daryl does have a lot of creatures, so that may be not something you want to go towards. Preacher of the Schism is a fantastic blocker, but I don't know if you want to go towards that on the draw. Maybe that's something you would rather have on the play.
Mm-hmm.
So really, the pest controls and the baubles for sure. And then past that, Ray has a couple of, different plans they can take depending on what role they kind of would like to do, whether it's play or draw. I think that definitely is going to change a lot of the sideboarding here.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to mention too, along with all of that, is we talked about like the change or whatever, right? Ray's deck is definitely more controlling, but it still has that core aggressive element, right? I mean, Ray just killed there on turn 4,
Yeah.
which is really good for your deck that also can play these longer, grindier games. Really impressive, and why you see a lot of people play Esper Pixie, even though once again it did not have the performance I think a lot of players were expecting from the Pro Tour, and they're like, oh, none of the top 8 has to be a bad deck. Not really how Magic works. Sometimes these things don't convert this way. Sometimes your deck needs to adapt. Sometimes your opponent's decks adapt in a way that makes a lot of sense for the PT, not a lot of sense for an open field here. So these are things that happen. And speaking of things that also happen, Devin, we have more events coming up. So I want to quickly show our next one here in Chicagoland. That's going to be May 10th through the 11th. We're going to do a modern 10K showdown on Saturday. That will be post the ban and restricted announcement coming up at the end of this month. So keep an eye out for that. And then Sunday, 5K standard trial as well. Remember, if you win one of our showdown events, you'll be joining us at our champs event end of the year, $30,000 prize pool, and an invite to the Pro Tour on the line. So you definitely don't want to miss out on your opportunity to play in that event or miss out on the coverage. Maybe you live too far away. We understand we got people from all over the world that watch, so make sure you click that follow button because we're going to stream all this to you as our players are presenting their decks to cut, which means it's time for more Magic, Devin.
Oh yeah. And one thing that we kind of touched on briefly during the sideboarding is, I had mentioned the Sunspine Lynxes, and you had brought up the fact that Ray has 5 basic lands in their deck. And, one thing that you kind of touched on towards the end there is Daryl might not know that, against most Pixie players, Sunspine Lynx, fantastic card. And to be honest with you, even with 5 basics, it's still pretty good. I mean, like if you look at the end of that game, Ray still had 3 in play, didn't draw a basic that game. But just those very subtle, one thing I love about like specifically Ray and the deck list that they make is they do a lot of these subtle changes, but like it's subtle changes that have such a cascading effect on a lot of different matchups. In an open deck, or excuse me, a closed deckless tournament like this, you gain a lot of edges in situations like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think people underestimate just the difference that 1 or 2 cards can make a lot of times, let alone
Yes.
sometimes these whole swath changes, right? And I think, if maybe you've heard the name CFT Sock or Ray Zhang before, and you don't really, a lot of times we mention them, but we don't really mention what they've done. So really quickly here, like the Aftermath Analyst deck is a deck that Ray put a lot of work into. Similarly, the Slogurk deck is another one where Ray put a lot of work into, really innovating and looking in spaces that lots of other players don't. And honestly, in my mind, it's so telling that Ray's playing Pixie. Now, this could be a situation where maybe Ray last second decided to play our event, was in town, and could only borrow the Pixie deck. But typically, Ray tries to, sort of break the mold on what other players are doing, right? Sort of avoids that sort of stuff. Now, we have seen Ray play this deck a lot on Magic Online, so they clearly like it. But it's really telling to me that this is what's happening here as we see the Dreams of
Oh, this
Steel
is
and Oil.
funny. This is so funny because normally you see discard spell, right? Discard spell doesn't want to take Obstinate Baloth. Mason, that Dreams of Steel and Oil exiles. So
Yeah.
if Ray does have a Hopeless Nightmare, they can just take the Obstinate Baloth, gets exiled, doesn't get to put into play, and then they know that the Hopeless Nightmare is good to go.
Yeah, it's a super interesting spot here too, because also that play is super tempting, especially if you have the Nightmare in hand. But there's this Manifold Mouse that's your only other play currently because we're only on 2 lands. So yeah,
Yep.
you're seeing Ray sort of be like, I think thinking exactly what you were thinking there. Do I need to take this Baloth so that my Nightmare type cards are alive? Or maybe can I even kill the Screaming Assist? Now we have a nowhere to run in hand, so it's probably less of an issue. But we see
Yeah, and
Daryl
I
did pick up
actually
lands.
and I don't even think that Ray had the I don't even think Ray had the Nightmare in their hand. So it's one of those situations where it's like, well, if I don't have the Nightmare, I don't really care if you have the Baloth, and if I draw the Nightmare, then I just won't cast it, you know.
Yeah, I also wonder, does Ray even have Nightmares on the draw?
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that's something that I know when I play this deck is something I will sometimes trim down on in matchups like this, where it's like, well, I don't have time to get on the board. And that, well, excuse me, I need to get on the board. I don't have time to not affect the board. Misspoke there. As Preacher of the Schism is going to attack in here for 2. And this is so telling when Ray is like, I'd like to start racing against your creature. You know, this extra life just means the Preacher gets to make that 1/1 and puts Daryl in an unenviable position as Storm Teacher's talent comes down.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get the life totals updated. Obstinate Baloth does not give your opponent 4 life. It would not be very good if it did that. So Daryl was the one who should be at 24. I guess now at 22 after taking 2 from the Preacher. So maybe we'll see if we can get that updated for you folks at home. But yeah, this is 5 mana to kill a Preacher is not the worst exchange. But do we have a bounce spell?
Yeah, yeah, and I you know what? A lot of respect here from Daryl. Daryl knows it's over. These players are both very skilled. Daryl's played multiple pro tours as well. Doesn't have still the same pedigree as Ray has had, but knows that like, hey, I'm dead. I can't win this game. I'm gonna pack things up. So congratulations to Ray Zhang there. We're gonna see it take a second to talk here. We're gonna see if Ray wants to do an interview, as we do like to do here on the NRG series. But if not, we do have a backup match, so don't worry. We've got more Magic coming to you either way. But yeah, Devin, I mean, what a game, and really shows too. I think when you see plays like that from high skill players, you really know like some games are over sooner than it maybe looks, and these early decisions have such cascading implications, right? Especially I think in this standard format.
Yeah, I mean if you look at Daryl's hand towards the end, it just Daryl didn't have anything left over and was just recognized when he was dead. And just yeah, I mean really just not a lot else to say. See, Ray played that game very well. The decision with the Dreams of Steel and Oil was able to take Daryl's really only 2 mana play, and then from there, Daryl was not really able to do all that much.
Yep. Yeah. And like you mentioned, it was very tempting. And I think also probably telling about the sideboarding too, right? Like thinking back on the hand or whatever, if Ray was debating on that, that does probably mean Ray kept in some amount of hopeless nightmares or maybe has some other discarding type effects that could have had the punish there. But also just in general, I really love and respect the like, okay, I have all this information. And we knew that Ray is sort of in a strong position at that point too, especially if the manifold goes. This is right? Like I need to double check this because tournaments are often won and lost on these little decisions like that, right? Or maybe Ray loses that game because of that small mistake. Then mulligans to 5, loses the next game, and suddenly Ray's 2-1 when they could have been 3-0. And I really just respect when tight players, especially when you had a lightning fast game 1 like that, it's like, okay, I've earned the extra 20 seconds, even though it might look quote unquote obvious, right? Especially if you knew you side out your nightmares. It's like, all right, I know what I'm supposed to do, but am I like, is this the game where I'm supposed to deviate? And taking that second, I think is something you see constantly from the highest level players, right? When they have these games in really great positions, they double check their work, and
I was going to
something
make
to learn
sure.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, and that first game was just won on razor thin margins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Daryl was able to get Ray all the way down to 1 life with 2 pain lands in play, had to dodge a spell, which Ray ultimately had. But I mean, that game was still super close. Ray took 5 damage from their lands that game. It was Daryl was really just 1 turn away, 1 spell away from winning the game, one one what do you call it, the blizzard
Attack
trigger
step.
away from winning. Yeah, 1
Yeah.
attack step. So,
Mm-hmm.
both. I guess I wouldn't say both very close games. At least game 1 was.
Yeah.
But game 2, yeah, Daryl's hand was maybe just a little bit too slow.
Yeah. And that unfortunately sometimes does happen. Post board these Gruul decks sometimes become a little chunkier, right? And I
Yes.
wonder, like, did Daryl's opposite Baloth, like what was taken out for that, right? If it's overprotect, that makes a lot of sense, not the end of the world. If it's like a Heartfire Hero or like a Swift Spear, maybe that's totally different. But speaking of what happened in that match, let's go down to Ray. Congratulations on being 3-0. How are you feeling today?
Um, well, I had to submit a very scuffed deck list because of card availability, but so far it's going okay.
Ray, is that why you have 5 basics in your deck?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we actually thought it was like a strategic decision against Demolition Field or Sunspine Links, but okay, now that makes a little bit more sense now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you've been playing a lot of this Esper Pixie deck, right? Like on Magic Online, we've seen that, and I think a lot of players think of you as like an innovator, right? And someone that really tries to do different things and push metagames forward. What has you so in love with this Pixie deck? Because in my mind, I don't think of you as a Pixie player, but I'm starting to think of you as a Pixie player now. What's the deal?
So for the Pro Tour, I registered Pixie because mostly because I didn't believe in my other options. But
Sure.
after the Pro Tour, Rini Autumn Burchett has been trying the card Stock Up in this deck, and I think it's like really nice because it allows you to like have instead of being a aggro deck, you can like transform into this. You're now this like mid-range deck with like a lot of different and possible game plans, and you're just still playing like the most efficient cards. And so I don't know, I really like the deck now, I think.
That makes a lot
Yeah,
of
and
sense.
that's one thing that we were talking about in the booth is it really kind of changes even the post board games too, where you have a lot of these very high impact cards, and now you have stock up to kind of find those more high impact cards. You see those cyber cards more often. As far as the main deck decisions, you mentioned the 4 copies of stock up, 0 copies of optimistic scavenger, which is something that a lot of Pixie players are playing. And talk to me about the removal of scavenger from the deck.
Okay, I think you should probably play like 2 scavengers or something. But or, like I was planning to place 2 scavenger, but then I had to like fix my mana base, and now I have like less emphasis on white, and then like I also couldn't find a second scavenger that wasn't foil, so that was part of the reason. um,
Sure.
but like scavenger like post board against a lot of decks, like it's not that it's a very efficient card in terms of like putting power and toughness on the battlefield, but it can like introduce a lot of problems if you like draw at the wrong time, and or like uh it makes some hands a little weak, and then it's like weak to pest control or blast zone. But I still think like you should some people have been like cutting all of them now, but I still like playing a couple, but I don't think I want to play the full 4.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense to me. Well, Ray, thank you so much for taking a second to talk to us. We're going to get back to our backup feature matches, and we're going to let you go back to hanging out before you get some more Magic games to be played. A lot of rounds left, and we'll hopefully see you later in our day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Well, it was great to talk to Ray there for a second and get their opinion on everything. And it makes a lot I was curious about all the basics. I'm not going to lie. In my mind, I was like, this doesn't track, but Ray is very smart. And I know that, like, does the math or whatever. And I was like, I'm just going to trust, and, and we'll bring it up later. And then Ray being like, well, I wanted to game. I had to get my deck together. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, 3 Dark Slick Shores, maybe not the best, but at least we figured it out. So I think we're ready to go to a time shifted match.
Let's do it. Let's head to our backup match. Maybe. Also really speaks to like how much more tight technical play matters than anything, right? But yes, we're down in our Mexican managers. Joe on your left with Demir Control versus David on your right with Zur Domain. All right. This is going to be a wild one, Devin.
Yes, it is. So Demir Control, we have it labeled as Control. This is actually the kind of Demons version. So Joey is playing 3 copies of Jace the Perfected Mind and 2 Doomsday Excruciator. That, my friends, is what we call a combo. So you play the Doomsday, you get them to 5 cards in library, and then play the Jace, mill them out. You also have Restless Reef, which can mill them out. Not fully from, Doomsday is 6, right? 6. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, Doomsday is 6. So the Reef, the math doesn't quite work on Restless Reef because you put them to 6, they draw to 5, then the Reef mills for 4. But it still can, do the job and close out the game. And then for David's side, kind of the more traditional domain type of stuff. We got some overlords, we got some Zers, we got some Bezos, we got some bindings and some beanstalks. So kind of the just business as usual here for David. But this has to be a fantastic matchup for Joey, right? Just not only having the combo, which is very hard for domain to interact with, also just Jace by itself is quite good against domain.
Yeah, it's like a card a lot of players sideboard for these like sort of mirrors, right? And getting to game one, it's huge. Now the duress misses, hits no cards. That's
awkward.
That's gonna help. Advantage bar swings a little David's direction, but it's definitely not the end of the world too. Because really, what Joe wanted is no up the beanstalk on two, right? That sort of thing of where David kind of gets to perfectly curve out and overwhelm you is the problem. And while Joey rather take it than hopefully dodge it, it does sort of clear the way for that as we're seeing some land go from these players, and we're going to see a lot of that. It looks like Joe's actually going to slam down this stock up.
Yeah, now as far as, you see the deck list labeled Dimir Control. So you see the word control, and you might associate that with a lot of counter spells. Looking at Joey's main deck, there's no counter spells. It's all kill spells. There's, discard spells in the form of duress, a couple of sweepers, and then anoint, cut down, go for the throat, shield Roots Edict. So not a single counter spell in the main deck. So doesn't really mind too much about tapping out, but the stock up is really good for this Dimir control / demons deck because it sets up the combo, right? Whatever half you're missing of Doomsday or Jace, it can find that other half. So fantastic card for a deck like this.
I think the way I really think about this deck is like a tap out control deck, right?
Yes.
Like it's not as much about holding up mana. And like you mentioned there, like maybe the best analog is sort of Pioneer Inverter, where we're trying to set that thing up to win the game, right? And so stock up sort of being your dig through time replacement is pretty huge, as we are going to see David slam down this Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Mason, you mentioned Dimir Inverter, and now I can't stop thinking about what if Inverter was unbanned in Pioneer and you got to play stock up in that deck? Like,
listen, anyways. I would love for Inverter to be unbanned, but
I still have 40 copies. So if that gets unbanned, I'm just saying.
It's one of my favorite decks I've ever played. Maybe it's because it's also one of the best decks I've ever played. Hard to know. As we do see David here playing the 5th land, has Zur in hand. Gonna play that Zur and attempt to activate the Overlord and just smack in. Yeah. Joe, I think, saying, hey, I'm going to respond to the activation. It's just a cut down. And then we're going to Shield Roots Edict down that Overlord. And this is what David needs. We need pressure if we're going to win and, prevent Joe having time to get the demon combo. But
right. So even no counter spells, Joey is still able to cleanly answer and could play a Jason on an empty board here. I saw a Jason Joey's hand. At least we're maybe thinking about it. Ooh, the tome, the book. We're going to
pull up the Maze Mind Tome. Zoomers, I've never seen this card before. A Foundation All-Star. Reckoner Bankbuster version 1, as they call it.
Yeah. This is the prototype, right?
Not to be confused with the prototype mechanic as Overlord of Mist Force comes down.
But yeah, you could pay 2, tap, put a counter on it, draw a card. You can tap, put a counter on it, descry 1, and when it has 4 counters, you exile it and gain 4 life. So basically, it's if you think about it, it's 10 mana, draw 4, which
it's nice. I mean, and gain some life is pretty huge. Also, a lot of times you end up just scrying. I found with this card, like 2 or 3 times, just like, okay, I just want to make sure I like make all my land drops and have the resources that I played in the early game. And, it becomes like 4 mana, draw 1, scry 3, gain 4. And in the right matchups, that's really good. As we are going to see Joey make another land drop into a Jace.
Yeah, in a matchup like Mice, for example, where you're looking for very specific sweepers, the scry, you don't have enough mana to activate the tome to draw cards. Being able to scry off of that and then eventually gain 4 life is pretty huge. Jace is kind of the card here. Now, you see, Joey tapped out. There is an Overlord hanging out. So if David has a second copy of Zur, this is going to be a brutal turn here for Joey because the Overlord can cleanly answer the Jace. So we'll have to see if David does have a second Zur.
Yep. We're going to see Day of Judgment, Temporary Lockdown, and land hit the graveyard for David. 3 cards he didn't want. Sometimes the mill giveth, sometimes the mill taketh.
I saw it, Mason. I believe there is a second Zur in David's hand.
I think so too, and that is going to be a really big issue.
Okay,
it looks like
how about a third Zur?
Yeah, are we just actually maybe making it seem like we needed the Zur? I guess it's possible.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
it makes. Oh, okay.
Okay, I like this.
Do we not have a Zur?
No, I think we do. So we're getting the Overlord, and I think the idea here is my Moths kill the Jace, right? I'll make land drop this turn, and then next turn I can
twice.
Yeah, I can do it twice and present lethal. And then if Joey wants to deadly cover up, which he's going to need if he's going to win, he's going to need something like that. I get to dodge that, right? So I think that's the idea behind David's play here is basically I'm going to try and set up to play, this 2 turns you're dead game and force you to have a lot of it if you're going to beat me over this next turn cycle. Because deadly cover up's the cleanest way to clean things up here, and it's 5 mana.
Yeah, and the moths went upstairs. If you're in Joey's seat and you're looking at the moths attacking you instead of the Jace, you got to be like, what?
Yeah.
I'm in danger.
And along that same line, too, like if Pollen isn't getting Zur, you have to think that David either has Zur or thinks David has lethal, right? Because obviously Zur represents 2 moths as well. So clearly something's up here. As Joey unfortunately does not have the Doomsday Executioner to execute the combo before that draw, but now we do.
Yeah, he drew it off of the Jace. A little too late though.
Yeah,
because if you tap out for Doomsday, you're surely you're just dead on board to the well, okay. So untap land. If you Doomsday block one of the Overlords, that would be what, 15?
1 over.
Right? Yeah, 1 over.
Oh, but the Jace. Oh no, the Jace already minus. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Yeah, Jace.
Yeah. Tough spot to be here.
So you have to have a sweeper, but then even if you have a sweeper, untap land Zur is still exactly 14.
Yeah, and Joey might just have to play around and hope that David, despite being tuna, maybe made a misstep here, just doesn't have it. It's very obvious something's going on in hand, right? I mean, David could have, like we said, got the Zur. Joey's played a lot of events here.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're in Joey's side of things, do you just have to assume that David has the Zur if he got the Overlord last turn? You probably do.
I think you have to, but I think we actually hit a point where we can't beat that card. So now we have to hope our opponent either doesn't have the land, right? They could be slow rolling us on the land, but we have to hope they don't have it, or they just made a mistake, right? And I think that is sort of your out to victory at this point is sort of, okay, my opponent's either, ideally maybe messed up or overthought things a little bit, or they just don't have the mana, and I have to win that way because we're not going to win through normal means. And I don't think we drew a land. We drew another Zur.
Yep, no untap land. So you can go Zur, animate 1 Overlord, but the Doomsday can block the 1 Overlord. You take 8, go to 6, and the second Jace would just kill David.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Zur come down. David here. It's going to animate one of the Overlords, but this isn't lethal like you said.
Yeah, David can, attack the Jace, but that doesn't matter because we know that Joey has a second Jace in hand. And this should be all she wrote. So that was a really close. David had the opportunity to play the Zur last turn, decided to, understandably so, hold the Zur until the next turn to try and one shot to play around the sorcery speed kill spells and sweepers. But yeah, really, Joey just was able to that was a really close one.
Yeah, that was a super close game there. And I mean, I think that's just a situation where it makes sense from both sides, and we sort of played to our outs to win. So we're going to have to see what happens in game number 2 as we are running low on time and round. So we're going to skip sideboarding once again this round for our time shifted feature match and just head into game number 2 here and get you as much of this match as we can, as the players are moving at 1.5 speed as well. That's the magic we have.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight real quick. David's sideboard's got 3 negates, and that is most of what we're doing here as far as the domain thing. And then Joey has some Overlords and a couple of negates of his own that maybe he can go towards, different alternate plans. But I mean, to be honest with you, Joey's plan A is pretty good in this matchup. It's really hard for David to interact with the combo of Doomsday plus Jace, because even if you have Leyline Binding or some other kill spell, the Doomsday is still going to get the trigger and the Jace is still going to mill. So the only way for David to stop that is those 2 copies of negates. So there's not really a ton here for David in terms of defense against that.
Yep, as we are seeing some land go here from David, and then Overlord of the Mistmores comes down. Joey doing some scrying, trying to find lands here with this Maze Mind Tome. We talked about it a little in game 1 about how, surprisingly powerful this card is. As it helped Joey get that land we needed at the Dark Slick Shores. And it's time for a little combat. The Moths are heading in.
Beatdowns. Ooh, cut down stayed in. Okay, I guess Zur. That does make sense.
Yeah, I think it's probably just your cheapest answer to that. And Caretaker's Talent here from David. You see, even Joey mentioned, not a card you see a ton of in the domain decks, but David is playing it here this weekend as a way to get a couple more cards. As Joey's like, well, I don't know, I'm gonna negate that. I'm tight on mana.
Yeah, that is a one of in David's deck list. It looks like David decided to play that as the kind of a fifth copy of Up the Beanstalk, which sort of makes sense. You have a bunch of ways to make tokens between both overlords, green and white, make tokens off of that, and Sunfall makes tokens. So you have some ways to make tokens to do that.
Yep. And it looks like we're
Joey potentially missing a land here.
Joey, looks like we're scrying with the Maze
We're
Mind
scrying
Tome.
upkeep. Yeah, I think we're scrying upkeep because we're looking for lands. He did find one. And I believe the leftovers, stock up. Couldn't quite get a good look of what we have past that.
I think it's stock up land, Jace, and miscellaneous cards. So
5 lands off the stock up.
I think it's close to it if it isn't.
I think it's 5.
Yeah, I mean, you have the creature land and the Verge. Those aren't the end of the world. You also have the swamp that you could take so that you turn your other Verge online. I mean, at this point, if we're missing land drops, getting a couple lands here isn't the end of the world. It looks like Joey is holding up Cut Down here for potentially the Moth or Zur.
Yeah, to be honest with you, even if the stock up was 3 spells and 2 lands, Joey still might have just taken 2 lands anyways because he's kind of light on mana. Does have to get to 6 to be able to cast that Doomsday Excruciator. But yeah, we not a lot of pressure here for David, although land Zur could represent a good amount of pressure. And with Joey only having 1 mana up, doesn't really have a way to stop the Zur. Curious as to what the Cavern is naming, whether it's, I don't know if we probably don't have the way to, confirm that in terms of the time shifted match, but I don't think I see black mana. So if it's not naming human or wizard, probably can't cast the Zur this turn.
I can't remember for sure.
Well,
okay, it looks like it was naming it. I was gonna say, I know we casted the Overlord, but we also had double white, so it was really a matter of if David wanted to play around removal. And looks like Joey was maybe bluffing that Cut Down.
Yeah, I think if you're in Joey's seat, even if you have the Cut Down, you probably don't like if your hand is Cut Down plus Sweeper, you probably don't even use the Cut Down there because you're going to sweep next turn anyways, and the life just doesn't matter for David. And look at that, we have exactly enough to get rid of the Zurs, and that's going to be huge. Getting to take the rest of the Zurs out of David's deck list is going to mean that Joey does not have to worry about that the rest of the game, and that's probably David's best way to kind of put a bunch of pressure into play and, maybe kill the turn that Joey decides to tap out for a Doomsday. So not having to worry about those Zurs is, it's going to make David's life a lot harder.
Yep. As we see these Zurs, I think we just have 3. Looks like we have one of the completed Planeswalkers. I think that was the Emperor. But
I think it was, the Eternal Wanderer, I believe.
Yes, excuse me. I was calling them by their name, not their card name. That's on me. I believe that's the lore. They are the Wanderers. We call them, but their name is like the Emperor, or maybe like the people aren't supposed to know her name. It's like a thing on Kamigawa. Very interesting.
I'm glad you know the lore because that is an area of expertise that I am not familiar with.
I surprisingly know a lot about the Magic lore.
Okay,
it's come in handy a few times.
That's why we see
Overload in this force. Yeah. Hey, if I didn't know about the lore, you wouldn't have Flage. So you know what? You're welcome.
That is true.
As we see, Jace is in hand for Joey, which means if we had the demon here, it'd be huge. But looks like if we do have it, we're at least taking a think. And I think we might just be passing the turn back. Yeah, we're going to hold up our mana here. Go for the
I think it might have been 2 Jaces. Can't remember.
Yeah,
I thought at least 1.
Gonna pop the Maze Mind Tome, draw a card now, and that's gonna undo the moth damage. So we sort of get this one for free if we want it. But we're gonna cut down one of these moths. So we're gonna be up 2 on the exchange.
Joe's gonna go to 11. And then see what the follow-up here. It's another 4 mana Overlord impending. Yeah, and you see without the Zur, it's just really hard for David to put a whole bunch of pressure. These 2 ones, they are meaningful pressure, right? They're not 0 for sure, but it's definitely not nearly as good as having a 7/7 that creates 2 more of those every turn. So it is a lot harder for David to kill without the Zur.
Yeah, and you see Joey decide to keep a card on top. I have to imagine it's either a sweeper or the executioner. As it looks like, yeah, we're playing Jace. That might be a really clear sign that the Doomsdayer is coming. So it looks like we're going to tick up on Jace, turn one of these moths offline.
Yeah, so then 4 damage coming across. The Jace can get hit for 4. That puts it to 2. But then if Joey has the Doomsday, Jace being a 2 is still lethal because that's 6 cards. The Doomsday puts you to 6.
Yeah,
and worth noting, David's counter spells in the sideboard are only negate. So now that the Jace is in play, the Doomsday cannot be interacted with in any meaningful way. I guess technically it can. You can binding the Jace in response to the Doomsday.
Yeah, I would say I think we even have the binding in hand.
Oh,
so it's really a matter. Okay, Joey had Overlord of the Flood Pits. We were just okay. Maybe trying to get us to fight over the Jace. You do need to ask the question now of cards in deck, as we have 2 Jaces.
So what's that? 33 right now?
I think it looks about right, yeah.
Okay, can we do a quick count? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 4 exile. That's 10, 12, 15 plus cards in hand. So it looks like maybe about 40-ish.
Yeah.
Give or take.
That's close, but not enough. We're going to just take a redraw here with our Jace. Mill David for 3.
Yeah, these domain decks tend to have a lot more cards in deck when they don't draw 7 extra cards off the beanstalk.
Yeah, we do think of it as something that sort of, overwhelms the cards, not always. And it looks like the Executioner was picked up, but we're going to start with this Flood Pit.
Interesting.
Just going to take some cards. Yeah. A little surprised to not see the Doomsday, but it looks like Joey's maybe trying to set up for that card.
Do we have it in hand? I couldn't quite get a good look at Joey's hand. He does. Okay.
Yeah, we picked it up off the Jace activation again.
Another
situation that.
I wonder if maybe he's waiting for a turn where he can go Doomsday with Negate up in case there's a binding. And yeah, so binding's going to take care of the Jace. And now without the Jace in play, you don't really have a way to kill with the Doomsday. You're taking 6 damage going to 1. Maybe there's a kill spell here that can prevent that, but I mean, the Doomsday only blocks one of these flyers. If you take 6 and go to 1, you need at least a sweeper here.
Yeah. And now
Overlord's coming into play too.
All right. So, I mean, Joey, go for the third of the Overlord. Shows he doesn't have a Wrath, but he drew one. But there is a negating hand for David. And yeah, I mean, we wanted to get a card off the Jace, but I think it ended up biting us a little bit here.
Presumably, if Joey had a negate, he would have fought over the Leyline binding.
Yeah, presumably. Which means Joey's probably in pretty big trouble here. We'll have to see. As it looks like we are tapping 5 mana. I believe that is.
There's the sweeper. But yeah, this negate should just clear it up. Because I don't think there was a way for Joey to fight over this.
I don't think so either. And these 3 buys that all represent lethal is a bit of an issue.
Now, we've already gone through, what, I think at least 2 cut downs. Yeah, that's going to be it.
Yeah, so that's going to get us a game number 3 here between Joey and David. That was a tight one there. It felt like something that kind of Joey had most of the tools to go the distance, but just couldn't quite get there. And that's what happens sometimes. So we're going to go on to our game number 3. But as a small little warning, there was a little bit of a technical glitch. So we lost the first 2 turns. Don't worry, we still have the rest of the game. Probably won't be the end of the world in this matchup. Luckily, it's not something like, Ray versus Daryl in the first part of this round. So we're going to head on down to our feature match area and get you game number 3 here of our backup match in round number 3.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where, as you see, nothing happened in the first 2 turns anyways, so we're kind of fine here. You missed a couple of land drops, to be fair. But yeah, it looks like we came just in time for Joey playing the Overlord on turn 3. Very interesting to see how that game played out, where it's like, David had that one big turn where it was able to go for Zur. Joey, was able to follow up with the cover up to take care of the Zers, but then just the back-to-back Overlords after that, Joey, had the tools to be able to go for the combo, waited a turn to try and set up for the, the combo with negate backup, presumably, but David was able to, almost feels like David stole that one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it really does feel that way.
All right, Beza, which I believe is for nothing. Just 4 mana 4/5. I don't even think we got the card off of it. So 4 mana 4/5. Mason, what is the most iconic 4 mana 4/5 vanilla that we can use for comparison? You know how people say like, Gray Ogre and Goblin Piker and all that stuff.
I don't
Find
know.
me a 4 mana 4/5.
I'll do some research between rounds. I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know this Jace is coming down and milling David for 2 Overlords and a land and giving Joey that land drop. Let's see.
I can't think of any. I was going to say Leatherback Baloth, but that's a 3 mana 4/5.
That's the 3 4 5. Oh yeah, that does not count. Got to match it up equally here, but we'll get our greatest minds on it later.
We'll find something.
Siege Rhino? Yes, Siege Rhino. It's like a vanilla sometimes. Am I right? As the Mistmores comes down, these Moths are back at it.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting dynamic where, the Jace... Oh, well, never mind. We're dead.
Yeah.
There is no dynamic. I lied.
As Doomsday Executioner comes down, that's going to remove all but 6 cards in the deck here, and then we're going to see Joey target David with a mill for 6 cards thanks to the Jace going down. Yeah, I mean, David accidentally showed him cards, but
him.
At the end of the day, it really doesn't
matter. We're
matter.
Mill it anyways.
I think David thought that we were minusing on the mill 3 draw a card mode and forgot that Jace does the mill X times 3 mode. So that's going to do it here for Joey. He's going to win game number 3 here versus David in the blue-black control versus Zer matchup. Pretty impressive stuff there from that blue-black deck. I think if it hits the right matchups, it's really powerful like that one. We'll have to see if Joey can keep it up. But speaking of keeping it up, Devin, we've got more Magic to show you. So we're going to take a quick break and set up our feature matches for round number 4, and we'll be right back. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG feature match area. It went live and we weren't ready. Who knows how it goes? I'm Mason Clark, joined by Devin O'Donnell, known as Doomwake. And Devin, we've got more Magic for you this round. It's not changing. It's all standard today. Bunch of it. Are you excited?
I am very excited. We have some red. We have a lot of mountains in our feature match area this round, but different flavors of mountains, right? All 3 red decks we have are slightly different. We're going to be taking a look at Boros versus Gruul. Should be a very fast matchup, but I'm interested to see how kind of that dynamic plays out with the green cards versus the white cards. So should be interesting.
It's going to be a great time. I can't wait to see it. And I wanted to see our players to watch really quick before we head down to our feature match area as our players are shuffling up and getting ready for this game because we've got some big names. We saw Ray Zhang last round in our feature match area 3-0. Garrick Alford, our player of the year, the only other 3-0 of our players to watch. Everyone else 2-1 or lower. We're going to have to see how those players can battle it out. There's a lot of points on the line this weekend, as this is, our second big stop of the year. And if you look at our yearly leaderboard, you're going to see Grayson Nimitz here at our only person locked up the invitational. But a lot of points to be given out. And you're going to see a lot of these players battle out, even though they're 1 and 2 and maybe sort of, eliminated from our top 8 contention, a lot of points to be gained.
Yeah, every point matters. We constantly see at the end of the year when we're going and tallying up all the points for the player of the year race, where, there's very, very slim margins in terms of how many points are separated between the 2 players, 1 and 2. And, realistically, if any point these players can get their hands on, very important in all these kinds of events.
Yep, we saw in 2022 Connor Mullally make it by a single point, and we saw in 2024 that one more good finish could have made it a difference for Garrick, but Garrick locked it up. So congratulations to him, and we'll be seeing more of him as the weekend goes on, especially if he continues this undefeated record. But speaking of undefeated, I want to see some mono red players battle it out, as one of them is going to have to finally take an L, as these mice decks have really infested standard. Very thematic.
Yes. Yeah. We need some, what's the, we need to figure out if we can fight. We need to hire an exterminator, I guess, as you were, to get these mice out of here. But we have Gruul on the left-hand side of your screen in the hands of Jeff Schultz and Boros in the hands of Connor. Now, the core of these decks, very similar. Emberheart Challenger, Hardfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, Monstrous Rage. You're used to those kinds of cards. The differences here, as far as the Boros side of things is concerned, we have 4 Lightning Helix, 2 Boros Charm, 2 Shard Mage's Rescue, and 3 Sheltered by Ghosts. And then as far as the green cards on Jeff's side of things, we have 2 Paw Patch Recruit, 3 Questing Druid, 1 Sentinel of the Nameless City, and 3 Innkeeper's Talents. Now, if you're asking me as far as what side I would want to be on, it's close. I think that, in these kinds of red mirrors, there is a tendency for these games to go a little bit longer where you're both trading off a bunch of cards. And in that side of thing, I think in the games that go a little bit longer, I'd rather be on the questing druid side of things. But if the game is going a little bit faster, which I would say happens more of the time than the longer games, I'd rather be on the side that has sheltered and lightning helix, which is a whole bunch of ways to gain life. Which Mason, I don't know if you know this, but gaining life pretty good in a red mirror.
Yeah, pretty helpful. And while we're talking about all of that, a couple things happened. Heartfire Hero got burst lightninged, and then Manifold Mouse got played. Higher Claw got played. We double striked and we attacked. And now Jeff's decided no blocks. Not going to risk trading my throw my Higher Claw away for a couple life points. As Connor is now figuring out post combat what we want to do, as we do have a couple of plays available to us.
Yeah, here's another big difference is Connor is playing Slickshot Show Off, and Jeff is not playing that card. You don't typically see Slickshot in the Gruul versions because they're a lot more creature heavy. Like, for example, Connor has 21 creatures to Jeff's 26. So a little bit less spells in Jeff's deck for the Slickshots. But Slickshot is more potent in the white version because of the access to Boros Charm, where you can envision a scenario where if Jeff is tapped out, you can just go Slickshot, cast 1 or 2 spells, double strike my Slickshot. That's just going to be lethal the turn that it comes into play. So has that avenue as well.
Yep. And we're seeing Jeff here play another Higher Claw. It's going to be 2 triggers from the ping and the 1 damage, and we're going to hold up this Monster's Rage, maybe as a way to fight around something like Burst Lightning or Torch the Towers. We see one of those in hand for Connor, as Connor now has Emberheart Challenger, Manifold Mouse, and that Slickshot Show Off plotted we talked about before. The Screaming Nemesis, the last one there, and that's a good last one in these red mirrors.
Yeah, Nemesis is quite good in this matchup. And, Jeff, the other thing that Jeff could be doing too is posturing, right? Maybe potentially telling Connor, like, hey, I have a Torch the Tower. If you want to go for something like some sort of, monstrous rage on Slickshot Show Off, I can prevent that. But as you mentioned, here's a Burst Lightning on the Hard Claw, and the monstrous rage is going to protect that. Now, granted, even though it's protected this turn, still doesn't really have any great blocks here. So likely going to be taking 6 damage. And just wanted to highlight Screaming Nemesis as a card that is phenomenal in these matchups because typically the red decks, their kill spells are all damage based, right? So in a situation where you are targeting Screaming Nemesis with something like a Torch the Tower or a Burst Lightning, it's almost always going to get a second card out of the exchange. And you see here, Jeff's like, well, I have to lose my entire board, but the alternative is letting Connor keep the Screaming Nemesis. And I mean, either situation looks pretty bad, as you see Jeff's board just entirely gone now.
Yep, and you're seeing Jeff pass the turn with the Questing Druid in hand. Borostrom picked up here for Connor, a way to push a bunch of damage in various forms. Deal 4 or double striking. The Slickshot Show Off is a way to often push a lot of damage as a kicked Manifold Mouse comes out. You see Jeff shake his head like, yep, that's pretty good. And this is one of the nice things about these mice, Devin, how much card advantage they provide despite being an aggressive deck.
Right, exactly. They're not only very, very fast. Like you typically associate the red deck with the turn 1 Hardfire, turn 2 Manifold Mouse for 2 mana starts, where when you have those kind of starts, you're attacking for 4 on turn 2, and it's really hard for your opponent to keep up. But the combination of the Offspring on Manifold Mouse plus the Valiant trigger on Emberheart Challenger gives you the ability to just grind through so many like removal spells. And I think we're seeing a little bit of mana troubles here from Jeff, not able to deploy a 3rd land and did not find a land off of the Questing Druid. That is brutal.
Yep. We were able to play this Manifold Mouse off the Druid, but our hands is 2 Emberheart Challengers 2 Screaming Nemesis and an Emberheart Challenger, which will be great if we can answer the Slickshot and get some lands on the board. But until then, we're in trouble as Lightning Helix comes down on Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, I think we're done here. So you can Helix the Manifold Mouse, double strike the Slickshot. That's 10, 11, 12, 13. So I believe this is going to put Jeff down to 1.
Yeah, I think that sounds right to me, as the Slick Shot's now representing, well, 10 damage.
Oh, no, right. It is. It's
Yep.
so it's 5, 10, 14. Yeah, it should be
Yeah, this
exact
is as Jeff is like, yeah, that's pretty good. And one of the advantages of playing this Boros deck is you lose a little bit of that grind potential that we see from the Gruul deck, but you gain a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the white cards come up there. Lightning Helix, kill the creature, gain 3 life, and then Boros Charm in combination with Slick Shot show off. Like the double strike after you cast a spell or two is just able to represent so much damage. So the white cards definitely came up there for Connor.
Yeah, I think one of the things to think about with the Boros Mice deck is it's a lot more like playing the like Gruul Leyline deck, where it's a lot more like bursty, combat tricky, where the Gruul deck proper, as we're looking at here for sideboarding for Jeff Schultz, is much more of like a aggressive deck that can play a mid-range backup plan. But let's take a look at our sideboard and see what we might bring in here as 1 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Obstinate Baloth, 3 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Pyroclasms, and 2 Sunspine Links. Devin, what are you sliding in?
So this is kind of interesting, right? If Jeff was playing a traditional Gruul mirror, right, I would assume Pyroclasm is something you want access to regardless, because if they're on the play and or even if your opponent's not on the play and they just start with hero into Manifold Mouse, it's a good way to clean that up. You can also kind of play around your own Pyroclasm by having a challenger in play, and you don't have to overcommit to it. Paw Patch is maybe a little bit more interesting against the Boros version than the Gruul version. Even though Jeff didn't see any enchantments from Connor, you can kind of expect that part of the reason you would want to play white is the inclusion of Sheltered by Ghosts. You can probably assume there's at least 3, maybe 4 copies. So, and can still kill the Slick Shot show up as well. So I like the Paw Patches, I like the Pyroclasms, and probably the Obliterating Bolts as well.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's check out what Connor has in the Boros Mice build. And we have 2 Authority of the Consoles, 3 Destroy Evils, 2 Exercise, 3 Rest in Peace, a Sheltered by Ghosts, 2 Sunspine Links, and 2 Urbrass Forge.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the white cards being, very good in a matchup like this, but Sheltered by Ghosts. And Connor has even more good white cards in the sideboard. Has the 4th copy of Sheltered by Ghosts and 2 Authority of the Consoles. So those 3 seem like slam dunks here. Past that, not seeing a lot else. Destroy Evil doesn't have a ton of targets. There's Innkeeper's Talent, but probably a little too narrow there. Same thing with Exercise. Not a Rest in Peace matchup, not a Forge matchup, and not a Lynx matchup. So, yeah, really just the Authorities and the Sheltered. But I do think that Connor, with the Helixes and the main deck Sheltereds, already has an advantage in this matchup. So, doesn't really need to do a ton during sideboarding.
I agree with that. I think a little bit favored in at least the fast games. As speaking of fast games, our players are shuffling up here for game number 3, but we're going to quickly take a look at some of our future events in case you want to come on out and battle it out. And we're going to be in Chicagoland Saturday, May 10th with our modern 10K showdown. And then Sunday, 5K standard trial on the 11th. You're going to come out and play in that event, get your chance to go to our championship. And worst comes to worst, you can always watch it here at twitch.tv/NRG Series. Make sure to follow along. That way you don't miss any of the action. Where you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. That way you don't miss any of our future matches. We like to bring all these to you. And speaking of bringing it to you, these players, we're going to bring it down to them as they are presenting to cut here for game number 2. We're only halfway through our tournament, Devin. 3-0 is a great start, but a long way to go before you're in that coveted top 8.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't ask for a better start than 3-0, but there is a lot more magic to be played for these players. I was taking a look at towards the top of our standings, and I don't know if you saw the same thing I did, but there is a lot of red decks over there. So
the red
and that's
cards
honestly
are really good.
but yeah, that's a really good sign for Connor, right? If you have decided to play this Boros version of the red deck because you perceive it to be a lot better in the mirror match, and there's a lot of other red decks, then you got to imagine that's a good place to be for Connor.
As speaking of a place to be, we're going to mount and go into Battlefield Forge. Authority of the Council here for Connor. He's sort of zigging when Connor is zagging.
Now, Authority is a fantastic card in the fast games, right? In the games that are involving, turn 1 hero, turn 2 Manifold Mouse, Ember Heart Challenger, all these haste creatures. I will say the green deck, the green version, again, as we talked about, has a little bit better of a late game, right? Has the Questing Druids, has Sentinel of the Nameless City, Connor, or excuse me, Jeff has, I believe the names are swapped, so I got confused there.
I did.
believe
Yeah,
Jeff,
I got a little messed up too.
Jeff has 4 copies of Screaming Nemesis, where Connor only has 2. So I would say Jeff is favored in the late game. And my point that I'm getting at here is Authority is much worse in the games that go longer, right? Authority is great if your opponent's got 4 or 5 creatures early, but if you're playing a bit of a slower game where it's kill your creature, play a questing druid, not as good in those games.
And speaking of not as good, some stuff has happened since we talked about it. Everhard Challenger got played, got Burst Lightning, Higher Claw came down, and now Connor's having to figure out, excuse me, Jeff, as our names are swapped. We'll get that fixed in just a second. It got me there. How we want to play this here is Manifold Mice is going to enter. It's going to be tapped. We're going to gain a life here.
I'm not crazy, right? We had him right for game 1.
We did.
Right,
we did have them right for
him.
game 1. I'm unsure what happened. A little bit of magic happening here.
We're good now. Just gonna make sure we make sure we tell Norm about that in future rounds. Just so he specifically knows about it. I know he's definitely not listening to me right now, but we have an Emberheart Challenger here for Connor. I almost said Jeff. I almost got confused myself. But yeah, this is kind of the Connor wants to be because Jeff has more of that late game stuff to be talked about, the druids and the more nemesis. I don't know if Connor really ever wants to be playing a game that goes long. Like, it feels like almost every single time Connor is the beatdown. We always talk about this, who's the beatdown, right? And you would think that in an aggro versus aggro mirror match, it's just whoever's in the play. But I don't know if that's necessarily the truth, because I think maybe Jeff realizes that his deck is a little bit better in the late game, so he wants to be more of the kill your creature, let's play a longer game. Especially against that Authority too,
Yeah. It looks like players are just double checking their life totals. The mana is a little awkward with the Pain land and the Rock Face Village, and then the Authority's gaining land. So, gaining life. The land is losing. So I think players are just trying to make sure we're all on the same page, as Screaming Nemesis is trying to make that life gain less of an issue.
Mason, you know what that land that Jeff just played is?
That is a Soulstone Sanctuary.
I was trying to trick you on the altar.
No, you won't.
To be fair, there's not really a lot of like alt-art lands. Either the dual lands, which those are colored. You can pretty clearly tell what those are. So I couldn't get you this time.
Not going to catch me slipping, as Manifold Mouse isn't going to get caught slipping either, as it gives itself double strike into Monstrous Rage for an 8-point life swing here. And this is one of the things we didn't talk about too much. The life gain's nice from Connor's deck, but these Gruul decks deal damage in huge chunks that sometimes the life matters a lot because you're at 1, and sometimes you're at -10.
Yeah, when you're getting attacked by a 4-power double strike creature, gaining 3 life, not going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. You see Jeff's last card, I believe there was a Pyroclasm, looking pretty nice on this board. Now that you get a 2/3 and a 3/3, and Connor has a 1/2. So maybe if Connor deploys, say, 2 things, you just kind of just destroy. The game ends on the spot with that Pyroclasm.
I think so, as it looks like Monstrous Rage, Burst Lightning, Manifold, and an unknown here from Connor. A lot of plays available. One of the hard parts of this Gruul deck is just how much of your deck, is playable every turn. You just starting pretty early on, you can do anything.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about that Pyroclasm, and Mason, I think we're going to game 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really brutal, as we are going to get in for 2 here with the Higher Claw, 1 the trigger, 1 from the attack. But Jeff is going to deal a ton of damage here in just a second. And we talked about that Soulstone Sanctuary. It's in play. If we draw another untapped land, we can animate it and double strike it as well. So there's a lot of damage coming over these next 2 turns. And Connor has this, authority, but not really what the game is about in this one, as, Connor doesn't have the tools to really take advantage of the authority the console buys a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how this game is played out, because Connor had the turn 1 authority, but Jeff kind of had more of the I drew double striker plus Monstrous Rage draw, and Authority, like you mentioned, not as good against that kind of start, because all you need to do is untap with 1 creature, and you can kind of put so much pressure on your opponent. And, we talked about how Jeff, it almost seems like Jeff is maybe the control deck in this matchup. But I mean, sometimes you have draws like this where it's just double strike, rage. I don't need to be, we don't need to play a late game. I'm just going to get you dead as quick as possible.
Yeah, and I think you really hit on something big there when you're saying, Jeff's kind of the control. He has more of the interactive pieces where Connor is trying to play that game, but has more of the burst damage. I think, a little bit of temptation here from this authority maybe has got the best of Connor, but there's still game number 3 to be played, as Connor can get on board here, but the Nemesis is basically unblockable. You can't really get it. And we have the land to turn the Soulstone Sanctuary online. It's a tough spot to be.
I don't know if this is maybe a good way to put it, but it almost feels like Jeff has more agency in this matchup as to how he can play the game, where because he has a better late game, he has the ability to say, okay, if I want to do this, I can kill your stuff and draw questing druids. But I mean, both decks still have the Rage, Manifold, Hardfire hero starts. So both players, if you're on the play, sometimes that's just how the game goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As we're going to see Higher Claw get in the way of Manifold Mouse, Jeff drew a Monstrous Rage. Didn't want to animate the Soulstone land because of the Monstrous Rage. Now is going to give Connor a chance to cast a spell, but Jeff in response is going to cast Monstrous Rage back on the Manifold, and that's going to be lethal. Connor does not have a Torch the Tower type card, and we're going to pack it up for game number 3 here as these players are getting ready for that. And, these games, they're short, but there's a lot of really intense decisions, especially in the mulliganing and sideboarding portion of things.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that there is a lot of play draw disparity as well. And not disparity, but play draw, like in terms of what you want your plan to be when you're on the play versus the draw. A card like Authority of the Consoles, maybe a little bit better on the draw when you're on the back foot, but it's perhaps maybe Connor now that Connor's in the play, maybe he wants to go and just be a little bit more aggressive, doesn't want to go towards something like that. Or something like the removal spells too, where it's just, there is a lot of that play draw dynamic. And then in terms of from Jeff's side of things, right, where the stuff like Questing Druid, maybe you have more time to deploy cards like that on the play, not so much time as on the draw. So
definitely. Well, let's quickly take a look at one of our other upcoming events. We talked about the Chicagoland event, but we're also going to Indianapolis here, June 28th through the 29th. We're doing a 10K standard showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, we've heard it. Players wanted us to do some limited, so we're trying it here. Team Showdown Final Fantasy Sealed. That's going to be the most recent standard set at the time. So you're going to want to come out and play in that event. It's going to be June 28th and the 29th in Indianapolis. You can head on over to nerdragegaming.com to get all the info in case you are curious on the exact details. So we hope to see you there, and we're going to be streaming all of it there. It's going to be a fun time. We're going to have to see who we get for our Final Fantasy Sealed commentary team. It's going to be a blast.
Oh yeah, I'm always down for team events. The Final Fantasy set is should be pretty interesting to see exactly how that goes. And we really haven't done a ton of like competitive sealed content on the NRG series before, so be very, very interesting to see how that plays out. And as I mentioned, team events are just they're realistically, Mason, they're the best events, right? In terms of full stop. Just if you could play one type of event for the rest of your life and nothing else, it would probably be a team event.
I love that for you. As our players are sideboarding.
I mean,
I can't do team events. You know what?
Really?
I'll say I just hate team events. I'm tired of acting like I love them. And here's the thing. I get everyone else loves them. So I bring it up. I know that 99% of you love it. I am the 1%. I just can't stand team events. It's just not my bag, baby. I like the 1v1 magic. And I get it. You get to hang out with your friends all weekend, but I don't know. It's never clicked for me, and for various reasons. We could get into the psychology of like the pressure I put on myself to not let my friends down and stuff like that. But I just like it where it's me. If I fail, I only ruin my weekend. You know what I mean? Sure. I don't take down the homies, and I get to go cheer them on when they're doing so well. And I know I can never get over it, as our players are still sideboarding here. It would take a little bit of time, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not alone in that. I know Twitch chat, let me know how you feel about things. YouTube commenters, let me know. But I don't know. I always get so anxious going into team events. I don't want to be the guy that like lets my team down.
I respect that. Like you said, I mean, it definitely, there is some of that, right? It's like you feel maybe a little bit more pressured because you're not playing for yourself. You're playing for the total of 3 people. So I get that. I respect that.
Yeah.
I just think there's like the camaraderie and just being able to, play and discuss with your friends all day.
No,
is,
I totally get where
that.
the people are coming from. I just have a lot of anxiety, Devin. That's
I
the
get you.
secret, So as we are going to have these players shuffle it up and deal them out here for game number 3, the winner of this will be 4-0, a couple rounds away from drawing in. But you know what? You want the match point is Connor. Pick it up. I've never seen that before, so that's a first. I've watched a lot of Magic on commentary. Delta 7 to pick it up from behind, pull it in. That's a new one, Connor. You got me there.
I respect it.
I think I might pick it up.
Just making they're just trying to keep us on our toes,
Yeah, it's got some style to it. As we do see a mountain into a higher claw.
Yeah, see, now this is what Connor wants. You would much rather have, I mean, again, play draw difference matters, right? Where it's like maybe on the draw authority is better a better turn 1 play, but on the play you'd rather just have any 1-mana creature. So Connor, see if there's a kill spell, a hero.
I need a Heartfire hero.
I need a hero.
Mountain number 2 into Emberheart Challenger, an attack for 4 essentially off the higher claw trigger, putting Jeff at 16. And this is what I like to see from Connor. Connor is the bursty Boros deck. Let's put Jeff on the back foot as Manifold Mouse is the draw.
We talked about during sideboarding how we think that if we were to assign roles, I think Jeff would be the control deck and Connor would be the beatdown deck. There shouldn't be 3 counters on that. It should be 2.
Yeah, I think that's a dexterity error. I think Jeff thinks that my mouse is a 3/3. We'll get that fixed though. We'll let the judge know. And
this is as well. Kind of going back to that dynamic where it's like, Jeff now on the draw has a bit better of a late game if we can get there. Problem is with Connor in the play, it's a little harder to get there.
Yeah, 1, you have 2 on your thing, and 2, use our big dice. Mason's got bad eyes. Put them on there as we're attacking in here for 3.
You and me both.
Yeah.
It's time for some new glasses. Is that that's the carnival, right? The 13 life land, I think, that I saw in Connor's hand.
Yes, yeah. Connor has those carnival lands, which are pretty good in these aggressive mirrors, If you're going to be playing the tap lands anyways, that have the chance to sometimes be untapped, is a pretty interesting way to look at it. It looks like we're going to Monstrous Rage and hit another Monstrous Rage.
Is that good?
That's a lot of damage here.
Call that.
I think Connor was looking for a land, but yeah, it looks like we're maybe Jeff's like, hey, if you need to borrow one, I got you.
Math time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prowess is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Plus the hard claw trigger is 12. Did I do that right?
That sounds right to me. And that's going to put Jeff down to 4 if Connor doesn't have anything else to play. And we do soon have a Rock Face Village. That won't do very much for us here unless we have another higher claw. But yeah, I mean, this Emberheart is presenting a ton of damage. And the higher claw ain't shabby either.
I just hope I got my math right. That's all I'm looking for.
As Jeff is going to fall down very low. Now, here's the thing. Jeff could easily kill Connor next turn. You go land, Manifold Mouse,
Manifold,
Monstrous Rage, game's over. That's lethal.
So Manifold would be 3. Manifold Rage would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 8, right?
Oh, is it? Oh, excuse me.
I think it's 16.
So yeah, I guess we're 1 off. So that does sound right, actually, after you start saying it. I felt like so much more. And it looks like the player's just double confirming because Prowess, I think, is, causing us thing here. So Emberheart Challenger is at a 5 and then +2 from the Rage.
Right, so yeah, base powers is 3 and 2, that's 5. 2 Prowess is 7, plus 4 from the Rages, that's 11, plus 1 from the Claw should be 12.
Yeah, so I guess can Jeff win if we have a way to kill? I guess we don't have any of the flings, and Witch Doctor Frenzy won't be able to play. But yeah, it looks like...
no, I think the most amount of damage that Jeff can get to next turn is 16 with land, Manifold, Rage.
Yeah, I think that sounds rightish to me. I guess you could do some interacting with the opponent's board, but yeah, I'm a little confused as to what we're talking about.
We're doing
here.
the math again.
I guess what's possible is maybe we've missed the higher claw trigger or something. I'm not sure. The way the judge seems to be explaining something. Yeah, but
you can't miss prowess, right? Because you
can't miss prowess.
Prowess to deal damage.
Yeah, the way prowess works is as long as you remember it when it comes time for damage, you've remembered it. It's not really a trigger.
Yeah.
You just have to say it when you go to damage. Be like, okay, this is, a 4/4, for example. But we're seeing these rage go on here, and it's hard to believe how much damage is happening.
Look, Mason, I don't blame him. Math is really hard. Math was never, I don't know about you, but math was never my strong suit.
I'm good at the magic type math. It's like the hypergeometric calculator math that I am not good at.
Oh, still like when you're playing Neoform?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
No.
The Neoform person on camera, I think it was at the RC, where they had the TI calculator to calculate how many cards were left in the library.
Is that allowed?
Anyway, I mean, the judge said it was fine, I guess. So.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, and we're gonna see a land.
All right, there we go. If at 4, math was ripe. Oh, and the authority. So even if it was that would have been funny if Connor was at 16 and Jeff actually had land rage manifold, and he's like, okay, well, I go to 17, so now you're, and he does have land rage manifold in hand.
Yeah, he has. I mean, 16 damage is so much on turn number 2, but as you turn number 3, pardon me, but yeah, it's so. I mean, this deck is so good, but unfortunately, I think Jeff is not going to be able to get across the finish line. Nor do I think we have the mana to deploy at all. But yeah, I think Jeff's saying like, look, I could have done this, but it's just not enough.
So I guess, can we survive if we play defense, assuming there's no spell?
It looks like you can, but we know Connor has the Rock Face Village, which presents lethal.
It's just dead on board, right? Because they're both 3s. The attack with both, Claw puts you to 3, then you can pump the Claw.
Yep. True, I forgot about the higher claw trigger.
A kill spell if we have. Oh, did we just not have a land?
We don't have another mana. It's the whole thing. Yeah. And so that's Connor's going to move on to 4-0 as long as we're willing to move to the combat step, I believe. And speaking of belief, here's Screaming Nemesis, which more than enough to win this game as the higher claw trigger is going to happen. Jeff going to fall to 3 lethal attackers, and this is going to show I have a handful of good stuff, but it wasn't good enough. And that's the burst that we're talking about that, all these red decks had access to. Connor didn't really do anything that was white in game number 3 here, but we saw in game number 1 how that Boros Charm led to some really explosive draws. And, this deck has a lot of punch to it, Devin.
Absolutely. And, we definitely, that kind of dynamic that we kept talking about where it seemed like Connor was the aggressive deck and Jeff was the control deck. Now, granted, all 3 players in the play won their respective games. So that's not necessarily, control versus aggro role. But it does seem like Connor's deck is a lot more suited to be the aggressor. So in these kinds of matchups where you have to go fast, I do feel like Connor's deck on the balance is better at doing that than the rule versions.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to me. And we have a backup match. So it makes a lot of sense for me to see some more Magic because it's one of my favorite things to watch is we see Wesley Hickman on your left here versus Sean Gallagher on your right. Mono red aggro versus Azorius control.
Yeah, the other red deck. We saw Gruul. We saw Boros. How about no second color? So this is kind of the traditional Quinn Tanole, who popularized this back at Worlds, I believe. I think this might just be Quinn's exact list, if I'm remembering correctly.
It looks pretty close to it. If not, it's like a card or 2 deviation away.
Yeah, 1 or 2 off.
As we're seeing here, unfortunately for Wesley, fortunately for Gallagher, nothing to do on turn 3. As Sean has a hand with some counter magic in it, has a Jace, has a temporary lockdown, and that's a beating.
Yeah, so just kind of quickly going over for the folks at home that maybe haven't seen these different versions of red decks and why you would choose to play mono red over something like the decks that we just saw, Gruul or Boros. You get a cleaner mana base. There's 17 mountains and 4 rock face villages, so you don't have to worry about tap lands with like Copperline Gorges or Restless Bivouacs, any of that stuff. And honestly, that's pretty much it. Really, that's, you're playing more burn spells, right? This one has 4 burst lightning, 4 lightning strike. Main deck, Witchstalker's Frenzy, which is definitely a combo with Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, and that gives you a lot of edge too in those Gruelish mirrors, right? You have a little bit more ways to the reddish mirrors against Gruul, where you have a few more burn spells. Cards like Witchstalker Frenzy do count for the opponent as well. So kind of, this deviation like from the norm to get a little bit of advantage that we see so often in Magic. We saw it with Connor with Boris, and here just mono red as Overlord of Mistmores is going to come down, make some mice. Jason's going to tick back up on the higher claw, and Wesley has just drawn the 6th mountain. He had a little bit of a land heavy start, played around the temporary lockdown, but just has not drawn anything to push through here.
Yeah, this seems like one of those hands where Wesley maybe kept 3 lands, 4 spells, and has just only, really just drawn one spell and 3 lands at this point. So kind of hitting the other side of the variance with only 21 lands in the deck. We do have a Frenzy taking care of a token.
Yeah, interesting play. I think maybe a little bit of a misstep from Wesley allowing Sean. Maybe he wanted the double block to happen, It's not like it's the end of the world. We're in a bad spot either way. As stock up, that is the card that so often locks things up for these decks.
Yeah, and we didn't touch too much on Sean's deck list, but this is kind of very similar to what we've seen in the previous Azorius control decks that we saw in the feature match earlier in round number 1, where 4 copies of stock up, Overlords, Bezas, Jaces in the main, 3 lockdowns. I don't remember if the previous versions that we saw were playing Ride's End, but Sean has 4 copies of Ride's End today, which is a fantastic way to exile those mice.
Yeah, and we're seeing Sean ticked up on the Swift Spear, even though the higher claw is bigger because of that Ride's End. And Wesley has to be like, well, why would you do that if you don't have a kill spell? You're going to get the trigger from the higher claw down to 10. Sean says, get off this ride to the higher claw.
You must be this tall.
Yeah, and
lizards, unfortunately, not tall enough to ride the ride.
Very true. As Wesley does have a Monstrous Rage in hand. But honestly, speaking of rage, this Jace is about to make someone rage out of this world, I think, as it's so close to minusing 4 Wesley's deck. I mean,
we talked about math. What's 9 times 3? That's
27.
That's
yeah, and I mean, if you have another Jace, that plus the 15, and we see one in hand for Sean, that is basically Wesley's deck.
Okay, let's see if we can do a quick Wesley count. So I can't tell graveyard cards, but 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 12. Say roughly, we'll call it 14 or 15. That leaves Wesley with 45 cards. So that would be 27 plus 15 would be 42.
Yeah. And you're seeing this.
We're close.
Sean doesn't even need to worry about it because Wesley's drawn another land. He just gets to wait and has his Overlord of the Mistmores to now actually close the game out, as we are going to see 3 steps ahead make a copy of the Overlord of the Mistmores, and Wesley's had enough. Pack him up. Yeah, and you see a smile too. He's like, all right, that's pretty good. And Sean Gallagher, someone you see a lot here, loves to play these control decks. And we're going to take a quick look at Wesley's sideboard.
Yeah, so Wesley is working. Oh, you want to go ahead?
No, I was just going to read off. Excuse me there. Sorry, I had to take a moment to catch my breath. We have 4 Sunspine Link, 3 Shock, 1 Scorching Shot, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Ghost Vacuum, and 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse. Devin, what are we doing?
Sunspine Links, X4, loving in this matchup. Even for a 2-color control deck, Sean has 8 basics out of 25 lands, so there's a good amount of non-basics there. I'm interested as to the shocks. Now, I think part of it is because maybe just if you feel like you want an extra kill spell in the red matchup, but I wonder if maybe here, if you have enough stuff to board out, just having an extra burn spell is not that bad. The cases seem pretty good, just drawing extra cards against the blue-white deck. So Lynx's case is good. Maybe Shocks if you have enough cards to board out.
All right, and let's look over at Sean Gallagher's sideboard with 2 Authority of the Councils, a Beza, 1 Dissection Tool, 2 Elspeth Smite, 1 Jace of Perfected Mind, 1 Console Flanker, 2 Negate, 2 Recipes, and 3 Tashaya's Tidebinder.
Yeah, so Authority of the Console, not as good against the Gruul versions because they feel like they have, you would still board them in, but not as good because they definitely have ways to kind of burst damage a little bit more, especially the ley line versions. But against Mono Red, that's where Authority shines. Like Mono Red is a lot more about the haste creatures and less about the burst damage. So Authority is fantastic. Elspeth Smite's definitely a slam dunk, and the Beza and probably the Dissection Tools as well for additional life gain.
All right, well, let's head back to our feature match areas. This is a time-shifted match. As our players are drawing up their hands, it looks like Sean took a mulligan. Wesley with the Heartfire Hero, excuse me.
Do we have the Manifold Mouse? I think I
We
saw
do.
it.
Yeah, and we have the Monstrous Rage. This is why you play these red decks. An attack for 4 here.
2 mana up from Sean could be anything. I mean, honestly, it's more likely to be a kill spell than a counter spell at this point, because there's 4 rides in and 2 smites versus just the 3 normalize. So twice as likely to have a kill spell. I can't quite get a good look at Sean's hand.
Yeah, and we're seeing this here.
I don't know if I see one.
Yeah, and it looks like Sean targeted double strike, maybe missed the Valiant trigger, but rides in, gonna take out the Manifold Mouse. Looks like our life totals and names are backwards again somehow. I don't know how that happened. We'll get that fixed for you in a second.
There we go.
As Case of the Crimson Pulse comes down, Wesley wanting to play around Counter Magic. This is a really strong card against control decks, theoretically, you know? Just gives you a lot of resources and lets you just play into their like interaction over and over again. As Sean's
we did miss the counter on the Heartfire here, right? I'm not crazy.
We did. Yeah. Okay. Unless we targeted the Manifold Mouse with the double strike. I doubt we would do that, but maybe we did.
Well, no, because see Sean at 14. So
yeah. A small oops, but not the end of the world, as you know. Sean is now.
Oh, actually, no, that is right, because the first attack put him to 16, and then if you target double strike on the Manifold, okay, no, that is right.
Yeah, okay, sure, that does make sense.
So you probably targeted the Manifold in the second combat.
Rockface Village is going to target the Heartfire Hero, give it that +1/+0, and then Impart Challenger is going to get cast. Rides in is going to take care of the Heartfire Hero. Sean's going to take 2 more down to 12. As we do have a Fountain Port into it. Could be a temporary lockdown here. It is. It's only going to get 1.
Yeah, lockdown's good, but not being able to kill the Case is huge. And I think I saw a Sunspine Lynx in hand for Wesley, although only 2 lands here for Sean, so that's only going to get 2. But you can follow that. I think there's a Rage and a Swift Spear as well. I think I saw a Swift Spear in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm curious if Wesley wants to, get the card or try and get the Swift Spear going to get that extra damage. And it looks like we hit a Screaming Nemesis. That's going to be gone. Swift Spear played post-combat, trying maybe to hit something like another mouse or another Swift Spear. Sean down to 5, it seems. And there's a land, but it's tapped. No Day of Judgment here.
I think his hand, his hand is Day of Judgment, 2 Overlords, and a Jace, or 3 steps ahead.
And Sean being like, well, we all kind of know it. I'm kind of dead. As another Sunspine Lynx for Wesley here is going to represent a ton of damage. And you're going to see Sean just pack it up there. And I believe that was lethal or close to it. Sean knows he can't recover from that, especially with the Case. So we're going to move on to game number 3 here. Do a little time-shifting magic for you here, as we are now, in the mulligan stage.
Look at that. We didn't even need to look at shuffling. I will appreciate the Sean flipping the Day of Judgment there at the end. I love that.
Yeah, he's just like, well, I wish I had it. Didn't have it. Such as life.
I have it. I know I have it. Everybody knows I have it. Just wanted to show you that I drew the Seachrome Ghost. That was great.
Unlucky, as they say. As we skipped part of the shuffling, but not all of it, as Sean is down to 6 cards.
At least 6.
Yeah, it could be less.
I think Wesley's on 7.
I think so, yeah. I think Wesley's on 7 with close to the perfect start, just no Heartfire Hero. Instead has a bunch of higher claws, but we'll have to make do.
And this one looks a little better for Sean. I think I saw 2 lands, a Ride's End, a Normalize, a Day of Judgment, and a Beza.
Yeah.
So not the worst hand here for Sean. Or it might have been a stock up. Okay.
Yeah, another land for Sean. A great draw, actually, since we just want to play this Beza on curve, most likely. As here comes the Challenger.
Challenger. Yeah, and another, we talked about the differences between all these red decks here, and another big part of playing mono red instead of something like Boros or Gruul is getting to play 4 copies of Rockface Village, and that card is so unbelievably good in combination with both Challenger and just all the Challenger, Manifold Mouse, and Heartfire Hero. So getting to be able to play 4 copies of that and not have to worry about a second color of mana is a big reason why these players choose mono red over something like Ruler Boros.
Yep. As we see Sean pick up a landed dissection tool. Dissection tool very strong. And that land are going to allow for the tool and the Beza and the Day of Judgment. We do have a tap land in hand, but now we're going to get to start playing something. And if Wesley puts another creature on board, we might be getting some fish for Sean off that Beza that we can then move around with the tool.
And it's tough for Wesley, right? It's like, do you play more into the Wrath, or do you not play anything and let Sean Beza? It's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And now Sean even has, Sean just going to Wrath here. And then Wesley's like, okay, well, now that you're Wrath, I'm going to have this big follow-up turn, creature, attack you. And then Sean's like, okay, tap land Beza,
Yep. Into Dissection Tool, which is a powerful card versus these red decks. You're seeing, Wesley think he knows that it's not over yet. He has the tools to fight through a lot, but can he fight through it all? And, offspringing this Manifold Mouse now becomes the big question of, do I get my 2 bodies for 1 card, or do I push more damage this turn with the Challenger?
Yeah, I think it's Manifold, Challenger. I couldn't quite tell what the last card was.
Oh, interesting. So we actually Rockface Village, the Manifold Mouse, and give a double strike and attack for 4, playing around another Wrath effect and playing around Beza, creating an extra body.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't put an extra body into play, you get the 4 damage, and you don't have to worry about Sean getting extra tokens. Now, from Sean's side of things, the Beza is still a very good blocker against the Manifold Mouse, so still pretty okay with that, and it gets the 4 life off of it as well. So now it can, excuse me, have a good blocker for the Manifold Mouse. Oh, well, I said good blocker, but I think that was a Monstrous Rage that was picked up there for Wesley.
That is huge.
So it may not be a good blocker anymore. So I wonder if now Wesley is thinking about play Challenger, go to combat, give it double strike, and then potentially attack with just the challenge, maybe attack with both. And then if Sean decides to block the Manifold Mouse, you target the Challenger, hit for 12. It's not quite 13 though. I think if he had something like, oh, wait, is this lethal?
It's so close if it's not. Let's see here. Ember Challenger.
Okay, I don't think it's lethal, but I think this forces Sean to chump block the Challenger, right? Because the Challenger is 6. That's 12. 12 minus 5 is 7, plus 3 is 10, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Because, it is double striked, right? So it is 6 power.
Yep.
So if you let it connect fully, that'd be an issue. So this Beza is really jumping in the way to absorb 5, which means we're going to hit over for 7, 8, 9, 10, putting Sean to 3. And Dissection Tool might not be enough to get out of this.
Yeah, no, it's actually not going to, because Sean's going to be at 3. Even if he plays tools on board, Wesley can just go activate the land, get it to 4 power, give it double strike, attack, and then the double strike on the
lockdown.
Well, that's
with
big.
3 steps ahead. That is massive. Wesley's next spell is going to get countered as well if it's any good. We need double spell. Manifold Mouse is a great follow-up normally to this spot, but not with the 3 steps from Gallagher. As I think he was 3 steps ahead this game.
Yeah, if you're Wesley, even if you assume there's a counterspell, I wonder if you still have to trade for the counterspell here, because then if you draw okay, this is fine. I was gonna say, if you bait the counterspell out here and you draw Lightning Strike, then you're good to go. But you're gonna have to draw Lightning Strike right now.
Yep, as Dissection Tool comes down, we're gonna and there's Beza going underneath. Yeah, the creature gets +2/+2 lifelink and death touch, and now we're gonna flip that Beza. So there's a land in hand. Wesley's just gonna play it in case he hits a land off something like a Challenger, but now it's flipping over. It's 6 life. And that's just going to be too much. And you see Gallagher's moving very quickly. He knows, okay, I've got this. Is there any way I can maybe even get this Restless Anchorage in? Think about Demolitioning Field even on the Rockface Village.
Yeah, I don't think he has enough to go for the flip the Beza and animate the land. So might as well just, use the fields and do this, attack for 6, go up to 9, and then man, Wesley with Sean on 9 top decking. I'm trying to think the best draw is probably what? Challenger, activate, Rock Face Village, hit, double strike probably. How about a mountain? Is that going to do it?
That's not going to do it, but it is going to be good enough for Sean Gallagher to move on to 4-0 with blue-white control. Someone we see play a lot of blue-white here on the series and doing it pretty well today. We're going to have to see if you can keep that up, as this is the halfway point in our tournament. 8 rounds of Swiss today. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with round number 5. We'll see y'all very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG series. I'm Mason Clark, your host, and my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here for round number 5, Devin. We're just past the halfway point in our standard event, and we've got some new decks to show you this round. It's going to be pretty exciting.
We do. A deck that is very near and dear to my heart of the Celestia variety. It's playing Collector's Cage, got some new stuff from Aether Drift with Bright Glass Gear Hulk and Voyager Glide Car. We'll get into that in a second, but it's very, very excited to see this deck in action.
Yep, I'm very excited as well. And I'm excited to see how our players to watch are doing, as you know, we have, just like I said, past the halfway point. And Garrick is our sole undefeated in our players to watch. Ray, Ben, Grayson, and Robert have all fallen to 3-1. And then Cliff and Harrison 2-2. And Will Kowalski had a great weekend last weekend for that Plur Tour invite, but 1-3 today. A tough spot to be. But we do have our feature match area where our players are shuffling up, and we can talk a bit about these decks while they're doing that. As you mentioned, we do have the Celestia Cage deck on your left versus Zur Domain.
Right. So Celestia Cage is a deck that we have not seen on camera yet, and a deck that was kind of started popping up right towards the end of December, beginning of January, right around the Atlanta Spotlight Series. I made a pretty decent run with it in Atlanta myself, and got a lot of new upgrades from Aether Drift, with Bright Glass Gear Hulk being the standout one. There's been a lot of talk about this card. I've seen people play it in Modern, and in Standard, it is fantastic. It's a 4/4 for 4, has Trample and First Strike, and just gets you 2 cards, and 2 1-mana cards specifically. And there's a ton of there's basically a ton of different things you can go get, where you can get Haywire Might for artifacts and enchantments, Duskro's Reliquary to kill any creature or artifact on your opponent's side. You can get a Shard Mage's Rescue for protection. You can even get a Land Mason. You can just go search for a Valkavoth Slayer. So a lot of utility there. And then Casey playing the Zur Domain deck that we've seen a couple of times. Nothing too crazy going on in Casey's list. 2 Day of Judgment and 3 Temporary Lockdown, which we've seen before, the 4 Rides In. So a little bit, more of a business as usual here. But the Cage deck is really just going to be about applying a ton of pressure early. This matchup can be kind of tough at some points, due to the presence of how many sweepers that the Domain deck can present, and you are a deck that is playing a lot to the battlefield. So we'll have to see how that dynamic shapes up. But Pop Patch Recruit, good in the early turns, because a lot of Casey's interaction early is going to be Rides End and things like that.
Yep. As we did see turn 1 Elf into Pop Patch Recruit for turn 2, into Up the Beanstalk on turn 2 for Casey. And now Ashkan has to think about what we want to do as we make our 3rd land drop. And we have a couple things we can play, a couple double spell situations too. Good land or Elf plus a 3. One of the nice parts about this deck, like you mentioned, is you get a lot of different plays from the tutoring, but also just a lot of cheap cards means a lot of plays every turn.
Yeah, and you have a lot of flexibility too, like specifically with a card like Paw Patch, where you can play it on turn 1 to apply a little bit more pressure, or you can wait a couple of turns to get some value out of it, as we see, Ashkan has done here. And we see a Sanguine Evangelist that's going to pump up all of the attackers next turn, going to provide a ton of damage here for Ashkan if, is able to untap with this board. A card that I saw in Ashkan's hand that maybe people have not seen before, because it's kind of a weird one, is Parting Gust. So this is a removal spell of sorts, where you can use it for 2 mana, gift your opponent a card to exile a creature. If you spend the gift, you give them a fish and the creature doesn't come back. But you can also use it sort of defensively, in a way where if your opponent goes to kill one of your creatures, you can exile your own thing and it doesn't come back until the end phase, which notably, Mason, very important against sweepers.
Yeah, that's huge. as we do just see a Surveyor land left on top, whatever it was. We thought it was good enough. And now, like you were talking about, we have a big battlefield here, and the Sanguine Evangelist can do a lot of extra damage, but Get Lost is saying that to this here Evangelist, and that's going to trigger the Paw Patch recruits, which is going to put more pressure on board. As it looks like there are
assuming that Ashkan does remember the triggers, which
Mm-hmm.
I myself am, maybe known to miss those from time to time. So we'll see if we have some counters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's what's happening here. So I think Ashkan's thinking about where we want to put the Paw Patch counters, as everyone's tapped out, doing this all in response to where we would put them. And yeah, Parting Gust.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I wonder, I think we're at the point where it looks like the Parting Gust had already like resolved. He, motioned to exile the creature, and I believe we're asking the judge if we can get the Paw Patch triggers because, technically we've already resolved the spell. So yeah, you see a judge come over here. So we'll get that resolved in a second.
Mhm.
But yeah, this, let's assuming the Paw Patch triggers are remembered, that's going to be an attack for what, 8 damage, putting Casey down to 9. You get the
Mhm.
Sanguine back as well, which is going to give you more pressure next turn. So this is, it's the 2 damage here is very, very big because it's going to mean that represent a 2-turn kill, even if the Sanguine dies when it comes back.
Yeah. And, that is unfortunately one of the things about playing competitive Magic, especially at these high stakes events, is you need to be very precise about your triggers. There's a lot of things going on, but it is on you to sort of maintain these game states here. And I think we're just discussing with the judge how we're going to move forward. And I think the way that we're seeing this is it's been missed or whatever, but
Yeah, that would be my read on the situation as well, because we did motion to resolve the Parting Gust already. The creature got exiled, so yeah, looks like rip to the Paw Patch triggers. But Ashkan still in a pretty good spot, attacking for 7 damage this turn, or looks like only 6 maybe, leaving
yeah, I
Beth
think we're
the
just going
elf.
all in
Yeah, leaving
on
Beth the
this.
elf to play the Salvager. So Day of Judgment or bust here for Casey. Now presumably, with the Get Lost on the Sanguine Evangelist probably has the Day of Judgment. So at least, oh well, there's a lockdown picked up if we didn't have it before.
Yeah. There's still a little bit left over, luckily, if you're an Ashkan fan, but it is definitely a unenviable spot to be in.
So now we have 3, 4, 5 power left over. Best draw here for Ashkan is probably either, well, that best draw would be Gearhulk or Overlord of the Mistmoors.
There's
And
Overlord of the Mistmoors. You talked about
that.
it. And yeah, this is a big attack here for 5, knocking Casey down to 7. And here's Overlord. That's 2 more bodies, and these are bodies that grow as well, thanks to both creatures on board. This is a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't mention about the Collector's Cage deck, you see there's a lot of tokens here, right? Sanguine Evangelist making a token, Sandstorm making a token, Overlord making 2 tokens. The reason we're playing all of these cards that make multiple bodies is Collector's Cage is a card, I don't know if we can get it up on the screen, that pays you off for having a whole bunch of bodies in play. Where if you can Collector's Cage and you basically hide away, look at the top 5 cards of your library, pick one of them, put them face down, and then if you have 3 creatures with 3 different powers, you can play the card for free. Happens to work very well with Overlord of the Mistborns because when you cast it, you get to play it as a creature.
Yep. As we're going to see a Surveillant here, as we're just making some tokens. Looks like we don't actually have Moth tokens, so we're using some of the custom cards here. That's what's going on. Ashkan does have the Moths in play, and that's a lot of damage on board.
It is. So that would be, assuming that everything gets in and the Salvager is not activated, that would be 3, 6, 7, 8, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1 removal spell on the Evangelist would still not be enough. But we can Binding the Evangelist, then probably not attack with the Salvager and just activate it, which would be 6 damage.
Yeah, 6 damage is a lot. Puts Casey down to 2.
Another interesting thing about this sort of the dynamic between this matchup is this is a matchup that I'd played a lot with prior to the PT and the newer domain lists. And
Mhm.
before, older domain lists were playing 3 to 4 copies of Sunfall in the main. Now, we mentioned Casey sweepers are only 3 lockdown and 2 day of judgment. So you don't have to worry about Sunfall anymore. That was a card that was much more backbreaking where lockdown you have some threes that survive it, and then day of judgment you have the sanguine evangelist that at least gives you a token off of it.
Yep. And you're seeing Casey has to bend this Overlord of the Mistmoors, just has a bunch of lands in hand and a Zur, and the Zur is gonna be a lot, but is it enough? It's coming down. Casey is activating the ley line and attacking first 6. That's gonna put Casey up to 8.
Yeah, that's not enough. Just lethal on
Well,
board, right?
well, the Moss can
Oh,
get
the
blocked
Zur
by
can
the
chump
Zur.
block. Right.
Yeah, so if we draw a removal spell here, it's gonna be huge. A collector's
How about
cage
a cage?
is
That's a pretty good one.
yeah, that might be enough. As we're gonna do, remember the hideaway trigger here. Look at our top 5, and we're gonna be able to grow one of the moths to be a different power toughness. Lots of good hits
Elf,
here, and
Paw Patch, split up. That should be enough because you can go to combat, attack with both creatures, activate the salvager, then before blocks, split up to try to kill untapped creatures.
yeah, and that is one of the weird parts of these hideaway cards is you get to do them at weird times sometimes, and
Yeah,
it's a
getting
really powerful one.
getting to split up at instant speed after you've already declared attacks is one of the coolest parts about this cage deck. It's a line that doesn't come up super often, but when it happens, it makes you feel really smart.
Yep. As Ashkan is attacking here, and looks like we maybe we're gonna let the blocks happen because it doesn't matter with
Awkward.
trample. Yeah, and you're
Oh, because
seeing
it gives them trample. Yeah, you're right.
yes,
Okay,
yeah. So
salvage gives
I,
trample.
looks like Ashkan was just being a little fancy with it. No problem there. And yeah, that's gonna do it. Casey Ryback's gonna lose that game, and really showing how powerful the cage deck can be. There was just kind of got swept, but still was able to rebuild after losing so many cards.
Right. And as you mentioned, the sweepers are good against this deck, but you can kind of pace your threats in such a way where because you have so many, like you have, almost half of your deck is things that makes 2 bodies, it's really easy to rebuild through at least the first sweeper.
Hmm. But let's see what these players have over here. We're going to start with Casey Ryback's Zur deck with 1 Atraxa Grand Unifier, 1 Doppelgang, 1 Elishnorn, 3 Negates, 1 Nissa Ascended Animus, 3 Opposite Baloth, and an Outrageous Robbery, a Paw Patch Formation, 2 Rest in Peace, and a Tear Asunder.
All right. So from Casey's side of things, definitely looking at, well, first and foremost, no sweepers. Those are the types of cards that Casey kind of would want the most in a matchup like this. Those are not present here. So it is not really able to go towards those. There's Tear Asunder to interact with Collector's Cage and the Overlord of the Mistmoors. So that could be a place where Casey wants to go. Elishnorn is kind of interesting, where there's a lot of triggers on Ashkan's side of the battlefield with like Brightglass Gear Hulk, Salvager, Sanguine, Paw Patch, even Collector's Cage. So lots of triggers. Maybe lines up kind of awkwardly against the Parting Gust, but maybe is still worth bringing in for Casey. Past that, I mean, I don't really think there's a ton else here. Maybe the Paw Patch to fight over the Overlords, but kind of awkward that one does not hit Cage.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, but it would be what it has to be. As let's check out Ashkan's sideboard with 2 Authority Councils, 3 Aven Interrupters, 2 Elspeth Smite, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Shelter by Ghost, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Split Ups, and a Thrun, the Breaker of Silence. Devin, you mentioned you played this deck a lot. What would you be doing here?
Yeah, so the Aven Interrupters, this is kind of the exact matchup that they're for. As a Celestia deck, you're not playing any counter spells. So normally it's kind of hard to kind of play through multiple copies of sweepers. So Aven Interrupter is kind of the perfect card for those types of situations where if you present a lethal battlefield and hold up 3 mana, they cast their sweeper, you interrupt them, and then you presumably untap and kill them. So you kind of only need to buy 1 turn with the interrupter. So definitely want those. The Thrun, kind of awkward against sweepers, but at the same time, not awkward because it's one of the best threats that you can play post sweeper. So I think I like the Thrun here for that reason. And then past that, probably the additional copy of Haywire Mike, because that one is a premier target to search up with Gearhulk.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And I'll tell you what's a premier target. My eyes on the Chicagoland next event coming up here. You like that one, Devin?
I do like
10th
that.
to the 11th. We have a modern 10K showdown post, ban, and restricted announcement. Hopefully it's a great one. And then we have Sunday the 5K trial as well. For standard. Check out all the info on our website. And we also are going to Indianapolis. That's going to be our last event for part 1 of the year. We're going to have a part 2 announcement later. But we have a 10K standard showdown on Saturday, the 28th, and then a team 10K showdown sealed on the 29th with Final Fantasy. So even if you don't have a deck, you can come on out. We'll give you all a sealed deck, and you can battle it out there with the potentially hit set Final Fantasy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you already discussed your disdain for team events earlier, so I guess you're not going to be going to Indy.
No. There's not a chance I'd go to the team event. But that's for me. And a lot of people like the team sealed. And you know what? More power to them.
That's fair. We won't delve any deeper into that. That's fine.
Yeah.
What we will delve deeper into is this game too. So as far as the post board configuration, I would say on average, Ashkan is probably a slight underdog in game 1 because, as I mentioned, the deck is, as Celestia, a little bit weak to sweepers. Post board, having those Aven interrupters are huge in a matchup like this. So I think Ashkan maybe improves a little bit more than Casey does, even though I would still say on average, I like, if I had to pick a side, I would probably rather be on Casey's side, but post board, it's maybe not by as much as it was in game 1.
Yeah, a lot of the strengths, right, is that game 1, you sort of just get to theoretically roll the cage deck. And so losing your quote unquote free one definitely makes things tough. I don't know. I think the Xur deck's quite good, but I really love being on, the proactive deck these days in standard. What I've seen from watching these games is just every threat is really good.
Yes.
And you're really good at battling through cards. And I'll be honest, like from like a, competitive player standpoint, I do not understand the blue-white control love. It just seems barely playable all the time. And Xur just seems like sort of, the good version of blue-white. And so I do like that deck if you're going to do something like that as, oh my goodness, what a shuffle.
The magic cut.
I lost it. I got tranced.
Yeah, it's almost like when you put it like that, it feels like maybe Xur is the proactive version of blue-white, where it has a lot of the same control elements, sweepers, rides in, leyline binding, but it has the ability to turn the corner so much faster with Xur plus leyline, Xur plus Overlord, where a game that I want to go back to is the one where it was Xur against the blue-black deck. Right. And there was that situation where, the Xur player just didn't play their Xur until they get the 7, where they were waiting to get the 7 to just go Xur double activate, just kill you in one shot. And for a deck like this to be able to have the ability to kill you in one shot like that is kind of wild.
Very. As we do just see a bunch of land going into Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Getting that everywhere token.
I want somebody to... okay, never mind. We're not going to go there. I was going to say an everywhere token. I'll save that for later, but
great joke, Devin.
Never mind. Never mind. I wasn't going to go there.
And play this Verge. And, Ashkan has a lot of 3s in hand, but being on the draw here, not having that Llanowar Elf, it made things a lot worse. And that's sometimes an issue with these Llanowar Elf decks when they rely on 3s a lot, is it gets awkward as Paul Petricoot's coming down.
Yeah, the other awkward part about this mana base is 2 Verges and a Razor Verge Thicket. I don't know about you, Mason, but I don't see double white over there, so does not have the ability to interrupt anything.
As here comes down Overlord of the Mistmoors, getting our 2 Moth tokens. Some moths on what seems to be maybe a strawberry, kind of a cool art there.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly those are.
Moths love strawberries. It's a thing. Everyone knows it.
That well known.
Why would I say it if it wasn't? It'd be a weird thing to lie about, As we are going to see Ashkan figure out what we want to play this turn, as it looks like Sanguine Evangelist coming on down here. Very similar to our game 1 draw, which was good enough, but we're missing that key element in Llanowar Elves, as Leyline Binding is going to come down, target the Evangelist, I assume, here at the end of turn. That's going to trigger these Paw Patch recruits. Ashkan grabs the dice immediately, not happening again.
Yeah, see, this is kind of the awkward part about this matchup is the domain deck, because of Overlord of the Mistmoors, has the ability to put stuff into play that makes you overextend. And it's sort of like this dynamic where, okay, well, I'm just going to sit on these Overlord tokens. I don't need to do anything. You're the one that has to extend into my Overlords. And then if you do that, then I can follow up with a sweeper.
Yep. As we did get another Razorverge Thicket in play, that means we do have double whites or even interrupters available. But the problem with this land going is these Overlords will come off and pinned sooner or later.
Am I crazy, or did Casey not take down the Overlords that turn?
Casey missed the trigger. An eye for an eye, as it were.
Yeah, I see him shaking his head. Okay, I think he just realized that.
Yeah, and Casey, I think, has Zur in hand, too. Maybe hoping to just turn those things on. As Ashkan can't afford just to hang around and not do anything. Battlefield wasn't good enough for that, as here comes some Moth tokens.
Yeah, if there's untapped land Zur, it's got to be almost close to a wrap here. You just go untap land Zur, animate both Overlords, send in both, trigger, get 2 more tokens, get in everywhere.
Well, I think we drew Sunfall. So, yeah, I agree. We kind of, now we have a real choice. Like, are we supposed to Overlord, do what you're talking about, or Sunfall and clean it up? But it looks like Zur was the play.
I hope it's not a Sunfall. Casey is not playing a Sunfall. Might have been something else.
There's something in hand that looks a lot like it.
Could have been a different sweeper, maybe.
Yeah, it might be like a Day of Judgment.
Yeah.
Definitely a thing that occurs.
But yeah, this is a huge attack. These 2 Overlords coming in. That's an attack for 13 damage. Going to gain Casey 13 life. Ashkan does not really have any good blocks. Yeah, I mean, you have to do it.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. I mean,
you're not going to beat the Overlord any other way. So.
A lot of damage here.
Take 5. 5. Ashkan's going to go to 15. Casey's going to gain 12.
That's a Sunfall in hand. I just saw it flash. We'll get our spotter judge to go down there. This might be a situation, too, where on our end, the deck list is incorrect. Sometimes they get messed up on our digital side. We'll have someone look into it, though. Don't you worry, Twitch chat.
That's never happened before. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we would never make an error. I'll tell you that right now. As it looks like Ashkan's trying to figure out how am I going to battle through this, as it is a really precarious position.
Yeah, I mean, this game is effectively over. Ashkan can deploy, say, like a Sandstorm Salvager and maybe like, I don't know, Parting Gust something. He's going to Parting Gust the Zur, play Salvager, which is a good turn for what it's worth. But, just look at the battlefield, right? There's 4 2/1s, the 4 2/1 Moth tokens. There's the Overlord that's already a creature. It's going to be really hard for Ashkan to just even survive. Like, I mean, Casey just has a 2-turn clock with those 2/1 flyers too.
Yeah, and that is one of the powers of this Overlord deck, like we talked about, is just, puts on so much on the board, that like in matchups like this, you get to block or just very quickly turn the corner, right? How many 2/1 flyers do you really need to win a game? The answer is not many.
Not a lot. You are right, by the way. That is a Sunfall. I can now see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually Twitch clipped it to make sure I wasn't crazy, and I paused it. And you know what? We'll take care of it. Most likely what happened is something's wrong on our end.
Most likely, yeah. I think sometimes what happens too is like if a deck list gets submitted early, but then is changed before the event starts, and that maybe doesn't happen on the back end. So change happened, and I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we'll get it figured out.
Yeah, not the end of the world. I'm going to assume everything is fine until told otherwise, as we've informed a judge and they're taking care of it. I'm just going to let the players keep on playing. Worst comes to worst, we just look a little silly on coverage. That's life. As you know what? Ashkan's making the deck look pretty good here. We're obviously still in a not great position, but this Overlord of the Mistmoors coming down.
Not the worst. We can trade 2 of our tokens for 2 of Casey's. That means there's only 1 left over, and I mean, we've grinded through a lot of stuff here for Casey, and Ashkan's Overlord is about to come off next turn. So there is potential for Ashkan to get out of this. Surprise! I did not think we'd be here, Mason, but I think I saw a second Zur in Casey's hand as well.
Yeah, and that bean, those are things you can turn on, but they're not going to be able
Get the
to
binding.
apply lethal. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to say Ashkan would have the ability to double block the binding with 2/2/1s, then activate Salvager, but only has 1 mana up because he drew a Razor Verge stick at that turn, so does not have that line available to him this turn.
Yeah, as we do see.
Yeah, chump, trade. Take 2, go to 7. And the next turn, you're on the hook for, I guess you could trade Overlord for the binding, which you might have to do, but then Casey can animate both of the beanstalks next turn. This is gonna be weird. I mean, I think Ashkan needs 1 more good draw. At least. At the bare minimum, needs at least 1 more good draw.
We'll see how it goes. As it looks like we drew a Fountain Port. A good land, but maybe not the land we needed.
Yeah, not right now. So I know there's an Interrupter. I don't know what the last card is. Looks like a Cage, maybe? Or it might be another Sandstorm, actually. It is a Sandstorm. So Sandstorm here, make a 1/1 and a 3/3. End step, animate the Overlord. And now, if you're Ashkan, you have a decision whether or not you want to trade the Overlord for the binding. I guess that's assuming Casey offers that trade. But, because Zur gives Teft Touch, Casey could just say, okay, animate Bean, send everything. And then, okay, we're not going to animate the Beanstalks. So here at 6, I think if you're Ashkan, you probably just chump block the binding and then eat the fish, take 3. Okay, we're going to trade. Interesting. I guess maybe he figures he can trade because you have the other Overlord coming off in 2 turns. So you get the Evangelist back, which gives you a bat to then trade for the 2/1 the next turn. And then you can trade for the Beanstalks with the Sandstorm and the 3/3 if Casey decides to animate those. So you kind of have the board stabilized, but there's that Sunfall that we were talking about.
Yeah, there it is.
And now the battlefield is no longer stabilized.
And I think our judge has finally got over there just in time for the Sunfall. Yeah, that's just the way of the world.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think the most likely scenario is that a deck list was updated and just for some reason didn't get updated in Spice Rack or whatever.
That is just 99.9% of people. It's just all accidents.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to wait a second as, the judge is going to confirm. And it could be a situation where, all we have to do is really just pull up the final submitted one, etc. As it looks like the judge is walking away and everyone seems a little confused. I'm sure Ashkan's very confused. Yeah. This is one of those situations too where the judge has to kind of pause and not give information because, Ashkan's not supposed to know, with this not being an open deck list tournament, what's in Casey's deck. So, for example, if there was a bunch of Sunfalls registered, we don't want him to learn that, like, did you mean to register 3 Sunfalls or whatever, and then Ashkan has that information. And so we are going to see the judge pull Casey away. And speaking of pulling away, we're going to pull away for a second and take a look at our upcoming events while this happens, as we can pull that up on screen here. And first up is May 10th and the 11th in Chicagoland. We have a modern 10K Showdown Saturday and a 5K Standard Trial Sunday. Devin, that's going to be a blast. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. It's going to be mid-modern RCQ Season 2. We have a lot of RCQs that also go on in these events, so maybe if you don't even want to play the main event, but you want to get some action going, you can head on over to that event if you're in the area, and make sure to follow along here on Twitch as well to not miss any of the action. And then after this, our last event for the year announced is going to be in Indianapolis, for the first half of this year, misspoke there, and that's going to be June 28th to the 29th. in Indianapolis. We're going to be having a standard 10K showdown on Saturday and a team trial on Sunday for Final Fantasy Sealed.
Yeah. And like, we've been talking about this event over the past couple of hours here, and just being able to play competitive Sealed. I don't know. I haven't played Sealed in a long time, but I do really enjoy high level Sealed, just being able to, like, I don't know, make the deck and figuring out like what the best pull, and especially for team Sealed, there's a different dynamic where it's like, you can make say you can make one extremely good deck and two somewhat mediocre decks, but then you can kind of split up the cards a little bit better and maybe have two pretty good decks, one mediocre deck. So there's a lot of different dynamics involved, specifically with Team Sealed.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting. And we heard y'all. You love limited. We used to do a lot more of it. God, like 3 or 4 years ago. So we're trying it. If you're a big limited lover and want to see more of it, come on out to Indianapolis. We'd love to have you. We'd love to see that support there. And you can always support the channel by sharing and following us all over social media. As it looks like the judge is still talking to Casey. We're gonna have that happen, but something we are been talking a lot about over these last couple of weeks is Value Vintage. So Value Vintage is one of the side events we have going on for free at all of our events. The format is sort of what it says on the tin. It is vintage, but in a value way. All decks must be under $30. You can scan the QR code on screen to learn more about the format. But what I just told you, Devin, is all you need to know to play. Same DNR as vintage, nothing crazy. Just your deck needs to cost $30 American or less.
Mason, I'm going to put you on the spot here, okay? If you were going to play a Value Vintage event tomorrow, assuming you know nothing about the format, I don't know what your knowledge is.
Basically.
Give me what do you think? Like, in terms of off the top of your head, what do you think would be like the best deck to play at a reasonable, like a budget point like that?
Dredge.
That's what I was going to say. You took my
answer. I'm pretty sure Dredge is just Madness Bizarre. And obviously you don't get the sideboard cards, which honestly might be a huge issue. I don't know enough about the format. It could be a situation where the sideboard cards like that are good are super cheap, and I don't have my Force of Vigor type cards, right? So that's pretty high on my list. Luris is on screen is also pretty high in my mind as a thing that is like, hey, that sounds pretty good to do. And then last but not least, I think the like Euro interactive piles seem pretty good. My real question is just like, is the interaction, good enough to keep up with what people are doing in Vintage? Vintage is actually, in general, Devin, it's the one blind spot I have in Magic. It's a format I've played one challenge of that I did, during the pandemic with some friends because they needed to fire. And I've played 4 matches of Vintage and that's it. So in general, my Vintage knowledge is like bare bones, as we are going to actually come back here to the booth because Casey did have a deck registration error that is going to lead to a game loss, which means Akshan is going to move on to 4-1. An unfortunate turn of events, but luckily we're able to catch it now, all things considered. But we do have more Magic for you, Devin. So we're going to try and get our backup feature match going here. And as soon as we do, we'll cut to it. But the Cage deck looked pretty good, all things considered. I mean, it battled through a really tough spot there and put up a good fight.
Yeah, and I mean, that would have been a very interesting game to see how it concluded, because it was very cool to see Ashkan kind of grind through a lot of those overlords and was able to keep a pretty reasonable battlefield throughout all of that. So congrats to Ashkan here, moving on to 4-1. And we move to our backup match where we see some 4-0 players. Andrew Ellenbogen, you may have heard him before. He won a Pro Tour. He's playing Grill Mice. And Garrick Alford, who we saw in round number 1, I believe, playing Azorius Control.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of a battlefield, here's 2 people who we see a lot and doing very well normally and doing it again today. Like you mentioned, Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, and someone who's played in our champs a couple times and wants to play it again. And Garrick here on your left, our MVP from last year, did the best of all our players across all our events and wants to make it back to champs here and is starting off pretty well.
Yeah, now as far as this matchup is concerned, this is a matchup that we're probably going to be seeing quite a bit of because we actually have 2 Azorius Control players doing very well. Both Garrick and Sean Gallagher are both 4-0. So This matchup comes down to sweepers, as you can imagine. Gruul, the deck that wants to play a bunch of creatures. And what sweepers does Garrick have? Garrick has 3 copies of Day of Judgment and 3 temporary lockdowns, so 6 total. Specifically, lockdown is very important because you can have those aggressive starts with Hero into Manifold Mouse. Not only does lockdown come down a turn early, but it also exiles the Manifold Mouse, so you don't, or excuse me, the Heartfire, so you don't take damage off of it. And then I do see in Ellenbogen's deck list there are 2 Overprotect. We actually saw that in a previous round in the hands of Daryl Ayers. So maybe a little bit of a tech here.
Yeah,
but no creature on turn 2. We get a talent.
Yeah, Andrew wanting to develop this talent right now, and Garrick with missing the 3rd lane is going to pass back to Andrew. And Andrew now knows that there's all spells in hand for Garrick. The question is, are those spells good? And yeah, Andrew's going to attack, get the counter,
right
go to
end.
4. Oh, and we hit the tap land. If it was good last turn, it's going to still be safe this turn.
Yeah, the fact that there was no Rides End there for Garrick, you can imagine if there was a 2-lander that was kept, maybe there would have been a Rides End, but I think it looks like Garrick maybe kept it on the strength of the back of having potentially Day of Judgment and temporary lockdown, but missing 3rd land and then having the 3rd land come into play tapped. It's going to be really hard to get through all this.
Yeah, and we're seeing the talent leveled up to 2. All creatures with a +1/+1 counter have Ward 1. An attack for 4 here as Garrick really needs the untapped land. Hits Rides in.
Now he drew the Rides End.
Yeah, well, Garrick luckily has the man to pay for it, but Andrew at worst can always level up this talent and double the counters on something, which is a pretty solid play, assuming Andrew has nothing better to do.
Yeah,
and we're
so
seeing a pass back.
If Andrew does decide to do that, you go level 3 on talent, put 2 counters on something, then Garrick will kill that one with Rides End, take 4, go to 4, and then, potentially if there's another kill spell the next turn, maybe can stabilize a little bit. But if you're in Andrew's seat, you have to imagine Garrick 100% has a Day of Judgment. So it's like, do you even want to commit more into here? But with a haste creature, that makes a little bit more sense.
I was going to say, yeah, I think with this Ember Heart Challenger, you definitely do, because there's a Monstrous Rage in hand. I think this sets up lethal because Garrick has to do something, and you just rage the thing that doesn't get targeted. There's Ward 1, even if there was an answer. And yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen just Monstrous Rages the other thing and shows why this Gruul deck is so heavily played among all of our players this weekend. It is so, so good.
Yeah, a lot of red decks, and we will continue to be seeing red decks. Talk to me about Garrick's sideboard. What does he got to work with, Mason?
Yeah, we have 2 Authority of the Consoles, 2 Elspeth Smites, a Jace the Perfected Mind, 2 Kotzel Flanker, 2 Overlord of the Flood Pits, a Rest in Peace, 3 steps ahead, and the 4 Shiny Tidebinders we saw in round number 1. Devin, what do you like and why?
Authority of the Consoles, fantastic. Elspeth Smite, also fantastic. Past that, not really a ton else.
Yep, that's just the way of the world. Let's check out Andrew Ellenbogen's sideboard really quickly here, as he has 1 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Obstinate Baloths, 3 Paw Patch Formation, 4 Questing Druid, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Sentinel in the Nameless City, and 2 Torch the Tower.
Questing Druid, fantastic card, allowing you to get some extra cards and play at, flash speed, which is something that you want to be able to do against blue-white. Sentinel of the Nameless City, additional threats, always good. And then probably Paw Patch to kill the lockdowns, but past that doesn't really have a ton else.
Yeah, well, let's head on back to our feature match areas. This is a time-shifted match, so we can get right into the playing. As Garrick is going to play a Wrestle Anchorage and pass the turn, Andrew Ellenbogen's going to get a higher claw on the board off that Copperline Gorge. Seacrum Coast passing back.
We'll see if Garrick has any mana problems this game. Definitely had some last game. That 3rd land missed for a couple turns, came into play tapped, and then was just a little bit too far behind. I see some more lands in hand for Garrick this time, so has the mana covered. As far as spells are concerned, I believe it might be Beza Overlord. I think.
Sounds right to me. As Ember Heart Challenger comes down, an attack for 4, all things considered with a higher claw trigger. Garrick's going to hold up the mana and pass the turn back to Andrew. Andrew knows next turn is when the Day of Judgment's online. It's going to play the Screaming Nemesis, though. An attack in here for 7 total. Not Garrick's down 9. Excuse me. Console Flanker's coming in.
The flanker. So gain a little bit of life, do a little bit of scrying, and then can trade for presumably the challenger. You don't really want to trade for that nemesis. Let's see. It looks like 1 bottom, 1 top. Yeah, this is pretty good situation for Garrick. Then you can go trade for the challenger, next turn play the Beza, gain the 4, deploy the 2 tokens. You still don't really want to block that Nemesis quite yet, or really ever, as we see a Ride's End here. So just clean it up nice and clean it up. And main phasing that makes a lot of sense because you don't want to give Ellenbogen the chance to untap and deal 2 damage to it with a Torch the Tower or a
Burst.
shock grenade like that. Because then that would, burst lightning. That would turn off the life gain for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and 3 higher claws here. They're all going to trigger on this attack. And I imagine Ellenbogen might even consider pumping, but at worst it's going to be 4 damage, knocking Garrick down to at least 10 before damage. And you see Andrew is going to put the counter for 2 more damage total for 8 to Garrick. And that's lethal next turn if we don't do something. This red deck is getting, you see Andrew and Garrick know each other well. Andrew laughing a little bit at how much the claw's in demand. As Garrick's scratching the head on the 4 mana, that's not going to be a Day of Judgment, but it is going to be an Overlord of the Mistmores, putting in 2 2/1s.
Yeah, no Day of Judgment, no Beza, and this is going to be a really awkward position if Andrew has a Monstrous Rage in hand. Because then whatever gets blocked is just going to get raged, and going to be a lot of damage here. I mean, Garrick's on the hook for at least 3 minimum.
Yeah, and it's at 8. Our life totals haven't quite updated because it's a time shift to match. Sometimes that happens. Our mistake there. But yeah, I mean, Garrick's at 8 right now, not actually 13. Going to be at 5 from the triggers. Means we're at 3 if we decide to pump one of the higher claws. Yeah, and Garrick feels a little...
And I mean, even if Andrew has nothing, you could just go pump the ones that got blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. That's chump block, take 2, go to 3. You have lethal even without connecting with any of your creatures. If you just turn them sideways, they're lethal. And the Ridgeline too.
Yeah, Russell's Ridgeline means that we're going to need something like Demolition Field and a Wrath if we're going to win, but we don't have that in stock up.
Yeah.
It can make miracles happen, but I don't know about this one. There is a lockdown, but the creature land is so good. And yeah, Garrick's smiling. He's like, I could beat a lot of it, but not all of it. And that's been the story of these control decks this weekend. They do a pretty good job of stopping the first wave, but the second wave gets them so often. As Andrew just says, I'll activate an attack, and Garrick goes, hey, that's a good play. I'll concede. And Andrew Ellenbogen moves on to 5-0. One more round before we can start maybe thinking about drawing that kind of stuff. But Devin, speaking of rounds, that's going to do it for you and I today, as that was our last round in the booth.
It is. We got to see a lot of awesome decks on camera, a lot of red decks, but there was some decent spice along the way. The Cage deck looked pretty good at 4-1, and both Garrick and Sean doing very well with Blue Away Control. But I think the talk of the town so far has been how dominant these red decks are.
They're really, really good. And I'll tell you what's else going to be the talk of the town. Tomorrow, you and I are both going to be back at different points in the booth. We have Pioneer, so make sure to follow that. We don't miss any of that. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to tag in Corbin Hostler and Ross Merriam to take you all home for the rest of the day. We'll see you very soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Ross Merriam here to take you through the home stretch of our Open today. Welcome in, everybody. Ross, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I've been watching the coverage all day. Excited to see a bunch of players show up to play some Standard, and we are getting to the business end of the Swiss and the top 8. These are the most exciting rounds of any Magic tournament.
Yeah, and we've got some great matches queued up, some pretty cool decks that are, we've seen a lot of what you expect in Standard, but we've seen some nice spice along the way. And some of it is played by these players. We're going to go ahead and dive right on into the players to watch. You can check it out there. These are the players we have been following throughout the tournament, and some of them are doing quite well. You saw Garrick Alford take it down last round. Ben Unger, Grayson Nimitz picking up wins as well. A lot of great names on this leaderboard, or on this players to watch sheet, having strong days today.
Yeah, and we have an 8-round tournament here, 8 rounds of Swiss before the cut to the top 8. So those players that you see at the top of this list at 4-1, they need a couple more wins here, 2 more wins, get them to 6-1, and then they can look to shake hands in round 8 and get into the top 8. Players at 3-2, Probably not going to make it to the top 8 today, but there's still plenty of points on the line here in season 1 to try to get those get that leaderboard position and earn invites to the NRG Championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you can see it here. Grayson Nimitz with a pretty substantial lead, obviously, there on this leaderboard, followed up by a lot of NRG Series regulars who have found success over the first part of the season. And all of this, of course, is building towards something, right? This is not just, hey, these are a lot of points these players are gathering here, but it's really important for these players towards the end of the year. And that is why you see Grayson Nimitz's name in orange there.
Yeah, because he won the previous showdown earlier this year, he is already qualified for the 2025 NRG Championship. That means that the at-large bids for season 1, there are 3 of those are going to be starting at number 2. That's Will Kowalczyk, Jake Conan, and Harrison Canfor in the Catbird seats right now for those invites. But there's still plenty of Magic left to play today and the rest of season 1 for players looking to punch their ticket to that big tournament.
Yeah, and it looks like we're ready to go here. Down to the table, 2 5-0 players. Connor Pattinson on the left on Boros Mice, and Fan Chen Yang on the right on Absorius Omni. This is, of course, being the Omniscience, the combo deck. A lot going on here on this deck. Meanwhile, the Mice deck is just going to go as fast as possible, and it's worked for both of these players, bringing them to 5-0. And on the brink, as you said, Ross, winning here and shaking hands on their way to the top 8.
6-0 should allow them to double draw into the top 8. So this is a big match for both players and a very sort of non-interactive match. You said it, it's going to be about speed. This is very much a race, especially in game 1. Fanchen, though, does have a little bit of disruption for the aggro deck of Boros Mice. You saw that turn 1 Aphara's dispersal. That's a really huge play for him to keep the pressure off while he sets up this Omniscience combo.
Yeah, and it follows it up there with the Archaeologist, the blocker, which, hey, I mean, that soaks up some amount of damage from the Mice deck over the course of the game. And of course, you were able to pick up a card, and we'll see if he throws it in front of just goes and snaps off the block here on the Challenger and baits out the first Monstrous Rage of the game.
Yeah, the Philology Archaeologists are here to block. You're not going to try to keep it around for some sort of later value. If it soaks up 3 damage like it does here against the Trample with Monstrous Rage, that's good enough. So this is really an ideal start for Fan Chen Yang. Also picked up another copy of Aphara's Dispersal from the Philology Archaeologist trigger. So that could target this Emperor Challenger next turn, or even right now, since it's, next turn when it attacks. And that'll deal with the Monster Roll token.
All right, so this feels like a big turn of the game here. Obviously, Yang is on the back foot here. He was on the draw with the staring down the aggressive deck. But this is a big turn. He's got 3 mana open. How does Connor navigate here? We start with another Challenger.
Yeah, so he knows about the other Aphara's Dispersal that was revealed from Philology Archaeologist. So it's really about not going all in on one threat. He wants to diversify his threats as much as possible so that the spot removal and the bounce spells aren't as devastating. But he also has to be wary of temporary lockdown. So the best way to beat spot removal is by overwhelming it and going wide, but then you expose yourself to the potential of lockdown. So he has to find the right balance between those two.
Okay, and baits out one of them there from Yang. So I guess the upshot of this, if you're Yang, is you're about to untap for your 4th turn. Your life total is still fairly high. You've been efficient with your mana every turn of the game. So he's able to tap out here for another spell on the end step to go ahead and get some more selection as we dig through. So what is the next step for Yang and piecing together the end game here, Ross?
So he needs to get Omniscience into the graveyard, and I'm not sure, but I'm not sure what card he put into the graveyard off of that end step Moment of Truth. I think it was an Omniscience, and yeah, here's the other part of the combo: Abuelo's Awakening. Now the Omniscience will enter as a 1/1 since Abuelo's Awakening was cast for X = 0, but with no mana untapped for Connor Pattinson, he can't point a removal spell at that 1/1 Omniscience. Fan Chen casting another Omniscience from hand immediately, just in case there was some sort of interaction, and now he starts digging for a copy of Invasion of Arcavios. So stock up will either find Invasion or will find more ways to keep digging through the deck. Fan Chen will hopefully find an Invasion of Arcavios and then can go to the sideboard to complete the combo.
Yeah, and Connor just kind of sadly, that was a great explanation of the deck here as we watch Yang go through the motions, and there you go. He found that battle. That's enough to pick it up for Connor. What a I mean, look, I'm not sure, what the percentages of this matchup are, but that has to feel like a win for Yang to pick up game one on the draw against the Boros Mice deck.
Yeah, on the draw, it can definitely be tricky, but that was a really, really strong draw. Kerr, as you said, used all of his mana in the early turns, had a couple pieces of interaction, hit the Omniscience off the moment of truth on the turn he needed it. So a really ideal draw there for Fanchen Yang, and he's able to pick up game one, and now he gets the sideboard, even more interaction for this aggressive deck.
Yeah, and we take a look at the sideboard here. Connor Patterson, Boros Mice, obviously just flying through game one there. As you might expect in a tournament with so many aggressive decks doing well. But let's take a look at this sideboard and how do you interact with this combo? Obviously, we see some graveyard hate, some enchantment removal. What is the direction you go here if you're Connor?
Well, you just nailed it. Those are the two things that you want. It's graveyard hate and enchantment removal. You need to reanimate the Omniscience with Abuela's Awakening, so Rest in Peace stops that. Those will be coming in. And then Destroy Evil can be effective. A lot of the times the Omniscience combo deck, and we saw that in game one from Fanchen Yang, is able to immediately deploy a second Omniscience if they have one in hand. But if they don't have that second Omniscience, they just put Omniscience onto the battlefield, start casting cantrips, you destroy the Omniscience, and now that breaks the chain. So the Destroy Evils will certainly be coming in along with the Rest in Pieces. You may be tempted to bring in Exercise as well because it is nominally enchantment removal, but being a sorcery means that it is completely untenable in this matchup. You need to interact at instant speed. And so, that one's not going to come in.
Well, and that is where the Destroy Evils work, right? Because if you're the Omniscience player and you have a whole line of spells you're going to cast with Omniscience and you start it off by just playing stock up and then you don't get any more free spells, that completely changes how obviously the turn goes, but that probably decides the game because then you're just sitting there having burned your wheels. So that is what Connor is going to look to do. We can take a look over at the Omniscience player's sideboard as Yang seeks to slow down, as you said. It looks to more interaction for the aggressive deck.
Yeah, so he's really going to be looking towards playing more of a control game and having the combo be a later finish as opposed to racing, and that's out of respect for the increased interaction that basically every deck brings in after sideboard. So we see the extra copy of Temporary Lockdown, the fourth one there in the sideboard. The Day of Judgment come in. The Get Lost can come in. Those are definitely the heavy hitters here. Beyond that, Fanchen may want another copy of Stock Up just to have a little bit more card selection in a slower, grindier post-board game setup. And may even look for a couple negates to try to stop these Rest in Pieces and Destroy Evils. Because once you have an Omniscience in play, any counter spells you have left over, regardless of what mana you have available, become live and can protect that Omniscience while you combo. So may want access to negate as well, but that is not a slam dunk.
Yeah, especially perhaps on the draw. I love. I'm sure we'll get back to those sideboards later. I love the one-ofs in the sideboard there. Just I don't know where you want Sunder the Gateway, but I love that you want exactly one of them in your 75. Fanchen Yang did.
Sunder is Fanchen's choice of win conditions, so they want that one in the sideboard. You actually win the game by finding Johan's Stopgap, bouncing the Invasion of Arcavios over and over again, drawing through most of your deck. Eventually, you find a second copy of Invasion, find This Town Ain't Big Enough. Then you can start bouncing both Invasions and keep rebuying all of your spells and win the game with a giant army of Incubate tokens.
There you go. That is the full extent of the one-ofs in the sideboard. And why all of those game actions that Ross just described, that's why Connor just picked his cards up instead.
Yeah, but you don't need to know how your opponent's going to kill you. You know that you're dead. Let's just go to game two. Really important here, a good early start from Fanchen. Mills the Omniscience off of Philology Archaeologist. Now Connor Pattinson has to be wary starting on Fanchen's fourth turn. He could be dead. He needs to hold up mana, have some sort of interaction if he doesn't have a Rest in Peace here.
Yeah, this game also just getting right out of the gates incredibly fast. Yang getting that the threat immediately on board here, the threat of the combo that is. Connor with the sort of traditional threat of the one drop, the Monstrous Rage, everything you kind of want to see if you're the red player. But it's we'll see if he's able to actually mount any interaction here, or if it just becomes kind of a, you know, a goldfish game here for Yang and is able to move to 6-0.
Yeah, Connor does have a good threat here with the Monstrous Raged Heartfire Hero. Looking at the hand, I'm not sure I see any disruption, though. I think it's another Shard Mage's Rescue. I'm using Manifold Mice, and yeah, oof. Connor did know about the temporary lockdown that was Fanchon's choice from Philology Archaeologist, so didn't want to deploy Manifold Mouse on the previous turn, just wanted to push some damage, make sure the Philology Archaeologist died, and now he can rebuild.
Interesting. And perhaps thinking through what you said of the threat of it, he's opting to just pass the turn here, not playing anything. So Yang just taking advantage is going to chart a course.
Yeah. Connor picked up a copy of Lightning Helix, which is actually disruption for the combo at this point. Right. Willow's Awakening turns the Omniscience into a creature. You can burn out that creature. And the problem is, without any pressure, Fanchon can just sit back, keep drawing cards like he did with that Charter Course, and find a way to play through that interaction. So
yeah, this is a brutal position for Pattinson, kind of is in between a rock and a hard place. I mean, he can keep up his interaction, but then you're just doing absolutely nothing, and that feels terrible. Or you can play your creature, it runs into a interaction, and then that feels terrible too, because now you don't have any way to stop him from comboing.
Yeah. And Fanchon surveils 2 off of that dispersal, found Abuelo's Awakening on top. So this game and match is going to end right here.
What do you think of this Azorius Omni deck? I mean, obviously these were great draws for Yang, but moving to 6-0 here in a field full of aggressive decks, Ross, I mean, this looked pretty good.
I think this deck is quite good and quite underrated. You know, it has the ability to race the aggressive decks, has the ability to grind through interaction. It really is, you know, much more than a straightforward linear sort of Belcher style combo deck. Has a lot of tricks to it if you're able to pilot it effectively. And Fanchon piloting it beautifully through this field, looking to punch his ticket into the top 8. And here you see the chain of spells. You know, Philology Archaeologist now finds the Confounding Riddle. Confounding Riddle will dig 4 cards deeper.
There's a stock
up. Finds a stock up. Now stock up will dig 5 cards deeper, and it really just ends with Invasion of Arcavios.
Another stock. There's the invasion. Stock up has been such a, I don't want to say underrated at this point. It's not underrated, but it certainly quietly came on as players recognize its power, and now you see it as not just a value card index, but a part of a combo chain essentially here from Yang.
Yeah, we've seen it in the combo deck. We see it in the Azorius control deck. We saw it earlier in the hands of Ray Zhang in Esper Pixie, a deck that, you know, can utilize the card advantage quite well. And Esper Pixie, with a very low curve, is able to deploy the cards quickly. So it utilizes, you know, it doesn't fall behind when trying to cast stock up. And now here, down a game, Connor saying, okay, Fanchon, play it out. Show me that I'm dead. And here we see, you know, found the second invasion, now can start bouncing them with this town ain't big enough. That, you know, then you redeploy the invasions. They can rebuy instants and sorceries in the graveyard. So you get one of them gets back, this town ain't big enough. The other one finds whatever card you want, and you just loop all of your instants and sorceries ad infinitum.
If you're Pattinson, this is the old make them know how to play their own combo out. It's a non-0% chance that their opponents have just scooped them all day and they don't know how to play their own combo. It's happened.
Oh, it is certainly happened very famously with Steve Sadin at GP Columbus in 2005.
But in this case, probably not. I think play to your outs, you know, sure, why not? But I think Yang knows what he's doing here. He's obviously got this. And there is the handshake. Fanchon Yang moving to 6-0 here at the NRG Series, taking down over Connor Pattinson, who, of course, at just 1 loss is still very live. And we're going to perhaps get an interview with Yang there after that match to explain more of that deck. But it looked pretty good there as one of our perhaps 2 6-0 decks is going to be Azorius Omniscience.
Yeah, looks like there's actually a more complicated loop there with Long River's Pull and Ephara's Dispersal. You can set up a loop where you keep countering your own spell while gifting your opponent a card and effectively decking them while they're tapped out.
I liked that. That looked like, because you saw at the end there, Connor just picked his whole deck up and said, "Oh, well," and then everything ended. So the creativity and like I said, we call it. Hey, you get random cards on the sideboard. What are those for? Well, it turns out we've got all kinds of win conditions, and we actually saw that at the RC last weekend, right, where everyone had different win conditions in their breach decks to try to play around. All the interaction is kind of fun. So yeah, looks like we're getting set up for an interview here. But that was a nice match, and obviously we'll have some more matches here. But we expect to have one other 6-0 undefeated player at the end of this, so we are likely to see these players in the top 8, perhaps, including Fanchen Yang. Congratulations on that match.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a lot of fun for one of the players in that match.
Definitely. So
yeah.
Talk to us about your deck just in general. Obviously, there's a lot of complex interactions, and when you comboed off there, it looked like you ended up making your opponent basically draw their entire deck. So how did you end up on Azorius Omniscience this weekend?
So I have the cards for Domain, but I did not want to play the Domain Mirror at all. And so this deck looked really cool. I saw it a few months ago, actually, when it started to pop up. And I just had the cards built, and yeah, it looked like a lot of fun. So.
And can you just walk us through the loop you ended up using there in game 2 with Long River's pull?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So the way that this works, if you have 2 invasions on play and you have this town ain't big enough, you basically net like 2 spells each time you bounce 2 invasions, right? So you have this town ain't big enough and Long River's pull and then a random spell here. So you basically let loop the 3 spells here, and each iteration, rather than you getting ahead on resources, your opponent draws a card here, and eventually they run out of cards to draw.
Yeah, so it's invasion, get this town, invasion, get Long River's pull, bounce both invasions, invasion, get back this town, invasion, get back a random spell, play random spell, counter it, gifting your opponent a card, and then re-loop over and over again.
Yep.
That is awesome. Not a loop I have seen with this deck. I was actually playing this deck earlier this week with Haunt the Network. But you get to kill your opponent on the same turn that you combo with a card that can have some functionality over the course of the game, which is great.
Yeah, exactly. So I actually landed on this particular build of the deck from an article by Rei Hirayama, who won a Hararuya tournament recently here. And he had an article online where he basically walked through this particular build. I know a lot of the older builds had like Gearholtz in the board, but his entire thing was if you try to win without like the Omniscience plan, you should just be playing a different deck. So you might as well like have a win condition that can be boarded in and like has some utility elsewhere here.
Yeah, because there's a lot of games, the games that we saw, you were able to win rather quickly, but there's a lot of games where you have to grind through a lot of interaction. You have to play that control role. So I imagine having cards that can function when you're in that control role is quite helpful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just not having like 5 mana cards that like need to attack is like kind of the point. You just need to have, an actual sideboard in these games. So.
Well, and we saw the threat of the combo forcing Connor into some awkward positions there because he had removal up to interact, right? But it was that or play to the board is kind of just the threat of the combo. So you're now 6-0, very, very close to a possible top 8 berth. How are you feeling about your chances the rest of the day and perhaps any top 8 play?
Yeah, so I don't think there are any like super weak matchups necessarily. It all depends on what sort of sideboard cards people are bringing. I think this deck was a little bit of a known quantity previously, but I don't know how much people are prepared for it. Once you get to top 8 with like open deck lists, it becomes a lot easier here. So I can kind of say that I've gotten past the more difficult portion of the tournament.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so when it comes to hate for this combo, we generally see it fall into two categories. There's graveyard hate, like Ghost Vacuum and Rest in Peace, and then there's the disenchant effects that can destroy omniscience, like Destroy Evil and Get Lost. Which one of those categories of cards are you more afraid of? Is it the graveyard hate or the disenchants?
Absolutely the graveyard hate. Once you have an omniscience in play, you generally like have set up the board already and your hand. And there are ways to play around enchantment removal. It's a lot harder to play around graveyard hate, especially if they can be a little bit more proactive about it. The deck digs so much that you just like can sort of sit here and sculpt your hand as needed here. So definitely the more proactive measures are better.
Awesome, awesome. Well, congrats on your start. I assume if all goes to plan, you'll be shaking hands these last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Hopefully the standings break your way and we'll get to see you in the elimination rounds.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right. And I think we might get another match for you. That was some great insight into that deck, I have to say, Ross, listening to you talk back and forth with him. If you are somebody at home looking to get out to a future NRG event, looking to just pick up a League for Magic Online, if you want to know what's going on under hood and standard, that's it right there. That was a deep pull that he found this deck and is now showing it off. That was great. And we're going to have more of that throughout the day as he now moves to 6-0.
Very easy to see how having a deep understanding of your deck gets rewarded. Our player who is 6-0 clearly understands exactly what's going on with their deck and how it fits into the current standard metagame.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we are ready to move into our time-shifted match here. On your left, that is Samuel Clayton on Demir Bounce. On your right, that is Nicole Dubin on Esper Pixie. Both of these players coming into the round 4 and 1. There's going to be a lot of cards picked up out of play back and forth in this one.
Oh, yeah. Both players trying to pick things up and put them down.
Well, this town is going to be, there's going to be a lot of bounces. There's going to be a lot of this town ain't big enough played back and forth.
This town isn't big enough, nor is the 5-1 bracket big enough for both of these players.
That's right. All right. It does look like Nicole had to take a couple of mulligans there to start. So not ideal, especially as Clayton leads out with the Spyglass Siren, what's really become not a ubiquitous, but a very familiar one drop in standard.
Yeah, Spyglass Siren is a very nice one. Mulligan to 5, tough for Nicole, but her particular list actually well set up to draw a few more cards. 3 copies of Kaido in the main is on the high end, and 2 copies of Stock Up in the main. So she has a little bit more card advantage, should be able to recover from this mulligan if given enough time.
Yeah, the Stock Up feels like a really nice piece in the bounce mirrors where you're just going to be trading resources all day long. Unfortunately, no second land here for Nicole. We might have a quick one in the first game.
Yeah, and Samuel Clayton not giving her any reprieve with a very strong opening curve, multiple Spyglass Sirens, uses the maps to explore, and now at turn 3, Kaido, and this game is going to be over in a hurry.
Yeah, you kind of just count your blessings there. If you're Samuel Clayton, pick up the first win of the match. I mean, this is not ideal if you're Nicole, but you get to take the playback in game 2. Hopefully, mulligan a little less. And hey, you know what you're up against here. You see the Enduring Curiosity. It's a big part of Clayton's deck. It's one of these Demir decks. It's been sort of a key feature of them over at various points over the last, 6 months of standard, as has Kaido. And that's just sort of the core gameplay loop of the Demir bounce deck, which then has all of the other bounce spells you expect, while eschewing the white cards that Nicole's deck plays, which hopefully she'll get an opportunity to play in game 2.
Yeah, she fought on valiantly in that game, probably looking to maybe get a little bit of information. This is a closed deck list tournament, so seeing if Clayton could offer up maybe a card that Nicole wasn't expecting. Instead, just plays the main cards from the Demir bounce deck, ends this game rather quickly, and Nicole will have to go to the sideboard and try to recover both of these games to take the match.
This looks like our Demir deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, just checking there.
This does look like Clayton's list, so I think we have that backwards. But
So
checking.
let's talk about it. Yeah, let's look through here. We see just the one stock up making the appearance in this particular blue deck. But other than that, a lot of 4-ofs, a lot of things you expect.
Yeah, this is pretty typical of Demir bounce. This is the more plotting. This is the slower, more card advantage, kind of late game oriented bounce deck. So Clayton generally, for as aggressive as he was there in the first game, wants to go long in these games, going to be advantaged in the late stages, and has a lot of good tools to further that advantage in the sideboard with a second copy of Stock Up. Has the Preacher of the Schisms, and then is going to want access to more removal against the more aggressive oriented Esper Pixie deck. Probably going to want these cut downs and might want access to some Gix's commands as well. And then we have the 4 copies of Tishana's Tidemarter. This is really a very strong sideboard for the matchup. We'll see exactly how many of these cards Clayton wants, but he has a ton of options to change up his deck and make sure he has the right interaction for this matchup.
I'm always a fan of Tidebinder. It's just a merfolk, right? As is Flood Pitch Drowner. We're so close in Standard.
so close. I'm sure once we get close, Nikachu will find it.
Yes. All right. Well, we can check out Nicole's Esper list here, as you see. You mentioned the aggressive angle of it. Of course, the 8 1-drops giving the ability. The 8 creature 1-drops there, giving the ability to get onto the board very fast, taxing your opponents nowhere to runs and their own removal and all of that. But looking at the sideboard here for the Esper Pixie deck against the Pseudo Mirror, what are you looking at?
So I think one of the main issues that Nicole might run into is really needing to answer Enduring Curiosity. Has nowhere to run, which nominally answers it, but the curiosity will stick around as an enchantment. Right. And that still gives Clayton access to strong card advantage. So we'll likely want access to Destroy Evil that can destroy that enchantment. Can also deal with the Preacher of the Schisms that are coming out of the sideboard if Nicole anticipates those. We'll also potentially want access to the Dreams of Steel and Oils, which can just take Enduring Curiosity out of the hand. And then beyond that, likely just wants a little bit more card advantage herself to try to play through the interaction from Demir. So that single copy of the Defiled Crypt / Cadaver Lab and the other copy of Stock Up to supplement the 2 in the main are cards that I would also look at.
Yeah, it does look like Nicole has tools to go long here, has the Stock Up numbers advantage, which basically is the secret code to just having a good long game, it seems, because it's just that good. But I loved the Crypt and the Cadaver Lab. Just a nice, fun, limited card, making a sweet sideboard appearance in Standard. But yeah, if Nicole can survive early, obviously in that game got run over early, but it looks like tools in the sideboard to go long. So definitely should be prepped for a nice interactive back and forth match here.
Yeah,
if all goes to plan.
That seems like the direction that Esper Pixie has moved in recent weeks. It's a little bit less aggressive and more geared to play these longer games. That way it can grind through things like temporary lockdown out of domain. It can grind through all the spot removal that, decks bring in to beat you. The metagame kind of reacted to this deck and became very low curve because it needed to. It was tired of, deck players were tired of getting run over by this Esper Pixie deck. And so now the Pixie deck has to respond and get a little bit bigger itself, make sure it has some beefier cards to play into the mid and late game.
All right. I think we are ready to go down to game 2 of the time shifted match. And there you go. 1-drop deployed for Nicole.
Yeah, the turn 1 Storm Chasers talent on both sides. Players, already a much better start for Nicole than in game 1.
I remember there was and I don't remember if it's even a deck now, but the Teamer Otters deck for a while, there was a push going around to name it Otter Fodder. And I was a big fan of it. And that's what seeing these otters go off here for Nicole is the bounce spell allows her to pick her own up and bounce the token from Clayton. I was a big fan of both that name and this card and this deck.
Yeah, Storm Chaser's talent, a staple of Standard over the last several months, starting with Teamer Otters and now in all of these bounce strategies. Just combos so well with This Town Ain't Big Enough. And that loop that you get to once you have 7 mana of go to the second chapter or second level, return my This Town, bounce the Storm Chaser's talent, and one of your permanents replay it, gives these decks a surprisingly strong late game, especially Esper Pixie. Even though it is a very aggressive deck, it can work towards that end game, and that can beat a lot of more powerful strategies because it's such a powerful loop itself.
Stock up number 1 deployed for Nicole. Just unmatched card advantage coming out of this uncommon here. Well, card selection, I suppose, mixed with card advantage.
Yeah, when you get both,
Yeah.
Now you got something really going. Can't get a great look at what card she's looking at. I think that might have been a Hopeless Nightmare.
A looping Hopeless Nightmare seems like a good spot to be as both players are going back and forth here. Obviously, Samuel had to know where to run, got rid of Nicole's token, so there's not going to be any just, bunch of prowess triggers, deal early damage. We're kind of in this for the grind, and that's why Nicole, instead of opting for anything else on turn 3, just says, okay, shield's down, I'm going to tap out, I'm going to just stock up while I can, and thinking it through, because this is going to be probably they're going to be very key. Maybe not in the next turn, or maybe not even the next 2 turns, but over the course of the next 5 turns, that stock up decision could loom large. That's why I see Nicole taking her time on it, and now Hopeless Nightmare arrives.
Yeah, players just trading resources here on the early turns, both of them deploying Storm Chaser talent. On turn 2, both of them answered the opposing otter. Now turn 3, we're getting into the mid game. Players are going to try to deploy some card advantage, whether that's from stock up or their various bounce effects, allowing them to reuse Storm Chaser's talent and Hopeless Nightmare. Nicole already got her card advantage with that turn 3 stock up. Clayton set up here with all of these things to bounce, has Storm Chaser talent, Hopeless Nightmare, and Nowhere to Run. So once he finds This Town Ain't Big Enough and his Fear of Isolations, he has basically every option before him. He can get straight card advantage with Hopeless Nightmare, he can answer a creature on the battlefield with Nowhere to Run, or he can press his own advantage on the battlefield and create an otter with Storm Chaser's talent. It'll just depend on the texture of the board at that time.
Yeah, a lot available to him here. Well said. Just an otter deployed for Nicole to start things off. A lot of cards in hand for Nicole. So we've got a long way to go here. And it looks like another land picked up for Samuel. Just a pass back. I'm not sure if I spotted Enduring Curiosity in there or not.
I think I saw one in his hand last turn. So that's likely what he has planned here. And Nicole will undoubtedly see that coming.
Yeah, it's very much the top of the curve in the deck. When you're not paying 5 mana for This Town Ain't Big Enough. And if they pass with 4 mana open, doing nothing with cards in hand, that's probably what you can expect.
Yeah, that's a tough sell when you have 4 cards in hand, 4 mana. I just don't have anything. Really unlucky over here.
Yeah, I got a land hand. All right, the Pixie has arrived for Nicole, and this is a very mana-efficient way to pick cards up and start to loop them, including that Hopeless Nightmare, which comes back down and is going to force Samuel to discard another card, which, hey, he's got lands to burn here, but it is just going to make him increasingly all in probably on this Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, and now this Otter is going to come across for 3. Hopeless Nightmare was cast twice this turn, so 2 prowess triggers pumping that. And really, the big question will be, if Clayton deploys the Enduring Curiosity, does Nicole have an answer to it?
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't Enduring Curiosity I thought I saw, because Sam going for This Town Ain't Big Enough.
Okay. Going to target anyway, Nowhere to Run and the Otter.
Yeah, so this will deal with the Otter, and then Nowhere to Run can deal with the Nurturing Pixie if he wants to do that.
Yeah, it looks like that's what we're going for here. I'm not gonna lie, it still looks like a Curiosity. Yeah, but I guess we'll find out. Might have just opted into this line regardless. But all right, either way, here we go. Nowhere to Run is going to target the Pixie, and this is actually going to cause a response from Nicole, who has This Town Ain't Big Enough. But what do you bounce from Samuel's side?
You bounce nothing. Bounce 2 things on your own side.
double bounce of her own things, picking up the Hopeless Nightmare and the Pixie back to hand. That was, I guess, the danger of doing that if you're Sam. I mean, you still, for the turn, got rid of it and just passes right back.
Yeah, and now Nicole likely to redeploy Hopeless Nightmare, Pixie Nightmare to try to take the last 2 cards from Samuel's hand. But we know that there's the Enduring Curiosity waiting, and so that'll get deployed. And we're back to this question: does Nicole have an answer to Curiosity? If she does, she's very far ahead in this game. If she doesn't, things are a lot closer.
All right, here we go. Nightmare baits out the Curiosity. 2 mana open for Nicole with, I guess you can block. The thing about the Curiosity is, I suppose if you're looping Nightmare, it's maybe not quite as devastating. But in a matchup like this, where obviously players are, draining cards from each other, just getting 1 or 2 cards off the Curiosity starts to turn the tide.
Yeah, and Sam has 4 mana in play. He can presumably deploy any cards he draws. So I don't think Hopeless Nightmare is going to gain any more card advantage.
Oh. That's huge. All right, Fear of Isolation picks up Nowhere to Run. Nowhere to Run removes the Pixie, and that means the Enduring Curiosity is able to connect, knocks Nicole down to, looks like 12 life, but more importantly, is able to claw back a card for Samuel, who now has 2 threats in play, and a lot of pressure on Nicole here. I see the talent in hand, a Kaido. Not sure that there's answers here.
Yeah, Kaido is a card that you want to play when you're ahead. Much, much worse when you're behind on the battlefield. And we'll see if Nicole can find a way to get that onto the battlefield and untap with it.
It was Nowhere to Run that seems to have been the difference maker in this game. Both players were looping their cards, but looping the removal piece for Samuel. And, of course, having that Curiosity at the end of it all was well navigated here by him.
Yeah, he sort of let everything else happen, let the dust settle from all of those trades, and then say, hey, I have the best leftovers. I have Enduring Curiosity. That's going to trump anything you have. And now the onus is on Nicole to find an answer and get back to parity.
And so he got Nicole to use that This Town Ain't Big Enough on 2 of her own things on that turn. If instead of going for that Nowhere to Run play, he had just played for the Curiosity, it would have ended with it getting bounced, his entire 4 mana getting wasted, Nicole picking up 1 of her own things, and then him being in sort of the same position the next turn. So I do think that was really well played by Samuel there to get himself into a position that has Nicole back up against the wall here.
Yeah, looks like Nicole found another land and a Nowhere to Run off the stock up, so she can deploy the Storm Chaser's talent. Nowhere to Run the Fear of Isolation, I suppose. Oh, Hopeless Nightmare from Sam. So that means the Kaido is going to go away. And now Nicole doesn't really have. Oh, my God.
Yeah, This Town Ain't Big Enough might be the final piece here. The token goes, target a Hopeless Nightmare. Okay. A Nowhere to Run here from Nicole actually is going to slow the bleeding. Does that, we'll see. That means the Nightmare resolves. Nothing happens. Okay.
Yeah, and the one thing to note, both players have cast Hopeless Nightmare a bunch of times, so life totals are a lot lower than you might think. 8 for Clayton, 10 for Dubin at this point. So Nicole has to really think not only about stopping this card advantage train from Samuel, but also protecting her own life total. Looks like still thinking about what exactly to target with this Nowhere to Run. In either case, Clayton is going to be able to draw 1 card, right?
Right.
One creature coming across.
Yeah. So if you target the Fear of Isolation, and that's like what Nicole does, there's just now the 1 creature in play, and you find an answer to that later. I guess the bouncing is better against the Curiosity than the Fear, etc. Maybe how Dubin ends up on that line, but it does look like this it's going to be a good draw for Dubin because Clayton is still pushing through with that Enduring Curiosity, although I guess if life totals are correct, down to 4 life. Not sure if that's correct, but if so, it's a consideration.
Yeah, I think we might have taken that attack off the wrong side because it was 10-8. So I think it should be 8-6.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah. Looks like
otherwise we're getting into some some hopeless nightmare burn territory here, but I don't think that's actually the case. So, all right, Nicole, with This Town Ain't Big Enough, though, that was probably one of the better draws. It's certainly able to tax a lot of mana out of Samuel's side.
Yeah, so interestingly there, Nicole was on 6 lands to start the turn. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to sacrifice the Hopeless Nightmare, Surveil 2, or Scry 2, and try to find some action off the top. But Nicole knows that an untapped land, if she leaves all 6 lands untapped, land 7 is really a really good draw there because she had the Storm Chaser's talents in play and This Town Ain't Big Enough in the graveyard, and now she can start these loops. And Clayton has drawn a lot of cards, but he is, as you mentioned, behind on lands. So, the fact that she left the Enduring Curiosity in play instead of the Fear of Isolation means that this loop is that much more powerful.
Well, and you mentioned earlier during, I think, the sideboarding that this Esper Pixie deck had forced the format to become much more efficient because of how mana efficient it can be, in large part thanks to This Town Ain't Big Enough. But that's kind of it right there, right? Like Samuel worked really hard and put a lot of work into this Enduring Curiosity to get through with it and play it, but it just taxed so much mana, it ends up getting pitched away here anyway.
Yeah, he realizes that that's no longer a winning line because of the power of the This Town Ain't Big Enough Storm Chaser's talent loops. And now he has to try to, I guess, set them up himself.
Oh, here we go. This is where those Hopeless Nightmares can come into play, though, right? A little extra burn from either side.
Yeah, with Nicole at 4, she does have to be wary of that. This is really interesting. So she has the other Storm Chaser's talent on the level 1 that can rebuy This Town Big Enough. And then the question becomes, what 2 cards do you bounce? One has to be Storm Chaser's talent to keep the loop going. Do you want a second Otter? Do you want a removal spell and Nowhere to Run? Or do you want a Hopeless Nightmare your opponent and try to end this game through direct damage?
Right. Well, love or hate these bounce decks, they certainly give you some interesting board states. A lot of permanents in play, a lot of things to consider for Dubin. I think I'd be on the side of play an aggressive deck and avoid a lot of these headaches. Look at this.
Wow. Decides to go for a pest control. Does this mean there's a Storm Chaser's talent in hand? Was that the draw? So that she can restart the loop?
What a spell, just completely wipes the board.
Yeah, I guess just very scared. When Clayton discards the Enduring Curiosity, it's a strong signal that there's something powerful left over. And with Nicole on 4, she says, you know what? I'm going to play around you rebouncing that Hopeless Nightmare and killing me by just wiping everything.
Well, this leaves us in a fascinating spot here. Okay, back to square one, I guess. Spyglass Siren for Samuel Clayton.
Yeah, and that's a huge threat. If the map reveals a non-land, this is a 2-turn clock. And it reveals Go for the Throat. Sam says, sure, that's good enough. Is that a Restless Reef?
It does look like it. And just finding the 5th land might be relevant. Finding that land, definitely relevant with Nicole at 4 life.
Yeah, Restless Reef is an excellent one. It's 4 toughness, so it doesn't die to Nowhere to Run, and it's a land that can't be bounced even when animated by This Town Ain't Big Enough. So now the Pixie combined with the Nowhere to Run can take out Restless Reef. So Pixie, an excellent pickup here for Nicole Dubin.
This is not where I thought we would be 2 turns ago when each player had about 6 different things in play. I'll say that.
No, Nicole going for the great reset. And now it's about who can recover faster. And Clayton is still, a little bit tight on mana here. Ideally would be able to go for the throat, that Nurturing Pixie, and fire up the Restless Reef, but just doesn't have the mana for that, even with a land drop this turn.
Okay, step 1 attack.
Nicole says
Makes
I'll
sense.
trade.
Nicole, yeah, we got Dubin down to 4 life. I mean, the attack makes the most sense. All right, so we got it. This time ain't big enough in Samuel's hand, nothing to pull the trigger on with it. That Restless Reef's in play, but and another one has joined the battlefield.
Yeah, and this is the downside of making that trade for Nicole, but she was really, in a bad spot either way, needed to find something there, because if she takes the 2, now both creatures, the Restless Reef and the Spyglass Siren, are lethal, and she doesn't have the means to deal with both at the same time. If she trades, she stays at 4, but now she doesn't have the means to deal with the Restless Reef. And she can shrink it this turn to buy herself one more draw step, but it's going to be really hard to deal with these 4/4s.
Yeah, not exactly where you want to be, that's for sure. And there we go. One of the benefits of playing the blue-black deck, right? You can play a fair number of the lands.
Yeah, definitely a much improved mana base relative to Esper. Fewer pain lands, which can be problematic against the red decks, and you get more utility lands in the form of Restless Reef and Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, the Soulstone Sanctuary is a nice piece as well. So, all right, here we go. Nicole trying to find a way back in, down to 3 life. It looks like we have a Planeswalker hitting the battlefield, and that doesn't do it. Kaido not good enough. So the fist pump goes out. Samuel Clayton picks up the win, moving to 5-1 here at the NRG Championship Series. That was we were looking for a back and forth interesting match, and there was a lot going on in that, and I suppose that's what we got.
Yeah, very much so. It looked like Nicole had the slight advantage early, but then, as the dust settled, Sam is able to pull ahead with that enduring curiosity. Then Nicole pulls back ahead with This Town Ain't Big Enough Storm Chaser's talent loops when she got to 7 mana, but because of that early pressure, her life total forced her into the awkward pest control play, and Sam was able to recover from the pest control faster and finish that game and match off. So congrats to him.
Yes, well done. All right. And if you want a chance to get on camera and show what you've got at an NRG Championship Series event, we're going to take a look at our upcoming events here before we head into our break. And the next one up is Chicagoland. That's coming up on May 10th and 11th. You want a chance to play some Modern? I think you might get a chance to play some Breachless Modern by then. Who knows? But if you want a chance to play some Modern, come on out to Chicagoland. And if you're instead a Standard player, we've got a $5,000 event on Sunday. That Modern event, of course, being a showdown with all the prizes that go to our showdown winners.
Yeah, and of course, the winners of all of the showdowns automatically qualified for the NRG Championship at the end of the year. So that's the one you really want to take down. But Standard players, you still take down a big chunk of cash and a lot of leaderboard points and get to the NRG Championship that way on Sunday.
Yeah, shout out to Nikachu, Merfolk player there, holding up that trophy he won with Merfolk. Heading on out to the next one, Indianapolis. This summer, June 28th and 29th. Instead, it is Standard for the showdown at this one. And then, hey, you want to play with your team? You can't top this team event. Final Fantasy Team Sealed 10K on Sunday. A Final Fantasy, I think, is going to be a big set for Magic, and that is looking like a big weekend doing Team Sealed with Final Fantasy. And if you don't want to play limited, of course, there's the Standard Showdown with the rewards and prizes and everything for $10,000 as well. So Indianapolis, June 28th and 29th. That's where we're headed next. Where you are headed is to round 7 with us, I believe, is where we are headed as we march towards our top 8 here at the Nerd Rage Gaming Championship Series. I am Corbin Hostler with Ross Merriam. We will see you on the other side. Hello and welcome back, everybody. NRG Championship Series here in Madison, Wisconsin. Corbin Hostler joined by Ross Merriam. We are back. We are into round 7. That means 2 more rounds, and we will be into our top 8. The stretch run, Ross.
Yeah, and really this 7th round means a lot because so many of our players who are 6-1 going into the last round are going to have good enough tiebreakers to just shake hands, intentionally draw, and lock up that spot. So this is a really critical round. All of our players who are in the future match area are 5-1, playing to get to that spot where they can draw into the top 8. This is the round.
Yeah, and I think we are going to take a look at the players we've been following throughout the day here, and a couple of them are 5-1. Ben Unger, Grayson Nemitz, both 5-1. Garrick Alfred, Harrison Canfor, 4-2. The rest of the squad there still hanging around, 3-3. Will Kowalczyk has dropped. Fire Shoes had a great start. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to get him on camera, but shout out to Fire Shoes. It's 3-3. But we've had a great time watching these players throughout the day. They've got a lot to play for, and that is what is coming up here this weekend, right? This weekend has a lot of points, a lot of money on the line for these players who are looking for those invites for the NRG Championship Series, the Regional Championship Series. All of these things are on the line to the top 8 and beyond here.
And that's why you see those players sticking it out at 3-3. They still want to climb up these brackets, get that third point for finishing top 64, or that fourth and fifth point for finishing top 32. You know, those points matter a whole lot towards your leaderboard standing, which gets you into the NRG Championship at the end of the year. Of course, our players in the top 8 really just want to get that first place prize, because you see that's an automatic invite there. That means you don't have to worry about leaderboard points anymore. You've punched your ticket and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Also, in the tournament, you get your own token, which, let me tell you, is one of the sweetest prizes you can get in all of Magic. Something that you can carry with you for, you know, the rest of your life, even beyond your Magic playing career. Just a great thing to have, and Inkling Customs does such great work. So an awesome, unique prize that all of our Showdown winners receive, in addition to the invite to the NRG Championship and that $2,400.
These are just beautiful, by the way, right? Like, just every one of these is unique, fitting to the player. They're great. Absolutely love these tokens. And I mean, look, that's what we're all playing for, is the token at the end of the showdown. That's what it's for. And one of those players, by the way, you see that May French token, where I think we're heading down to the match where we will get the chance to watch May play against Ben Unger, Demir Bounce versus Gruel Mice. Both of these players at 5-1 here in round 7, the NRG Championship Series, Madison, Wisconsin. Let's get started.
Yeah, Ben Unger, we saw on the players to watch leaderboard. May French, someone we have seen a lot here on the NRG Series. So this is a clash of titans trying to get into the top 8 and playing 2 of the better decks in the format.
Yeah, and an ideal start here by Ben, right? You got the class into the nowhere to run. You get a nice aggressive start here, and just like that. Okay, shout out to the land choice by May.
you like the all text lands?
Well, I like that. It's not that I necessarily like them myself. I would not play with them, but I like that she did it, right? Like, that's a commitment. Someone put thought into their basic lands. They didn't just grab whatever was lying around the house. And more than that, that's a nice choice. That's just a nice, unique choice.
Ben here going with some classic unhinged basics, those gorgeous full art John Avon lands.
Yeah, hard to beat.
Okay, here's this town ain't big enough, bouncing the Storm Chaser's talent and May's turn 2 Manifold Mouse. So Ben taking a very aggressive stance here, and I really like that from him. You know, one of the reasons that Gruul aggro really rose up in Standard is because its threats and its, you know, resilient nature lined up so well against the Dimir mid-range deck. And while Dimir Bounce is very similar to Dimir mid-range, the Storm Chaser's talents give it the ability to be more aggressive. And that is a really strong addition to this matchup, because you're not able to take full control of games against Gruul in the face of Questing Druid and Innkeeper's talent. So you do need to put some priority on closing out games. And that's what Ben is doing here. Now has a second copy of Nowhere to Run to take out the redeployed Manifold Mouse. And these 2 otters coming in for 4. May already down to 10 life and has no aggression established of her own.
Yeah, speaking of hard to beat, this is a picture perfect start here from Ben Unger. Just the talent double, Nowhere to Run. That was a big turn, right? If May was able to keep the blocker there, maybe things play out a little differently. But having the second Nowhere to Run, which is devastating to the course of this game. And here's a Flood Pitch Drowner to tap one of these mice down on top of that. So just coming up, all Ben here in the first game was also on the play, by the way. And has another Flood Pitch Drowner and an Enduring Curiosity in hand. So just an ideal start, essentially. 1, 2, 3, 4 here for Ben Unger, and we'll see what he chooses to do here. How many spells he wants to cast, if he wants to go for the curiosity, draw some extra cards, or keep up the tap and continue to keep May on the back foot.
Yeah, and it's tough because normally you would think Enduring Curiosity is the obvious play, but these Manifold Mice are pretty threatening on the way back.
Yeah.
That said, it looks like Ben is going to go with the Enduring Curiosity Lion, and he gets the block out of May. I assume that tap was, probably block the Flood Pits Drowner. And now I think Ben can pretty safely deploy the Enduring Curiosity, trade Mouse for Drowner, come across for some damage, and draw a few cards.
Yeah, and as long as you're not, worried about dying on the crackback this turn, which, hey, is something you always have to consider against the Gruul decks in Standard, this is a big refill here for Ben, and it looks like double removal spell off of it. So
go for the throat and nowhere to run. Ideal draws here for Ben Unger to keep this damage coming. And really, I can't highlight enough how important it has been for Ben to be aggressive in these games. If he tried to take a classic defensive posture, as most players do when they play against these red aggro decks, then his Storm Chaser's talent otter tokens wouldn't have blocked as well. His Enduring Curiosity wouldn't have been as effective. And all this damage he's done himself with those underground rivers, he doesn't have any Painless Blue Mana yet, would have been a real problem. But because he is the one being the aggressor, putting May on the back foot, none of that is a problem, and everything is going well. He's kind of flipped the script and says, look at me, I'm the aggro deck now.
Well, it's an excellent point too about the pain lands, because that's cost them a lot of life over the course of this, and that's what honestly even made it somewhat contested here, is because it feels like if you're May, well, that life total is sort of within reach. But this is the one turn window basically May has before Ben untaps with those cards. He tapped out for the Enduring Curiosity so he could get the refill from combat. And if he untaps, it's going to be a parade of removal that May's going to be hard pressed to work through. But for this turn, she's got some options.
Yeah, this is the big turn, and May has to take the more defensive stance here. The one thing I'm noticing about her list is 4 copies of Torch the Tower. If she can bargain a Torch the Tower and cleanly remove the Enduring Curiosity, exile it so it doesn't come back as an enchantment, this board starts to look a lot more manageable. I haven't gotten a great look at her hand, but the Enduring Curiosity is priority number 1 for her. After that, you can start cleaning up these otters.
Okay, we spent a lot of time in the tank thinking it through. It's obviously huge, and now it looks like, it looks like decisions have been made. Mana's getting tapped. We'll see what May has decided is the line. Emberheart Challenger. Start things off.
Looks like her hand is all aggressive elements. It's Innkeeper's Talent, Monstrous Rage, Hired Claw, and then the Challenger that she just deployed. So that's not a hand that's going to play well in this position because of the way Ben has approached the matchup.
Yeah, and we know that Ben is sitting on multiple removal spells in his hand. So both of these creatures are probably not long for this world after this. But hey, look at that. A 1-drop found off of the Challenger. Maybe we see that follow up.
What May really needed there was Torch the Tower.
Yeah.
If she hit Torch the Tower, she can sack the Innkeeper's Talent to bargain as an enchantment and deal with the Enduring Curiosity. But as is, actually, so now, wow, because of this damage, Ben's at exactly 14. This Monstrous Rage is potentially lethal. This is a 3/3 right now. Emperor Heart. Monstrous Rage will make it a 7-power double striker because of the Manifold Mouse. So Ben actually has to block away the Enduring Curiosity. Okay.
So it will. Yeah, this is what we talked about. The Painlands coming back to change a game that otherwise would have been pretty, academic for Ben.
And now, does May want to keep her Emberheart Challenger around? I guess it's going to stay around regardless because it is double strike from the Manifold Mouse. So it's a question of, does she want to force through a bunch of damage, or does she want to have a blocker back to protect her own life total with that Heartfire hero?
Right. And now you know that this will be back as an enchantment, the Curiosity will. So it's one less attacker you have to worry about. And now you have a blocker if you really want it, I guess. Now, there are a lot of cards in hand for Ben that look very strong. No 4th land, though. So 2 spells it looks like he's going to have access to, but it means one of them probably won't be Kaido.
Yeah.
facing down 3 creatures. Plus, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe if you're Ben, you think you could, think you're getting tricked here. But it seemed pretty clear that May was debating a Monstrous Rage there. He was playing around Monstrous Rage. It's something you're just going to have to consider throughout the game here. So if you're Ben, this is not as simple as you want it to be. With May down to 7 life, and you have the Curiosity giving you more additional cards. But that is where he starts, is with turning both of these sideways. May prompting or offering anyway a trade.
But it is not going to be a trade, as Ben has several spells to pump up these otters. So I like the way Ben has played this. Once he respects the Monstrous Rage on May's turn, he has to keep respecting it, like you said, for the rest of this game. And so there's no reason to be blindly aggressive. He was 1 damage short. If he just clears away the blockers and plays 2 spells, the otters are 3/3s, but May's at 7. So this way, he now has removal spells for the other 2 creatures, and May has voluntarily blocked away her Heartfire hero. So he's dealt with every potential threat. There is the Soulstone Sanctuary still on May's side of the battlefield. But, without the... I guess that you don't need the Manifold Mouse necessarily. If May has a land, Innkeeper's Talent plus Monstrous Rage will make that a 7-power attacker, but Ben's still at 13, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, and Ben's picked up Sanctuary of his own. He might get a chance to use later. But the thing is also now Ben has enough cards, or at least he has more cards. He's got the damage has kind of been done by the Enduring Curiosity, and now maybe he can think about keeping back a blocker, prompting a Monstrous Rage, prompting removal, and opt into that kind of line. If he decides I've got enough cards and just want to protect my life total for the moment. So again, another big turn for May. This has been a really nice back and forth game.
Yeah, the threat of Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse has really allowed May to stay in it and forced Ben to pull back and play at least a little bit defensively. So the rest of this game is going to be about Ben trying to find that balance. Don't open up a window where May can steal this game, or you've been ahead the entire time, but still try to close the game as quickly as you can, because the more draws that May gets off the top of her deck, the more chances she gets to find something that can really pull her all the way back to even.
Well, and here we go. Screaming Nemesis was the play here for May. Now thinking about the Innkeeper's Talent trigger. Ben just they're just quiet over there. Just head down, watching it, thinking about, okay, I know I've got these removal spells in my hand, or at least they go for the throat here. Where am I going to have to use it? Waiting to see, try not to give anything away while May chooses a target.
Yeah, and Ben also has the potential to play Flood Pit's Drowner if he wants to do that. Because that will allow him to get a slightly bigger attack on his next turn. So really just wants to see where this counter goes. May deciding to put it on the Manifold Mouse. So I assume Ben really would like to play the Drowner and get another attacker on his turn and tap down the...
Yeah.
See, can probably just tap down the Manifold Mouse, because Screaming Nemesis is not going to kill you from 13.
Yeah, you have to... Okay, so you'd have to go to 12... So, but there's no double strike. It's not a mouse over there, right? But so it looks like the Manifold's Mouse has attacked. So not been tapped down. So this could open up a couple lines. Holding your Drowner for as long as possible gives you some options here if Ben is going to commit to the go for the throat instead. And there we go. Monstrous Rage coming in on the mouse.
And so this is going to be a 5-power double striker. So that's 10. If Ben just wants to take it and go to 3, the problem there is then if he tries to play any blue spells, he can die to a Burst Lightning. We know that May French doesn't have any main deck Burst Lightnings in her list, but this is closed deck list for Ben. He does not know that. Yeah,
I mean, there's also this is, I don't think, necessarily a concern, but if you go for the throat and there's like a Snakeskin Veil or something as May's last card, that's also pretty rough. But it looks like the Monstrous Rage resolved, and Ben takes it to go down to 3.
Okay, so this should be the Flood Pit Drowner is now just lethal. You tap down one blocker, you untap, go for the throat the other, and now you have 6 damage.
Held that Drowner as long as possible and was able to make it work there at the end. Very nicely done by Ben. Was able to just steal himself there. I'll go to 3, no problem. And just was able to work out in the end. A really great game 1 there. Dimir Bounce first, Squirrel Mice, and now onto the sideboards.
It's a great lesson in what to do, how to play when you're ahead. Because a lot of players might just have taken that attack from the Emberheart Challenger and died to Monstrous Rage without realizing that May had the potential to deal 14 that turn. Ben slowed down, thought to himself, what are the ways I can lose this game? Figure out those ways and then play around them. And he shut every single window, played very patiently and not blindly aggressive. And that is exactly how you close out games and get to the top 8 of 130-person Magic tournaments.
Yep, very well done. May was in a difficult spot there, was almost able to pull it out. But now has access to the sideboard. We've got a lot of mostly red options here. What are you looking at from May's side?
So the first card to really look at is Obstinate Baloth, which is your way of punishing Hopeless Nightmare. That said, sometimes you get into mind games against these bounce decks where they cut out Hopeless Nightmare, which tends to be weaker against aggressive decks anyway and weaker on the draw. So we'll see if maybe May, only wants those when Ben is on the play, or if she wants them in, both sides. Other than that, I think it's going to be gearing up to play a little bit longer of games. So the fourth copy of Questing Druid looks very attractive. The Obliterating Bolt is a nice way to answer potential Kaidos or potential Enduring Curiosities. And then, normally Sunspiraling's good against the Esper variant of these decks. A few more basics in the Dimir build. So it'll be more questionable as to whether or not May wants access to that in this particular bounce matchup.
Yeah, well said. All right, we'll get a look over at Ben's side here next as he decides, well, I've got a lot of cards in my main deck, which are pretty good at slowing down the aggro. But if I want any more against Gruul, well, there are options over here. You've got, honestly, a lot, right? You can
a lot of good
touchdowns for removal. You've got, even as far as the look at the bottom of the sideboard there, nothing but removal, honestly, and then even tide binders if you want to attack triggers.
Yeah, I think the cheap removal is great. Cut downs and the Witch's Vanity. I think the sweepers will likely come in, especially Gix's Command that can pump one of your creatures, make it a big lifelinker, and then of course Shielded the Apocalypse. At this point, the bane of aggro players' existence. That'll certainly be coming in for Ben as well.
Yeah, remember when Shieldred was just everything in Standard? And basically it just costs too much mana for no ETB effect these days. But in this matchup in particular, it can start to run away with things.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to kill these days. You see Witchstalker Frenzy in all the red decks. May has one in the main and one in the sideboard. So we'll likely see the second Witchstalker Frenzy come in for May as well, anticipating things like Shieldred and even potentially Preacher of the Schism is a common card out of these sideboards that the big red removal can answer. Ben doesn't have those, of course, but like I said earlier, it's a closed deck list, so our players will be potentially playing around cards that aren't there because they are so common in other deck lists of these archetypes.
Yeah, I love a good closed deck list event, especially when players are playing things like Azorius Omniscience and things like that. And when all of these bounce decks have slightly different flavors, and knowing what flavor you're playing against impacts your sideboarding decisions, the closed deck list works out. Ben actually shipped that hand back. It had what looked like a pretty aggressive start.
Yeah, but I think his mana situation was pretty rough. I think it was a tapped land on turn 1, and that was going to force him to be a little bit slow out of the gates for being on the draw,
especially on the draw. That's right.
Against these red decks, even though Gruul is set up to play longer games a lot of the time, can play those games, you still have to respect those, Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouth draws and make sure that you have early interaction. And this hand also looks good, but again, awkward mana. No black mana here for Ben, but if he hits it, he's got some early removal. He has a Shieldred. So this could be a keep on 6 and just knock the top of the deck and hope it gives you what you need.
Yeah, talk about that, Ross, because most people look at that hand and just immediately ship it because you have black cards and blue lands, but you say you just knock the top of the deck, and sometimes that's just the right thing to do, and he's rewarded here.
Yeah, once you're on 6 cards, you got to say, what are my odds of winning on a 5-card hand versus what are my odds of ripping the Black Source in a couple turns?
Yeah.
And oftentimes the odds of ripping the Black Source are higher. Here, Ben gets rewarded, draws Darksec Shores for turn 1, and now we've got a game.
I watched a player keep a 0-land hand in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. because they were on a mold of 4 or 5 or whatever. And it was like old school mulligans where you didn't even get to see 7 cards. So they that was just a statistically correct thing for them to do in that circumstance. It didn't work out, but you know, props to them for being able to do that on camera. Most people would not be brave enough to do that. Ben, no fear, does the same kind of calculation, and we'll see how the game works out for him. But that decision certainly worked out for him because here he was with the black mana able to interact on turn 2.
And May here with a very slow hand, no play on turns 1 or 2, just plays an Emberheart Challenger, you know, sort of representing a Snakeskin Veil there, leaving up the Gorge. No Veils in her deck, so the Go for the Throat cleanly answered. And now she untaps on turn 4 with no pressure and Ben at 20 life. Okay. Offspring of Manifold Mouse. These are the kinds of plays that you see more often in the post-sideboard games where the girl deck is playing more for value and a little bit less for speed. Now, let my creature become a natural 2-for-1. No Ritter Run can now deal with half of it. And May, has come out of the gates a little bit slower, but has an extra creature left over after these early removal spells.
And has a Rockface Village to help speed things up later. But here we go. Ben back on the aggro plans, turning his token sideways, picking up an extra card off the Enduring Curiosity. Yeah. And it was another land that's a second black source for him. So fully everything unlocked at this point, I think, once he untaps.
Yeah, this is the downside here of trying to play a little bit slower, is that Ben's card advantage engines, Kaido and Enduring Curiosity, depend on him attacking. And if you play slow, you open the window for him to be able to attack profitably. That said, this time May does have the Torch the Tower, so she has a clean answer to Enduring Curiosity. You know, one of these tokens can get sacrificed to bargain and make sure that Curiosity dies and doesn't come back.
Yeah, great line here from May, also with the just as able, like you mentioned, the natural 2-for-1 with the Offspring ability. When Ben's got a bunch of 1-for-1 removal and no loop set up, and not plus the Torch to Tower there, really gives May an okay board position here, despite the fact that Ben is untapping on turn 5 with 18 life. May is in an okay spot with a Monstrous Rage in hand to try to force through a big turn. And if you're Ben, you have to decide between tapping out or near tapping out here, I guess, for Shieldred versus taking a line with some of the other cards in your hand.
I have to say, I also really like May's attack last turn. You know, she had a pretty obvious line of Offspring Another Manifold Mouse, Torch the Tower, sacking the new token, attack with the old token. But by attacking first, she gives Ben the opportunity to block, and then she can just Torch the Tower for 2 damage because the Manifold Mouse has double strike, and cleanly answer the Enduring Curiosity without giving up one of the tokens. Ben, of course, saw through that, just took the damage. But May,
that's a great catch.
Giving your opponents the opportunity to make mistakes is a sign of a strong player.
Yeah, no, it's a great catch. And Ben, no Shieldred, instead going to wipe the field here. Playing the small board wipe and forcing May to start over, which, as we mentioned, she is equipped to do with that Rockface Village, hasting up the mouse, starting the attacks again.
Yeah. Heartfire here are going to come across for 3. And now Ben, still under the gun. Finds another Malicious Eclipse, so has several options to deal with this Heartfire hero. See if he tries to take a turn off to Shieldred. Yeah, and he does.
Well, this is the window where you usually want to try it. Your life total is reasonable. You hope, if I can just get through this turn with my opponent only having the 1 creature in play, well, then I can start the Shieldred engine going, right? You can untap with it. It's one of those protect the queen, or in this case, protect the Praetor, and you just gain a bunch of life while grinding the game out. But the window is open here for May because that's a second Heartfire hero. It's got haste. We know there's a Monstrous Rage in hand. Could be a big attack here.
So this is an attack for 5. With the Monstrous Rage, it'll be 9.
I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We know the other card for May is a land. Looks like no blocks and a pass for May. Not going to pull the trigger on the Monstrous Rage. Of course, if she draws Manifold Mouse or something here, that Monstrous Rage becomes far more threatening. On the other hand, Ben is now untapped with Shieldred and is actually getting aggressive with it.
Yeah, and the 3rd black source off the top is really important. So likely going to lead with the Malicious Eclipse here because it answers the both mice. May going to be forced to Monstrous Rage in response to save one of the mice, and Ben can respond with Go for the Throat, clear both mice away, take 2 damage from the trigger, go to 7, and everything will be clear. Ooh, looks like he's actually letting this resolve.
It's an ensure. Yep. Okay.
Okay, this is going to result in him taking 1 more damage.
The power goes down. Yeah,
it still gets exiled because of the eclipse. Now, Ben, ahead of me there.
Yeah, if it would die this turn.
Yeah, so lets it resolve, make sure that it gets exiled, takes no damage, and now, just has the Shieldred on an empty board.
Yeah, this has worked out very cleanly for Ben here. Up a game, trying to move to 6-1 here in our 10K Standard Showdown in Madison.
And with the Soulstone Sanctuary and the Storm Chasers talent ready to go to level 2, I don't see a really obvious series of draws for May to get back into this game.
Yeah, the second, just the series of board wipes, and the one sideboard Shieldred did exactly what Shieldred does and wraps the game up in Unger 6-1. We'll hope to play for a top 8 spot next round here in NRG Series in Madison. Nice match there. A lot of, you mentioned, especially in that first game, small edges that both players were looking for there, and Ben was able to play tightly and not allow any leaks, essentially, right, in his game there to give the Gruul deck a chance to steal it.
Yeah, Ben very tight playing from ahead, and also impressed by the way he was able to leverage his own deck's versatility. Game 1, he comes out really aggressive because that's what his draw dictated, and he's able to put May on the back foot, and that played a huge role in him winning that game. Game 2, very different. He brings in Malicious Eclipse and Shieldred. He plays like a Dimir control deck, and he's able to do that effectively as well. When you have a deck that can win playing aggressive and playing defensive, you've really got something strong. And Ben will look to take it all the way to the trophy if he can.
Well, yeah, and that's the nice part of the Dimir deck is that it can shift between those very easily, right? Because the cards you play early are the cards you can loop late to kind of have both sides of it there. And Enduring Curiosity has been, I think, one of the more interesting cards we've seen today. And everyone hang with us. We're trying to get an interview with Ben. But Enduring Curiosity, I think, has been one of the most interesting cards because at times it looks, I don't want to say bad, but almost bad where, if I tap out for this 4-mana Enduring Curiosity, my opponent answers it for 2 mana with this sounding big enough, or a 1 mana with a Torch the Tower. It becomes such a mana negative play for you that it's tough to dig out of. On the other hand, its power is just unmatched in all of these games where it connects, or it gives you just a window to connect with the random otter tokens you have around, and then your opponent can't catch up. So let's go down to Ben and ask him about it. Ben, congrats on the win. That was a really nicely played match there, all the way through.
Thanks, appreciate it. I tried my best.
Yeah, very impressive. Love that you were able to take such an aggressive stance there in game 1. So, tell me about how you thought through that first game, and really how often the Dimir bounce deck is able to do that in a matchup where normally you would think you're going to be on the defensive.
Yeah, 100% depends on kind of what your hand looks like. The deck is so flexible and its like range of things it's trying to do. I've had matches today where I've had probably 12 lands in play and just been playing a really long, grindy game with stuff like the Curiosity, This Town Ain't Big Enough, Storm Chasers leveling up. At one point I had 2 of them earlier on level 3, so like 20 mana worth of stuff in the Storm Chasers. But obviously the deck is capable of aggressive draws, and I just got pretty lucky. I think game 1, like I saw my hand and I kind of envisioned that with Pain lands being my main source of black mana, like I probably couldn't afford to play the control role or go too long because the red deck just has so much reach with Lightning Strike, Burst Lightning, etc., etc.
Haste Creatures.
Yeah, so they just like go long really well too. So I figured I just wanted to try to shut the door as quick as I could.
Awesome. And as far as this Dimir bounce deck in general, this is a deck that has kind of fallen off a little bit recently. I think Esper Pixie has sort of established itself as the more popular sort of bounce variant. What do you like about the Dimir bounce deck relative to the Esper one?
100% the mana. It's just the mana. Mana is like atrocious. You'll lose to your mana if you play Esper. I've joked with my friends about you can get Tron in Standard now, and Tron is the 3 fast lands for Esper. So like that deck, it's very much. I like the deck a lot. I've played a little bit of Esper, but just found the mana to be too clunky. I was losing too many games to red just to like from taking pain, and so I kind of feel like it forces you into more of a. I don't know. It forces you into game plans when you don't always want to be there, and I feel like with Dimir's mana base, you again just have more flexibility, can make more choices, and I think in general, if you're able to make more game impacting decisions, usually if you're a veteran player, those go well for you.
Yes, the all important agency.
Oh, I wasn't gonna say it. You said it. You said it. You said it. I didn't.
Oh, I'll happily say it. I have no compunction.
Yeah, I'm addicted to that. I'm addicted to agency.
Agency pilled.
Yep, that's me.
Ben, what are you hoping to see or not see next round? How do you feel Dimir matches up against sort of the popular decks in the room today?
Well, what I would hope to see next round is a handshake in the top 8. But
yeah, well, one of these.
Yeah, one of those like Ross is giving me. But I would say, allegedly by the numbers, I'm supposed to have a decent red matchup, which I lost round 1 today to red, and I just got absolutely rolled. So I was kind of expecting to get rolled in the camera match. Luckily, was prepared, and the draws lined up well for me. I think I got extremely lucky. I think May played well and did what she could. I'd say I probably don't want to see, like, I'd imagine Domain's probably pretty tough. I have a lot of sideboard stuff for it, but it's just kind of the deck when they have like like 1 or 2 up the beanstalks. It feels really uphill battle type.
Yeah. That's the matchup where you really want to be aggressive and you miss the optimistic scavengers, right?
Yeah. I mean, the white cards between Pixie, Scavenger. I've seen some lists even playing like Spiteful Hex Mage. Like I think you can take a lot more of a Delver approach if you're on that kind of variant of Esper. Whereas Dimir, it's gonna be a hard time, but that's all right. I signed up for it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like you've signed up for at least a couple more rounds of playing Dimir, and good luck.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Well, welcome back into the booth. I think we have a backup match from that round. We are not done yet here in round 7 of the NRG Championship Series 10K event here in Madison. I'm Corbin Hosser with Ross Merriam. That was a really excellent match with one of the best longtime players in the NRG series to watch right there. Honestly, I guess opposed to 2 of the best longtime players, but tough draws there for May. Really nicely executed by Ben from an advantageous position.
I think that's a match that May could have squeaked out against a weaker opponent, but here in the later rounds of the tournament against someone like Ben, the draws just didn't line up for her, and she's going to have to, make a do with an X2 or X3 finish here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have a treat for you in our next match here. That is Nestle Hickman on the left, Mono Red Aggro, and on the right, an old school Magic player for those of you who have been around the tournament scene for a long time, Matt Severa on Jeskai Oculus.
Yeah, this is a man with several standard Grand Prix wins on his resume. So no stranger to the feature match area and to the business end of tournaments. He is not going to be intimidated by that NRG Championship jacket that Wesley Hickman is wearing.
This is the two flavors of intimidating Magic player, right? We've got the gear on the left, which it means they obviously are serious about their craft.
Yeah.
And the we've got the jacket on the right. I rolled in. I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm just roll out of my couch and win a GP on my spare time. Kind of a vibe here, and that's I love it. Matt Severa is a excellent Magic player who's been at this for a long time, and we're deep into the match already here. So here we go. Monastery Swift Spear, Burst Lightning runs into Spell Pierce.
Yeah, so really just Hickman on Mono Red trying to come out and be the aggressor. He knows that the Oculus deck is going to be favored going long with things like Abhorrent Oculus and really just the power and card advantage from Steam Core Scholar, from Inti, and things like that. So he needs to be the aggressor here. So and that needs to get him dead.
Yeah, well, this is a good start, I guess. If you're Nestle, you've got 2 1-drops in play. You've got a Burst Lightning in hand. I'm sure that first one running into Spell Pierce isn't the end of the world there. Inti's a powerful threat, though. That unlocks a lot of things out of the Oculus deck, both the sort of the game A plan of discard this Oculus, put it back into play, but also just unlocks a lot of card advantage and long-term selection out of the deck as well. And that is why we see another Burst Lightning pointed at it and Torch the Tower in response.
Yeah, respond to the Prowess trigger, so it has to do that before the spell resolves to make sure it's in response to Prowess, and answer the Emberheart Challenger. Okay, big turn. Yeah, here's Steam Core Scholar. It discards Oculus, and now has the helping hand. So the big eye is here, and the pressure is on Hickman to end this game as quickly as he possibly can. I do.
Yeah, that is why you play Jessica Oculus right there. You play the Scholar, draw, discard Oculus Graveyard, helping hand it back into play, pass the turn, immediately get that Manifest Dread trigger. So even if your opponent has an answer, you're still going to get some value out of it. And if they don't have an answer, it's a 5/5 flyer that is going to end the game in short order. So all of a sudden, a game that looked okay for Nestle is changed around quite a bit, and that's why we see the attack. We see a Monstrous Rage. He's going to try to force through as much damage here as possible.
Yeah, I love the double block from Matt here. Could have easily just said, single block both of your creatures, and this Monstrous Rage would have, been a huge problem. Now he at least trades for that Heartfire Hero, takes a pretty big chunk of damage, but gets to untap with Hickman on 1 card in hand, and still has his Oculus to take over this game. Okay, here's another Steam Core Scholar.
All right, another Oculus into the graveyard for Matt. Thinking it through, he's like, "Okay, well, I did my thing. I'm alive. I untapped. I have my creature. How do I close things out from here?" That's sort of the next step, and we attack.
It up by attacking.
Get our Manifest Dread in, and just all right. I guess I'll take being alive right now. And 12 life is a decent cushion for Matt.
Yeah, and Monastery Swiftspear is the least threatening creature. It's not a Manifold Mouse, it's not a Heartfire Hero, it's not Emperor Challenger. Those are the ones that can really get out of hand very quickly. The Manifest Dreads and the Steam Core Scholars can handle a Monastery Swiftspear, and Matt has a very clean path to victory over these 3 turns. He attacks for 5. Next turn, I believe his last card is Recommission. He brings back the other Oculus, attacks for 5 again with the first one, and then he has 10 in the air on the following turn, and that closes it out very cleanly and neatly.
Yeah, the chunks of 5 with the Oculus is not inconvenient.
And now we have a very interesting Screaming Nemesis. Does Matt want to double block this and take 4? He just chumps it with the Scholar.
Okay, so there's that damage, which will go...
Looks like it went upstairs instead of at the Manifest Dread.
Right.
So now no life gain for Matt for the rest of this game.
All right. Well, despite, it's not as simple as Oculus and play, game over. Wesley is hanging around here with the Screaming Nemesis threat. That card is it makes blocking really awkward, especially when you're playing as a block with a much larger creature. So another Scholar here for Matt. It's going to look at a couple more cards, figure out what he wants.
Very interesting. Decides to go for the Scholar here and not another Oculus. Okay. Has Bitter Reunion. So giving haste will still turn this into a 2-turn clock if he wants to. That's another Recommission. Or no, that's a Helping Hand. Okay, so Helping Hand going to put Severo to 9. It goes for another Scholar.
Okay, well, this has been Matt has churned through a lot of cards on this turn, and he's built a pretty decent board out of it. And here we go. We're going to attack. Wesley going to think about where to go from here. He's counting it up. But if you're Matt, you're not out of the woods. You're at 9 life. Monstrous Rage is obviously the consideration. Just jump blocking the Screaming Nemesis isn't even always the best answer. This is you really need to try to close the game. That's why this attack comes through, which I believe will put Hickman down to 8.
Yeah, and the good news is that 1 Monstrous Rage is not enough for lethal here. It's a 4-point attack. Rage represents 4 more.
And there we go. It doesn't.
Oh, Matt was at 1. I think we had life totals incorrect there for. That makes a lot more sense why he was going for those Steam Core Scholars. He needed to find an answer to the Screaming Nemesis.
That's unfortunate. We got it figured out. That said, we're not done with this match. We've got that game figured out. Matt was able to pick up game 2. We're going to pop over to game 3, where we will find these players going at it with a lot on the line here. So we'll head down to game 3 when you get a chance, which, hey, is right now. Players knotted up 1-1. Wesley was able to, it looked like, finish off that last game. I had spotted a lightning strike in hand. So if Matt was down to 1 life, it wasn't going to work out whether the Screaming Nemesis was around or not. So he takes that one, and we want to make sure we get you to the next and ultimate round of the day in time. So we're going to jump into game 3, Heartfire Hero, starting things off for Wesley.
Okay, this is the ideal start for any red aggro deck in standard. Heartfire Hero turn 1, Manifold Mouse turn 2, and no red removal for Matt Severa on turn 1, but does have the Pyroclasm to clear away both.
There's a nice old school answer from the old school player. Pyroclasm, getting rid of both your creatures. Ideal start, gone. I mean, Matt's down to 14 life already. That's not irrelevant. And with the Rockface Village, that certainly becomes pretty relevant as Wesley can haste out any creatures here. But Matt needed a catch-up card to have a shot here against that kind of aggressive start, and he had it.
Yeah, without Torch to the Tower on turn 1, he absolutely needed the Pyroclasm. And now the question for Wesley is, how do I go about, rebuilding? And I like the Hired Claw. Give it haste. Utilize that Rockface Village as much as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, because Matt's life total is already under pressure, right? So Matt, though, he's able to play the Scholar, and he's able to put an Oculus into the graveyard, so the pressure is on. Now, this looks like a lot of options here for Hickman. Looks like a Swift Spear. That's a hasty creatures.
I see Swift Spear, Land, Monstrous Rage, and Lithomantic Barrage. So he's got the Barrage rolled up to answer that Oculus on a later turn. But right now, he has a very strong attack. He can play Swift Spear, attack with both creatures. Once the Hired Claw trigger resolves, he can pump the Hired Claw with its own ability. That gets it to 3 toughness. So the Scholar doesn't block well there. And Monstrous Rage will pump up the Swift Spear. So
it doesn't block well there either. Now, this was all around a very nice setup for Wesley. And even if you're mad and you're able to get that Oculus back next turn, we know that Wesley has an answer lined up.
Yeah. And now the only question is, does Wesley want to play the Monstrous Rage right now and push damage? It looks like the answer is yes. So
that makes sense to me.
So this looks like it's going to be 5 coming across, since the and +1 from the Hired Claw trigger. So I think Severa should be falling to 8 here.
Now, obviously, a board wipe from Matt here would go pretty well. That would go a long way. But if he doesn't have that, and he hasn't slammed that, and he's instead forced into the Oculus plan, Wesley's in a great spot. So this is the turn of the game for Matt, trying to find a way back into things here. What is the play?
Yeah, I don't have a great look at Matt's hand. What would be really nice is Recommission, because that would get Oculus onto the battlefield untapped and give it a +1/+1 counter, so it can survive that Lithomantic Barrage. But it looks like Matt has Helping Hand, which is significantly worse in this spot. Normally much better since it only costs 1, but sometimes you pay the extra mana, or sometimes you get what you pay for, I should say.
That's right. Fear of Missing Out. Start things off here for Matt. It provides another blocker, certainly not irrelevant.
And pitches a land, finds a Get Lost. That's a pretty solid removal spell here. But Hickman really well set up to utilize the maps. So yeah, Matt probably going to wait for combat to play that Get Lost, so that Hickman will have to use the maps post combat or on his following turn.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup for Matt, though. Able to go removal spell plus blocker on that turn is probably about as much as he could hope for in the circumstance, sitting at such a scant life total and really staring down a really threatening board, because, as we know, the Rockface Village makes any follow-up creature even more threatening. But instead, it was just for Wesley a land picked up.
Yeah, so Matt is pretty close to stabilized here on board with the Get Lost, but really good point from you, noting that Rockface Village is going to make it difficult for him to turn the corner. And that's what he needs to do to win this game. He needs to get himself into a spot where he can start attacking. And it's really difficult to do that at a low life total against these red decks, because they have a bunch of burn spells and haste creatures, and Rockface Village compounding that problem. Okay, so the map's getting immediately sacrificed here, even though the tokens weren't put onto the battlefield, and Hickman just finds 2 lands off of them.
Well, good to get through those lands, I guess. But if you're Matt, I suppose that's the best case scenario. Now you've got your blocker, your life total, and you're untapping.
Yeah, if the Swift Spear had gotten to 3 power, suddenly the fear of missing out looks really mopey and weak. But now it remains a good blocker, and that's a win for Matt Severa.
Scholar. 2 lands off the Scholar. Okay. A lot of lands in hand for Matt.
Yeah, it looks like 4 lands helping hand is his hand, but the helping hand is a lot better on this turn. This is the Port Oculus is the best corner turner that he has access to. Yeah, has to send 2 of those lands away to the Scholar, but that's fine.
Oh, he's counting up his card types for Delirium here. Okay.
Yeah, looks like, I can see on the boogie board there, Hickman down to 16. So looks like the fear of missing out did get in twice. There is Delirium. Now Thundering Falls puts Prosthetic Memory into the graveyard, and here's the helping hand. Matt set up here to turn the corner very quickly. This is
even if you answer it for Wesley, right? We talked about it, still gets the value.
That looked like a Hired Claw drawn. So as the mana to answer the Oculus, play the Hired Claw, use Rockface Village, and use the Hired Claw's ability after to pump. So that will make it a 3/3 attacker, and you'll have a 2/3 Swift Spear. And Matt will be at 4. So you're at least trading on a 1-for-1 basis against a double block and getting in some damage.
Yeah, the math looks okay here, right? If you're Wesley, given what you just laid out.
Matt would have the option to double block one of the creatures, likely the Hired Claw, and take 2 from the Swift Spear, going to 2. Or he could protect his life total and chump block both attackers.
Right, putting himself into lightning strike range is something he's going to consider very heavily.
Yeah, and also Hickman's still at 16. Once the Oculus is gone, there's not a lot of pressure coming from Severa, unless that manifest is another Oculus.
True. Okay, well, here we go. The action's going to get going. Wesley plays out the Lizard, hastes it up. Barrage
is the Scholar. So this is Hickman saying, I want to get you dead.
I like it. He's going to have a lot of outs on his next turn, I think.
So forcing a chump block from the manifest.
And Matt falling to 4 life on the trigger there from the Lizard. That's what they're noting.
And then he's going to fall to 2 from the Swift Spear coming across after the manifest chump blocks the Hired Claw.
Which also makes something weird, like another Hired Claw and out, right? Because then you have 2 points of trigger, not to mention any burn. So Wesley said by pointing that removal spell at the blocker and not at the Oculus, he's giving himself a lot of outs over the next turn, and he might only get 1 turn. But he's given himself a lot more outs on that turn as opposed to trying to tread water.
Yeah, and It's going to be interesting how Matt decides to attack on his following turn. You can send in with both FOMO and Oculus, use the FOMO to untap Oculus with no intention of re-attacking, and then Oculus plus the Manifest Dread from its trigger gives him 2 blockers on the following turn, but then you leave yourself vulnerable to a haste creature.
Yeah. Really nice ending to this one, that's for sure. We got our money's worth here in game 3. Both of these players were trying to go to 6-1.
Feels like a reanimation spell drawn for Matt, which is excellent here. Can rebuy the Scholar and dig a little further to his deck for a removal spell or a way to close out this game. Yeah, looks like Recommission. That's the best one since he wants his creatures untapped. So 3/3 Scholar, draw 2. I think that's a Helping Hand.
Yeah.
And another Oculus.
Okay.
Wow. The hits keep coming.
Talk about turning the corner.
Yeah. So now discard Oculus, Helping Hand that Oculus. Now you're going to get 2 manifests, and you have the Scholar as a blocker, and you can attack with both FOMO and Oculus and untap the Oculus. So you'll have Oculus, 2 Manifest Dreads, and Scholar as blockers. It's really just going to come down to that classic, can the red deck draw the burn spell?
Well, and that's why Wesley's play last turn, I think, is pretty nice, because he maybe recognized not that it would go exactly like this, but that the next turn was likely to, no matter what he did, work out such that he needed to draw a win on that turn. And he gave himself slightly more outs by taking the lines he did to that key turn. So it's just setting up for a big draw from Wesley Hickman here.
Okay. Well, Severa took a different path. He went for Steamcore Scholar, trying to find a removal spell for the Lizard to take Lizard out as an out, but did not find it. And instead, there's still 3 blockers back. So I think we're still just on burn spell.
Oh my gosh.
It's the Higher Claw.
Wow. Both players recognized that this corner case out could be there. Wesley played to it, and he found it with the triggers. What a win.
That is incredible. Matt tried his hardest to play around it, but couldn't find the removal spell, and it is indeed the top card. So
wow.
Wesley Hickman takes down that match and is likely going to be in our top 8.
That was a great match, if that's what sends in there. A great ending. Talk about playing to your outs, and this is what we talked about in the last in the top half of the round there, about when you get into the late rounds here. Some of these games that you win against, maybe you can win in round 1, round 2, you win at F&M. Those edges are not always there in the end of round 7. That was an excellent one, and you know what? We have another round before our top 8 that's going to decide that top 8. So thank you everybody for hanging out with us here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison. I'm Corbin Hostler with Ross. We will be back on the other side of the break with round 8 action. Welcome back, everybody. NRG Championship Series in Wisconsin this weekend. Corbin Hostler joined by Ross Merriam, and this is it. Round 8 of 8 of the Swiss rounds today. Some of our top 8 hand shook their way there. You'll see them in a bit, but some of them have to play for it. And that is where we are coming in, Ross, on this last round, under players trying to put it all together for the top 8.
Yeah, the way the standings shook out, we had some players at 5-1-1 that kind of mucked up the standings. So there were 6 players that were able to take a draw. We have 4 players left playing 2 matches to determine the last 2 spots. And one of them is Ben Unger, who we saw last round defeat May French. Unfortunately, had the lowest tiebreakers of the 6-1s. So he's in the unfortunate situation of having to play this match out. But the good news for him, if he's able to win it, he will have a higher seeding and be able to be on the play more often in our top 8 rounds.
Hey, that's a good way to look at it. Not just in a glass half full way, but a very real way. That matters a lot when it comes. We've seen throughout, these rounds that play draw matters a lot, especially when you see something like this. Another aggressive start from Ben with 3 creatures in play on turn 2.
Yeah, and playing against Sean Gallagher on Azorius Control, who we saw earlier in the day defeat Wesley Hickman in round 4. So was one of the players who picked up a draw last round, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, shocker.
Gonna look to end this match either way. neither player wanting a draw here. Well, actually, Ben I think would be okay with a draw. I take that back.
That's fair. Yeah, you not be a very restful draw before the top 8, but you just take your top 8s however you can get them.
Yeah. This is a very different matchup for Ben than we saw last round against May on Gruul Aggro. The other end of the spectrum here in Azorius Control. He's going to have to marshal all of the sort of grinding capabilities of this deck and really leverage the card advantage engines of Enduring Curiosity and Kaido Bane of Nightmares.
So no board wipe from Sean to deal with the early flood of creatures. Instead, it's a get lost followed by suspending or impending, I suppose, the Overlord, making a stream of blockers, which is a pretty good way to deal with the 1/1s and 2/2s and all of that Ben wants to attack with.
And with Ben stuck on 2 lands here, he can't deploy Kaido or Enduring Curiosity, so it's really just about lining up creatures that can rumble in combat against this Otter and the Spyglass Siren. So the insect tokens from Overlord of the Mistmoors, they are up to the task.
Yeah, a land and a Kaido over the last couple turns, obviously, for Ben would have been huge. It not happening even after going exploring with those map tokens, pretty rough. He does get the trade out of Sean or the blocks, but without being able to meaningfully add to the board, he's able to, throw down a Nightmare to pick off a card from Sean. But this is now a possibility for the corner turn for Sean because he's got a life total at a reasonable spot. He's got mana open. He's got an Overlord ticking down, and I guess now he has a second Overlord ticking down.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of great answers to these Overlords in the main deck for Ben Unger. He has 2 copies that go for the throat. He can bounce them with This Town Ain't Big Enough, but that is only a play that's going to work if Ben is able to apply a lot more pressure to Sean's life total, because he will eventually redeploy the Overlords and make a lot more insects.
Well, so Ben has found his Darksplit Shores here. So he is still thinking about it. Now, I'm not sure that necessarily unlocks anything on this turn, as a lot of the cards in his hand are 2 mana. But we'll see what he wants to do in combat here.
Yeah, he has this Kaido he'd really like to get down, but all these insect tokens jumping in front of his attackers are making that quite difficult. Okay, but
he does have a Spyglass Siren, so he's able to make some efficient use of his mana at least this turn. Able to play the Siren, make a token, and he'll still have a Flood Pitch Drowner. It looks like open up on Sean's end step here.
Things not looking altogether too bad because Sean hasn't really made a lot of headway in terms of trading material with these insect tokens. He's mainly been jump blocking them off to protect his life total. So even though Ben hasn't come out to the fastest start, once he finds these lands, if he's able to start establishing this card advantage, he can pull ahead.
Yeah, Sean's plan has been to just survive as long as possible, take these Overlords down, and that's what he's doing. But they're still a ways away, sort of in real terms, of by the time you actually attack with that one, even that it's at 1 counter and get more insect tokens out of it. Ben could do a lot of work by then, and now it looks like he's picked up a nowhere to run. So he could, through a variety of ways here, remove this last token and get very aggressive. And that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Remove the blocker. I imagine this Jace shrunk the Otter token. And so now Ben can ninjutsu the Spyglass Siren. Come across for some damage either at Sean or at the Jace.
Yeah, this is a decent looking spot here. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the plan is to ninjutsu the Otter token then and leave the flyer. A little bit short of clearing the Jace this way because the Kaido's 3 and the Siren is now 2. But maybe he just wants to deal as much damage up front to Jace as possible. Or upfront damage to the face. Yeah. So these creatures went right at Sean. He's going to fall to 8.
Yeah, and this seems like one of those spots where if you're Sean, board wipe and things maybe look okay. If you can find a way to answer Kaido, but like your Overlords are getting there. You're actually looking at untapping possibly, right? It seems like you're going to untap with your Jace. So you're maybe feeling like you have a path through into this right now, but here's the turn. This is a big turn for Sean.
Okay. Ben surveilled land of the graveyard, and it looks like he kept a Hopeless Nightmare drawn off the Kaido activation. So he is trying to end this game. Sean, trying to extend it because he knows he's favored going long, starts his turn with a stock up, likely looking for Get Lost. That's what he needs to answer this Kaido. And then the Jace can plus on the Spyglass Siren.
There we go.
He finds it. And
Okay,
now
down to 8 life, but that was a big turn.
Yeah, and the Kaido is really Ben's plan for dealing with this Overlord to -2 and lock it down for a couple turns. And hopefully that was going to be long enough for him to deal lethal with a Kaido attack or two and this Hopeless Nightmare. But with the Kaido gone, I think this game has fallen away from Ben.
So he's got, it's like we got a Drowner.
Okay.
To try to save it for a turn. I think I might have spotted 2 Hopeless Nightmares, which we start talking about burn. I don't like
Yeah, there's only 2 cards left in Sean Gallagher's hand, so okay. Sean drops to 4, has no hand left.
Beza down. That would have been the perfect catch up for Sean if he untapped, given its life total.
I'm gonna see it if Sean opens up a window where this Flood Pit Surrounder can steal it. He's gonna have to lock down the Overlord. I love doing this upkeep. Don't give Sean a chance to draw a counterspell.
Now, there might be some anchorages in there, right?
There's an anchorage in Sean's mana base, or there's 2 in play for Sean. So he has blockers from there. He also is going to have the second Overlord come off. Just draws a land for turn. And he's 1 short of animating and blocking with both 2/3s. But just this Overlord and the anchorage is enough because one of these creatures was shrunk by Jace.
Ben could get into. We start talking about bounce spells and the Hopeless Nightmares being lines too. This maybe not necessarily. We're going to go exploring with the map tokens. One finds a land, the second finds this town ain't big enough.
Yeah, that's what I think Ben needed to draw for turn. Bounce the Overlord and the Hopeless Nightmare, make you discard the Overlord.
Yep.
And put you to 2. But he did find Go for the Throat. So that takes out one blocker, but the Restless Anchorage still protects Sean.
Yeah.
These anchorages coming up clutch. Activate that Demolition Field. Oh, he had to think twice in the graveyard. Okay. So going to get another card. Oh, interesting that I think he thought twice trying to find a counterspell. And now Unger is able to come across for 3, putting Sean to 1. So a Hopeless Nightmare or a way to bounce one of the nightmares in play could let Ben steal this game. And we know there's I guess this town that was on top from the maps got shuffled from Demolition Field. So it's a fresh top of the deck for Ben here. Yeah, but Ben could have declined to search for a land and left that this town ain't big enough on top of his deck. That could be huge here because this game is really going to come down to 1 or 2 draws.
Yeah, this has been a really, really tight one, back and forth. I didn't know if we'd make it to this point with these Overlords all coming down off of their impending.
Yeah, once that Get Lost landed on the Kaido, I thought this game was over. But I think that the slip up from Sean trying to dig for a counterspell to save his Overlord allowed Ben to get in a few more points of damage. And now he's in a very precarious spot. Yeah, Sean now counting graveyards, thinking about potentially minusing this Jace to draw a few more cards. I think he drew a Day of Judgment for turn. Gonna fire that off. So
yeah,
now
that's an important one here. It's a start.
Oh, and now gonna mill with the Jace.
Okay. If Sean's able to dig out of this one at 1 life, I mean, this Azorius control deck was secretly one of the best performing decks at the Pro Tour. whatever that was, a month ago almost now. And since then, it's been kind of refined and picked up by players like Sean, who's been having a great weekend with it here. And Jace has been a big part of it. Look at that.
Well, so now Sean has milled This Town Ain't Big Enough into the graveyard. Oh, he has another Jace for next turn. Looks like Jace on 3 was not enough cards. So Ben needs to find the answer right now. Doesn't have enough time to Storm Chaser's talent back of This Town and then bounce the Hopeless Nightmares next turn. This needs to be Fear of Isolation or This Town Ain't Big Enough, I think.
Six enchantments in play right now for Ben, by the way. This Town Ain't Big Enough would unlock, obviously, access to everything in the game. But it's just funny. There's just the way this deck just builds up value in play.
Yeah, it's just a nowhere to run drawn for Ben Unger. And the second Jace for Sean should mill out the rest of Ben's library and take game 1.
There you go. The Azorius Control mill win condition, which is more common throughout Magic history than you might think, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and very common for this deck, because if you can establish a Jace early like Sean did and keep plussing it turn after turn after turn, it's like a millstone. You're not immediately getting 3 cards in the graveyard,
right,
but eventually that extra loyalty with the -X will turn into a milled 3 cards. And Sean was able to turn the corner much faster than a typical Azorius Control deck would because of that double Jace mill plan.
Yeah, it feels kind of like the old Nephalia Drown Yard decks, right? In this case, like it just builds up in that Jace one at a time, one loyalty counter at a time until it all comes out at once. All right, let's take a look at these sideboards here. How can Ben grind out even more against blue-white?
So definitely going to want to get a lot of the creature removal out of his deck, especially nowhere to run. And Go for the Throat, taking out those Overlord of the Mistmoors makes it somewhat effective, but really just wants to be able to fight some of the more powerful cards from control. So negates are going to come in. The Duress is going to come in. I think these Tidebinders, Tishana's Tidebinder will come in. It can counter, a Jace activation. It can counter an Overlord trigger, and just gives you a way to play reactively, which is how you want to play against Azorius Control. So that is definitely a good card for Ben to have access to. And he may also want this Blot Out, just as an instant speed removal spell that can answer, either a big creature like a Biza or an Overlord, or it can answer a Jace. So nice to have that versatility of the Hero's Downfall style removal instead of just straight creature removal.
Yeah, and I also think you nailed it too with the Tidebinders, is just being able to play at instant speed as much as possible against the deck is going to give you an advantage, right? Because there was really no fear for the blue-white player there to just play Jace. Once I untap with Jace, protect Jace, I know that I can just pick this thing up and activate it, and it's going to get you. With Tidebinders, you at least have some kind of a threat. But, of course, the Dimir bounce deck and all of that is now going to run into the blue-white sideboard. So let's see what Sean is working with over here. All right, you see Tidebinders of his own, Authority of the Consoles, Rest in Pieces, Tools, Dissection Tools, Negate, the early removal there with the Smites, another Beza as well. What are you wanting if you're Sean? You have a deck with a lot of, I think, room to cut, right? Room to trim, whether, it's a 3 steps ahead or No More Lies or Stock Up or Rise. Any of these things you feel like you can trim down on. What are you wanting to bring in?
I think Tidebinder is good from Sean's side of this matchup as well. There's plenty of triggers in the Dimir bounce deck. There's also activated abilities to counter. When you counter the Storm Chaser's talent to rebuy This Town Ain't Big Enough. When you counter Ninjutsu, which is an activated ability of Kaido, they actually return the creature as part of the cost, but then the Kaido doesn't enter. So you get everything with the Tidebinder there. You effectively bounce their attacker and keep the Kaido at bay. So I think Tidebinder will be excellent there. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Kutzel's flanker as just a value way to, to break up those end game loops with This Town Ain't Big Enough and Storm Chaser's talent. I think that's a big part of the end game for Dimir, and Azorius Control always has to be concerned with the opposing deck's end game. And I like Flanker's ability to do it as opposed to something like, Rest in Peace that kind of costs you a full card. Flanking can get in there and just trade with an Otter, trade with a Flood Pits Drowner, while also giving you that effect. Not a big fan of, honestly, like the rest of the sideboard, but it'll really depend on how Gallagher approaches the matchup. If he wants to be on more of the Jace plan, the fourth Jace is there. If he wants to be more of just sort of a mid-range deck and take over with Biza and Dissection tools, he can lean more in that direction. So really just comes down to his approach, but the Tidebinders are the big coup for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. And he obviously can, lean on the Day of Judgments would have been great there. He had Overlords, which were good. Day of Judgments would have been great as well. So there's a lot of the main deck that's just already set up in a decent spot here. And I mean, look, he's so deep as we're playing Think Twice. Okay. So he's got a lot of ways to churn through this deck over time if he can just survive. And the deck is stuffed with ways to survive. And all right, here we are hopping in.
Okay, I see a couple Underground Rivers. I see Enduring Curiosity. It looked like 4 lands, Curiosity, and a couple this town ain't big enough. So while the 4 lands and Curiosity part of that hand are solid, having no early pressure, is a bad sign for Ben. He needs to come out aggressively and make sure that he can close out this game, because if not, the Azorius Control deck will take over in the end game, or just mill you out with a couple Jaces.
Yeah, and that's obviously, we know Sean took the draw last round. And I guess maybe that's one of the concerns when your win condition involves Jace milling. But, he does have the ability to at least get there quickly, right? Once you've got the board under control. And that's what he's going to try to do here. Now I spot a shake of the head is what I spot from Ben there. Not a hand he's thrilled with anyway.
Well, he's got a couple lands. I see a Restless Reef and an Underground River. I see Storm Chaser Talon and Kaido.
It looks pretty decent. Now maybe it's just hard pressed about what to put back on the mulligan here.
Yeah, I think I also see a Verge. And there's definitely a Hopeless Nightmare and Duress. This actually looks like a very solid hand.
That's what I thought. So he must just be debating what to put back here.
Yeah, he just likes them all. He wants to keep 7.
I had the wrong read. He liked them all too much.
Yeah. Does end up putting back a land, the Restless Reef. So, even though having the creature land is valuable against control, he values more having his mana untapped on the early turn so he can be aggressive.
Yeah, that represented his 3rd mana, right, for Kaido. But he just found the island. So rewarded for that decision, it looks like. And now we're going to start things off with a Duress, where we see 5 cards and 2 lands. 5 spells and 2 lands, I should say.
The island is a little awkward because Ben can't also deploy the Hopeless Nightmare, but not as big of a deal. Wants to make sure he gets the Duress fired off so he knows if there's something he should play around to ensure that the Kaido both gets through and stays on the battlefield. And looking at Sean's hand, it's the Elspeth Smite that's going to stop this Kaido. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the take.
Yeah, because the Tidebinder won't be down in time. Of course, being 3 mana, it will only have 2 mana for Sean when Ben is 3 to bring it in. The Smite being the removal spell that can take place before your creature is unblocked is the only thing that would stop it there. So you nailed it. It's gone, and we'll see if Kaido hits play. It does.
And that's a huge advantage for Ben Unger, going to immediately surveil 2 and draw a card. Now he has pressure. He has card advantage. He has card selection. Really everything you need to contend against an Azorius Control deck.
Yeah, just a Planeswalker is so powerful in general. One that draws you cards especially. And hey, this one also attacks and blocks. Kaido,
it slices, it dices.
Yeah, that's right, man. It does it all. It's been one of the... Again, and kind of like we talked about stock up, it feels like Kaido came out in Duskmorn and people weren't talking about it as much as they were talking about some of the other stuff in the set. But it didn't take too long after that for people to realize how powerful it was, and it dominated worlds. And here it is 6 months later, still a key part of the metagame across this deck. that has been is making look really good here. And Kaido's looking extremely good in this particular circumstance against Sean, who is trying to figure out what he's going to do here to get rid of it while also dealing with the rest of the Dimir bounce deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Tidebinder on this Hopeless Nightmare trigger. Not so much to like stop the discard, but to get the 3-2 down so Sean can pressure the Kaido. But instead is patient and now might tag the Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, would be rewarded if that's the case, because then you get to keep the blocker off the field here.
Yeah. And with the Restless Anchorage in place, Sean has a potentially lethal attack for the Kaido. But Sean, once again, being patient with the Tidebinder, lets the Otter enter.
It might be this town ain't big enough for Ben, and if it is, that means Kaido's going to be well protected. Think about it, just the instep Tidebinder anyway. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was potentially waiting for something better, didn't find it, and now has to contend himself with just a vanilla 3-2.
Oh, wow. Okay, just takes it, doesn't go for the chump. He's going to keep that creature around. Here comes the Overlord for Sean. So, all right, he's threatening the ability to multiple ways to attack Kaido down next turn.
Yeah. Sean's saying, I can play this mid-range game too. I have very powerful threats.
Here we go.
This Tony big enough deals with one of the insects and rebuys Ben's Hopeless Nightmare. Sean is at 10. That's something to be aware of. This Hopeless Nightmare will drop him to 8.
The damage from these Hopeless Nightmares has been kind of one of the unsung, I don't even think hero is the right word here, to be fair. But what are the unsung parts of these enchantment decks, especially we've watched Ben play over the last several rounds, just really wearing his opponent down, working well with the Kaido plan of being aggressive.
Yeah, and now because it makes Sean lose life, it allows Ben to surveil 2 and draw a card if he wants to before he decides on what attacks to make. Could find another this town to clear away that other insect. Would be excellent. Normally you have to connect with the Kaido and then you do your drawing post combat, but another little micro synergy that's baked into these bounce decks.
Yeah, looks like Ben counting it up, thinking it through. It's a Fear of Isolation. Pick up a Nightmare. Play a Nightmare.
And so now the Otter has been pumped twice by Prowess, so Sean should have dropped to 6 from the second Nightmare and then take 3. He should be at 3 life here. And Ben also has the Fear of Isolation to trade for Tidebinder if it tries to attack down the Kaido.
All right, temporary lockdown from Sean.
Yeah, and Ben knew about this. And this is going to take out his entire board because it does not take out the Tidebinder.
Right.
But if he finds that this town ain't big enough and can bounce the lockdown, he gets to re-trigger everything.
All right, so Sean digging for counter magic to that, digging for a way to finish the game here. Not sure exactly what he's taking here, but stock up is a great way to find whatever he's looking for. And Tidebinder getting in there, knocking Ben down. Just a land off the top for Ben.
Yeah, very narrow range of cards left in Ben's deck that are relevant at this point in the game. But with Sean at 4, any of that narrow band will turn this game around.
Another stock up, okay.
Yeah, if you're Sean, it's just dig for counter spells and life gain. That's what I need.
Yeah,
if I can find Biza and
there
and a
we go.
land.
All right, that probably is the official corner. Well, it's been turned, but there you go. That slams the door shut. Ben Unger extends the hand. Sean Gallagher picks it up with Azorius control, moving to 6-1-1 here in Madison.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ben to have those weak tiebreakers at 6-1. Wasn't able to get the handshake like he wanted, and then is taken down in the final round. So he will have to content himself with a 6-2 finish, likely in the top 16. Still a good amount of money and NRG points.
That's right.
But not the top 8 that he wanted.
Yeah, kind of a tough ending for Ben there, but still a great tournament overall. We're actually going to try to pick up an interview with the winner there off that match, Sean, on his Azorius control deck. Get the lowdown between who wants to play the control deck at a tournament when people were playing mono red. We'll talk to him about that. But hey, Azorius Control looked pretty good. Like I said, it actually was one of the best performing decks at the Pro Tour. It didn't top 8. It didn't necessarily draw any of the big headlines, but it put up a very good win rate as kind of a catch-all answer. And we saw Sean's deck with 3 Jace in the main deck and milling being a win condition. Hey, Azorius Control, if you're a fan, this is exactly what you like out of that archetype.
Yeah, it really was. I think it was Eli Cassis and some other players piloting it at the Pro Tour. Just fell a little bit short of that top 8, which can happen in mixed format events. Right. But has picked up in popularity in the coming weeks as players have recognized how powerful this deck can be in a format dominated by Gruul, Esper Pixie, and a Domain. It matches up pretty well against all 3.
Yeah, we saw that temporary lockdown just remove the whole board that the deck had put together. So let's go down. Hey, Sean, we just watched that match. That was a great finish, a great game. Congrats on the win.
Yeah, thanks. I got pretty lucky that his duress wasn't super backbreaking. The choice between the smite that was countering his Kaido or the lockdown was like probably a pretty tough choice from his side. So the duress was like good, but not good enough, I think. So that was nice.
Yeah, talk about your choice to bring Azorius Control, right? This is a field where a lot of people are just playing Gruul, going really aggressive. People are playing Domain, they're going big, ramping, and you're the one playing counter spells. What led you to Azorius Control this weekend?
Yeah, so I mean, my track record is always playing blue-white, and I was at the PT 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was, and I played mono-white. That's the deck I really like in this format, the mono-white control deck, and let me tell you, that deck has a bad Domain matchup. So
that it does.
Yeah, I expected to play a lot of Domain. So as you can tell, I mean, I have the Tidebinders and the Jaces, which is nice. So that's been good. And I just always like playing blue-white. About a year ago in February, I won the NRG Showdown with blue-white with Disruption Protocol and Deduce in my deck. So I'm just always playing blue-white, whether it's good or not.
Yeah, you're one of those. You're a control game.
One of those sickos for sure.
Yeah. So let me ask you. I've looked into this control deck, and there are builds like the one you're playing with Overlord of the Mistmoors, and there are builds that are a little bit more counterspell heavy and playing Hornlock Whale. Have you tried out those builds? Do you have any strong feelings about them either way?
Yeah, I mean, Hornlock Whale I think is a card that's really good if you're playing like 3 or 4 of them. Multiple 6/6s is hard for a lot of like mid-range and aggro decks to beat, but the first 6/6 I don't really think matters. I mean, your first Overlord dies a lot. Your first Hornlock Whale probably will die a lot too. So I'm not a huge fan of that card. I mean, the one in the Lagoon Breach, I love that name, but the Lagoon Breach effect of Hornlock Whale is pretty effective. But now that we have Ride's End, as you can tell, I'm just maxed out on all the 2-mana removal spells. Ride's End does a good enough job a lot of the time.
Right. And then the other thing I noticed you've opted for Think Twice. This is another point of contention in Azorius Control list. Yeah. Some players play Deduce, some play Think Twice. Tell me about what goes into that decision.
Yeah, I mean, there's the small consideration of I have a lockdown in my deck and I don't want to against the aggro decks Deduce into lockdowns. There's that consideration. I also just like Think Twice the art more. I'm just kidding. It's mainly for the lockdown consideration. Also, there is value in it's a card I can discard to Hopeless Nightmare, which comes up every once in a while. But yeah, it's mainly just for the lockdown consideration, which against red is my main game plan of removal spell or Think Twice on 2 into lockdown on 3. So it just fits that curve a little bit better.
Okay.
Well, it's been a great day for you so far.
It really worked out really well. I hit all the matchups I wanted except for Omniscience one time. Their new tech is not gonna say unbeatable, but Cavern of Souls on what's the card? Grand Abolisher. That one's tough to beat. I'm gonna be honest. So.
We caught that one on. We didn't see Grand Abolisher at the battlefield, but we did catch the deck earlier on camera. It's been nice. It's been so. What matchups do you like with the deck?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any deck where my Ride's End and Get Lost are reasonable cards. So, Red, Gruul, those are fine matchups. My deck is pretty tuned to beat Domain. So the top contenders of the format. I'm pretty excited about. Pixies is you just saw me play against the bounce deck, the Ulfa McNamara deck. I have 4 Overlords helps that matchup a lot. Lockdown's pretty good. So pretty much anywhere any of the top decks. I really just want to know what my opponent's deck does. if I play against a deck where my opponents, I don't know what their cards do, I'm probably going to lose. So my deck's really just tuned to beat the top of the meta as well.
Yeah, well, it's worked out so far. So congrats on the run, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I'll be running back blue-white Yori on tomorrow, so hopefully I'll be back in the booth then too.
Love it. We'll see. I appreciate it, Sean.
Yep.
What a pickup there in the win, and we are heading into, I think we have a backup match perhaps for round 8 here, as we have one more top 8 match, top 8 winning in, I think, coming up.
Yeah, one more spot in the top 8 left to be decided. This is a match between let me pull it up, Alden Cates and Matthew Holderness. So Holderness playing mono red and Alden Cates on domain Zur. Now
These decks could not be more opposite ends of the format.
they can't, and that generally means good things for mono red. One of the reasons that mono red is picked back up relative to Gruul is that being more aggressive, being lower curved, and more consistent with only one color of mana makes it better against domain.
Alden Cates does have the draw, being on the play here at least, so how's that working out for him?
Yeah,
and no 1 or 2 drops out of.
Very, very slow draw for Matthew here. Yeah, just a lightning strike on the end step for turn 2. So things going very well for Alden Cates. He would love to snag a game 1 win and then side in all of his anti-aggro cards, knowing that he only needs to get one of the final 2 to take down this match.
Gosh, and having the rides in for your mono red opponent tapping out on turn 3 is a pretty good spot to be. As long as Alden has lands to keep playing this game. Like, imagine we just have an Overlord here. And we do. Yeah, this is pretty clinical, honestly, from the domain deck. If you removal into, Beanstalk into removal into Overlord, the card advantage engine is going. Now you have some creatures in play. You're at a safe 15-point life total. Matthew is going to be hard-pressed to find a way out of this one. He's just passing again. I don't know if we just flooded out over here or what happened on this one.
I mean, this is closed deckless. This is game 1. Potentially, Matthew didn't know the matchup and kept a hand that was better in, say, like the red mirrors, and got punished. But yeah, this is not going very well for the Mountain Gamer. Really, the last step to this puzzle for Alden Cates is going to be Zur, and he might not even need it. If Matthew's hand is as bad as it seemed in these first 4 turns, these Overlords could just clean up the game once they come off impending.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Zur. I don't know if we can pull it up on the screen while we work through these, the end of this one. But Zur has been just the top end of the domain deck that is most difficult for many decks to interact with and beat. It's been very powerful. You see it there, the 3-mana 1/4 flyer, enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, Hexproof. But here's the big thing. For 2 mana, target non-aura enchantment you control becomes a creature with base power and toughness equal to its mana value. All of your enchantments, they can become whatever you want them to be. That takes care of the board. You just build a board out of nowhere. You swing. They have lifelink. It protects your life total. Zur really, really filled out these decks, and here it is, right on time. And Matthew picks his cards up immediately.
You spoke it to the top of Alden's deck.
I guess so.
You were speaking so poetically, waxing on about Zur, that it just floated to the top of the deck and said, "Here I am. Time to end the game."
Like it when it works. Things work out on time. Onto the sideboard here, mono red deck. What do we do?
Okay, checking out the sideboard here. It's the 4 copies of Sunspine Links. That's step 1. This is far and away the best card against Domain. And Matthew's come prepared for that matchup with the full 4 copies. From there, the rest of the sideboard is basically a bunch of removal spells. So you got to decide which removal spells you really want. Ideally, they'll be removal spells that go upstairs, so you can use them as reach if you need them. But having a few that can answer a mid-game Biza, like Lithomantic Barrage, or potentially an early Overlord of the Hauntwoods, if you need to do that, with like Witchstalker Frenzy could be relevant. The other thing is that you would prefer to have some instant speed answer to Zur. So you could take out Azure before an enchantment creature can connect in combat. So Witstalker, Frenzy, Lithomantic Barrage are your options for playing those roles. It'll just come down to how many of those kinds of removal spells Matthew wants in his deck versus burn spells that can go to the face.
Yeah, because even if you answer Xur with, a sorcery speed removal spell, if it's able to come down and activate immediately and just get one life linking hit through, it can make a big difference. Obviously, when you're playing mono red, I want to point burn at your face with Hired Claw and Heartfire Hero. All right, let's take a look at the domain sideboard here, where you're going to want those anti-aggro cards, which, a lot of your main deck is already built towards that. But we look at the sideboard and maybe we want some more.
Yeah, 3 copies of Lockdown in the main. We don't see the 4th in the sideboard. So I'm mainly looking at the Obstinate Baloths.
Right.
Normally you see it in the sideboard for Hopeless Nightmare matchups, but just casting that card against an aggro deck, perfectly serviceable. The rest of the sideboard, not great. Maybe Kate's wants a negate or two to counter those late burn spells, but you don't want to draw that card early.
When you see somebody at the top tables whose deck is got either a bunch of cards for a particular matchup, they're ready for it. Or if you see someone's deck at the top tables with no cards for a particular matchup in the sideboard, or very few, they were also ready for it, either because they've given up on it or because their main deck is pretty well stacked against it. And I think that's kind of where the domain deck checks in.
Yeah, the other option I'm looking at is potentially Paw Patch formation.
Mm-hmm.
It can make a food that gains you a little bit of life and draw a card. Not the best mode, but there are many mono red lists that sideboard Case of the Crimson Pulse for matchups like this. So Kate's might come prepared with an extra disenchant for potential cases, even though we know there are none in Matthew's sideboard.
All right. Well, I think we have the next game we can hop on down to here. Remember, both of these players playing for the shot at the top 8 here in NRG Showdown in Madison. So Xur Domain, Alden Cates on your right, Matthew Holderness, mono red aggro on the left, who hopes to have a mono red aggro deck that does some aggro things this game.
Yeah, and he's going to be doing it on 6 cards, having taken a mulligan. I think he's just considering which card to tuck right now. And I didn't get a great look at his hand. I saw a Burst Lightning. I think there's a Witchstalker Frenzy there. So that's a lot of non-creatures. Looks like the Frenzy is going to the bottom. And it does tell me that Matthew's kept in a mix of, burn spells and more hard removal spells.
All right, and this is what you want it to look like. Turn 1 Monastery Swift Spear and get the action going.
And looks like I see a Tishana's Tidebinder in Kate's hand. Those coming in to stop Sunspine Links. There's some other triggered abilities you can counter, but the main one is those Lynxes. Early Monastery Swift Spear for Matthew, so already a better start than he had in game 1. And Alden, no turn to Beanstalk, does have a Get Lost, though, so they're going to be looking to cast that either on the Swift Spear or a better target if Matthew gives him one.
Yeah, he was singing through that turn, I was going to say no blocks, no effects. I'll take the 1. Okay. Nice and easy. Wow, I guess that must have just been a pass from Matthew.
Yeah, I think the Swift Spear is his only creature.
Wow, okay.
So Alden untaps on turn 3 under no pressure. Would love to have an Overlord of the Hauntwoods here to get a little ramp down, but I don't think he has one. And doesn't even have the second green source if he did. So just going to pass with that Tidebinder up.
Found a basic island for the turn, which gives him a 4th land, but not a second green. Tidebinder could be good. All right, the Sanctuary for Matthew here. I suppose that's a creature at some point.
Probably at the end of Alden's turn.
Gosh, unless it's not. Let's see what Alden does here. I think he does have, if he's got an Overlord, he probably just goes for it no matter what. He still has the Tidebinder. It's the Overlord. Zay could Tidebinder the trigger on the land. All right, well, This is still kind of the same spot. Yeah, and there it is. It does get turned into a creature, but the same spot more or less we were in last game. It's turn 4, turn 5, and Matthew's opponent is at a high life total with tokens in play. Domain, just no problems here as Holderness's mono red deck just kind of fails to get going.
Yeah, but we've seen out of Gruul how these red decks can have very explosive turns, and Soulstone Sanctuary is a mouse. So if Holderness can find something like Manifold Mouse and a Monstrous Rage, he could end this game in a hurry, even from a very high life total for Alden Cates.
Yeah, Rockface Village off the Explore there. That at least will give, if you're going to draw a land, that's probably the one you want to draw. All right, and Emberheart on top.
Okay, so Alden will have to consider that and potentially hold up removal for it next turn. And unfortunately for Matthew, hitting a land off of one of those 2 Explorers means that these 2 insects can double block the Soulstone Sanctuary and take it out. So he's going to need some other form of pump or removal to keep his Sanctuary around. We know he has a Burst Lightning, so also had a Rage.
Monstrous Rage is probably the best one here, right? That will allow him to force through some damage.
Yeah, so it should be 5 coming across here. It'll be 7 power Sanctuary with 2 toughness from the 2 insects. That'll drop Cates to 12.
Okay, well, all things considered, if you're Matthew, this isn't a terrible spot. I mean, that said, you probably also feel fine if you're all in, and now we've, that's a temporary lockdown. That's not going to, the Tidebinders, that's not going to do much. You're just trying to survive, I guess, till that Overlord comes off suspend, but you actually are under maybe a little bit of pressure here that you're not super well equipped to deal with, at least from what we can spy in his hand.
His hand is 2 Tishana's Tidebinders that are too small to trade with the now 5/5 Soulstone Sanctuary, and 2 cards that say non-land permanent on them in Temporary Lockdown and Leyline Binding. So a very awkward hand to answer this Soulstone Sanctuary, and we could see a very poor draw for Matthew Holderness take down this game too.
Well, and it's Alden had the chance to hold up those Tidebinders, and maybe for the trigger that would have, I guess, basically amounted to kind of a time walk. He went for the Overlord instead, which, I mean, that makes the most sense. It's the most mana efficient on your turn 4. It makes your tokens. It starts it to impend on down as you want it to. But in this particular game, it just didn't really seem to line up against this land. Now, obviously, if Alden finds an answer, he looks like he's in a great spot. But for a draw that seemed a little awkward for Matthew, it's working out, I guess, about as well as he could have hoped for.
Yeah, the Soulstone just came across, so Kate's down to 7. We know Matthew has a Burst Lightning in hand, so this is a lethal attack next turn. And
I think he found a Biza, which is huge here.
Yeah, that is excellent, though. It's still only a 4/5. It won't make any fish.
Yeah.
And it doesn't successfully block the Soulstone Sanctuary. So, yeah, gain your 4 life. They're both players are equal on land, so no treasure. And it looks like they're equal on cards. So, yeah, just the 4 life. Matthew can just keep on attacking.
Well, Matthew still has a lot of mana open, right? What is he going to do here?
Yeah, he also has a Witchstalker Frenzy in hand, so he can end a turn, kill the Biza.
Yeah. And then, I mean, I'm not sure that unlocks necessarily outside of whatever he draws. I think I also spot a Burst Lightning, which he has the mana to kick.
Yeah, and we know he has Emberheart Challenger in hand from the earlier Explorers off the map.
He's got 5, yeah.
So this could be a lethal attack.
Yep. Burst Lightning you.
Yeah, just going to kick that
back down to 7.
So, yeah, just Emberheart Challenger, attack with 2 creatures. Now my Frenzy costs 2. Kill your Biza, and this isn't 8 points coming across. There needs to be an Elspeth Smite for Alden Cates, and he doesn't have one. Doesn't have any in his deck.
Nicely navigated here by Matthew. We thought his start would never get there. He played 1 creature on turn 1, and it was killed. Just this Soulstone Sanctuary that, as you mentioned, the benefit you get from playing red as opposed to playing Gruul is that you have a more consistent mana base. You're able to do stuff like this, and it certainly paid off in this one.
Yeah, Matthew going to attack. He can now use the Sanctuary for mana, so he still has a red up. Drew a Links for a turn, so had to cards to spare there despite the weak start.
Yeah, that was Yeah, that was great. Honestly, that was a nice win out of the red deck. It does show how it doesn't always have to just be sort of the mono red you're used to out of modern, where it's 1-drop, 2-drop, burn spell, burn spell, burn spell. That worked out a little differently, but it still worked out.
Yeah, these red decks are very resilient. They generate a lot of advantage. The maps that the Get Lost gave Matthew were very big. They allowed him to dig through his deck, find some more lands, pump the Soulstone Sanctuary. So yeah, using every part of the Buffalo there. Now he gets himself one game for one slot in this top 8.
Yeah. All right, here we go. On to game 3. It's all on the line for these two players right here. Alden Cates will be back onto the play for this one.
And if you're Matthew, you're just thinking, okay, deck, you know, you did me wrong for 2 straight games.
No
just show me
kidding.
the goods one time, please.
No kidding. Well, here we go. It seems like a good start. It's a Kyred Claw on turn 1.
Yeah, it's the best start he's had all match.
Cates has got, it looks like he didn't have to mull again. He's got lands, he's got spells. Get Lost is held up here. So both players working with plenty of gas here to go back and forth here. It looks like the Claw's going to get in there. He's going to go for it, though. Look at this, and just immediately get it hit by the Get Lost. But so I guess the mana wasted in a sense there for Matthew, and nothing else added to the board. But maybe not as devastating for mono red as you might expect, given how we saw the last game go.
Yeah, still not a great start for Matthew, but you know, he can certainly recover. Lush Portico to play for Cates, so that represents a second green source for any later overlords. Looks like he has a forest in hand, so must not be an overlord there. And he leaves the card on top off the Surveil. So looks like it might be 3 straight games where Alden Cates untaps on turn 4, somewhere north of 15 life.
Yeah, and I guess I'd say it's not an accident, but Matthew hasn't been able to mount more than 1 or 2 creatures in the first turns. Except here we go, though. The Emberheart Challenger will put the pressure back on and force another answer out of Cates. He's got the land too, so we can explore.
It's not an accident, but it's certainly not the plan.
Yeah, that's right. Monstrous Rage on top is the plan. If you're Matthew, that's a good one to have access to next turn. It's also one that obviously if you're Alden, you play around Monstrous Rage whenever you can, but your opponent knowing you have Monstrous Rage also just changes the game in a way that if you're Matthew, maybe you can take advantage of by taxing him a little bit.
Yeah.
But here we go. Impending the Overlord on turn 4. Blockers down.
This is the turn. We have Monstrous Rage on top. I saw another Monstrous Rage in Matthew's hand. If he has a Manifold Mouse and a land, this game could be over.
Here we go.
Just the Rages themselves will get this Emberheart Challenger up to 10.
Yeah, there's the land, but he's still thinking about it, so maybe not quite as easy as it could.
Yeah.
Oh, talking about.
I think wants to potentially take this land drop back because he's going to Monstrous Rage main phase and wants to play a land if he hits it off Valiant. And he had no information gained, so you can take that back.
Hey, look at that.
Land.
He did the math.
So plenty of lands here for Matthew, but notably no utility lands. No Rockies Villages, no Soulstone Sanctuaries, just a pile of mountains. They're beautiful mountains. I like the basic land choice.
Maybe, you want 1 sanctuary among those mountains if you can.
I think those might be Eternal Masters, but they're a classic art. Alden with some very nice, looks like potentially 4 in revised or 4 in 4th. Maybe just
beta. Yeah, I'm not incredibly familiar with all the old ones, but I will say that they look very classic.
Yeah, it does look like English. That might just be beta.
Tap to add. Love that.
Okay.
Before the tap symbol. I mean, that's beta, I think, if that's what it is. Yeah.
So Emberheart Challenger coming across here. It is currently a 7/5 because of the Prowess trigger and the Monstrous Rage pump.
And we know that there is more to come should Matthew go that direction. But hey, happy to just clear the tokens, force through some damage. Yeah. This is still just passing the turn. 3 mana open. really setting up, it seems like, I guess, maybe for a big combo-ish turn. It's certainly how the last game went.
Yeah, if you know Alden doesn't have a spot removal spell, or at least doesn't have another Get Lost. He would have played one on the end step on turn 3 when Matthew's tapped out. He could have something like a Leyline Binding, but really Matthew here just trying to play around a sweeper. He's saying, you don't have a way, or I don't think you have a way to stop my Emberheart Challenger unless it's a sweeper, so there's no reason for me to extend further into it and give you a means or an opportunity to gain some value. And we do see a Day of Judgment in Alden's hand. So he might be forced to use this as just a 1-for-1 removal spell, which will then leave him vulnerable to another haste creature. Oh, instead has the Zur. And is there a removal spell
talked
for
about
it?
right here? Zur just immediately turning an enchantment into a creature. It does the thing. Yeah. Look at that.
Matthew has the Witchstalker Frenzy, but he had to wait for the Overlord to attack before using it.
For the discount.
So still going to get some insects, but not going to gain any life. So now Alden is at 11. This is the turn for Matthew. We know he has another Monstrous Rage. Needs to find a Manifold Mouse. Playing the land first probably means he's
looking at something else.
Yeah.
And 3 minutes.
It means he already has plans for all his mana. He doesn't care about what he hits off the Valiant trigger. He has something better. But now he's stopping.
Yeah, he's thinking it through. Wait. Is there something better? Okay. Screaming Nemesis down.
Okay, so now probably going to attack and then wait to see what he wants to do with the Monstrous Rage until after blocks. That's why he plays the land first. And currently we have a 4/4 and a 3/3, so no blocks means you're dead to Monstrous Rage. That's not a tenable play. But yeah, blocking the Screaming Nemesis also isn't good. And so this only prevents 2 damage.
Wow.
And the Burst Lightning deals the other 2. So this should be lethal. So
Matthew has really put together 2 really impressive near combo turns, if you want to look at it that way. But like turns where he puts together 11, 12, 13, 14 points of damage all at once. And of course, Monstrous Rage is a big part of it. But it's not just that. It's all the cards in this mono red deck, leading to that, a handshake from Alden Cates, congratulating Matthew Holderness on winning round 8.
Alden Cates dies with Day of Judgment still in hand against an aggro deck.
Yeah, that's
5
rough.
mana, never had an opportunity to play a Day of Judgment that wasn't just a 1-for-1 removal spell because of the way Matthew navigated that game. Beautiful play.
That was really, really well done. And he'll be rewarded for that because on the other side of this, folks, we have our top 8. That's right. We're coming back to the top 8 here in Madison, the NRG Championship Series Showdown. We'll see you on the other side for some standard top 8 action. Hello, everyone. Welcome back in. It is time for our top 8 here in Madison. It is the Standard Showdown NRG Championship Series. We have played all day, and it comes down to this. 8 players who have made it through 8 rounds of Swiss to advance to the top 8. A lot of 8s there. And we are going to be playing it out over 3 more rounds right here. Andrew Ellenbogen up at the top. Grayson Nimitz up at the top. 2 players you expect to see. That is an NRG Showdown winner, along with a Pro Tour winner in Andrew Ellenbogen. Sean Gallagher, Azorius Control, Connor Pattinson, Poros Prowess, 2 players we've seen on camera. On the other side of the bracket, you got Fan Chin Yang on Azorius Omniscience and Mono Red Aggro, and Matthew Holderness, we watched play it out there in the last round, along with Wesley Hickman on Mono Red Aggro, and Fred Stryker bringing in the Gruul contingent. So a very aggressive top 8 bracket here, Ross.
Yeah, we got a lot of red decks. We got a lot of Azorius decks. That's it. No domain, no Esper, none of that nonsense.
Yeah.
There's 2 things going on here. It's really kind of 3 things because the Azorius section of our top 8 is split among Omniscience and Control, but it's red and Azorius decks in varying flavors. So yeah, they are very clear winners here. In this metagame, it was red decks and it was Azorius decks that did very well. And that's a lot of what, Standard comes down to is playing the right deck on the right week. And we saw Domain do very well at the Pro Tour when everybody was focused on beating Esper Pixie and Gruul, not as focused on beating Domain. Now, players more focused on beating Domain, still focused a little bit on beating the Esper Pixie and the Bounce decks. It's the mono red decks and other things rising to the top because they have less of a target on their back. That really is what Standard is all about, and you see it displayed in our top 8 here.
Yeah, always moving is Standard, right? Always. Their 75 matters. It's not just the 60 card main deck. It's those last few sideboard cards make a big difference as it changes week to week. It also kind of represents the metagame kind of pulling to the edges, right? With the combo side of the Omniscience deck to the purest aggro of aggro with the mono red, and then of course the control deck side of the thing. So very loaded bracket too, by the way, with both NRG names and Pro Tour names and everything you'd hope for in a top 8. And that is the action that we are going to be bringing you here. So let's take a look at what these players are playing to win. It's $2,400 to first place, $1,200 to second. Down on we go to 32nd place. Still get $100. And of course, those points, you get a point just for entering, but top 128, you get 2 points. And what do these points do? They qualify you for future events. You're trying to get those points stacked up to get, of course, to the NRG champs at the end of the year. And hey, the top 4 are playing for regional championships as well. So pretty much if you're a competitive Magic player, there is something on the line for you in every round here.
Yeah, we've played 8 rounds of Magic here to get to this point, and now every match has hundreds of dollars, invites to events that are worth a lot on the line. These are the money rounds.
That's right. And here we go. Wesley Hickman on your right, Fred Stryker on your left. Gruul versus Mono Red. This one could end in a flash, or, hey, sometimes these aggro v aggro decks just trade removal and no one has anything, right?
Yeah, they can play out in a couple different ways, and the early turns here are trade. Fred Stryker going with Burst Lightning on turn 1 to answer the Hired Claw. Hickman replaces the Hired Claw, and now we'll see if Stryker decides to deploy his own creatures or has another removal spell, and he goes with Heartfire Hero. Typically, the red mirrors favor mono red, but as the games go long, the card advantage out of the Gruul deck becomes a lot more important. Stryker has 2 copies of Questing Druid in his main deck. He has a couple copies of Paw Patch Recruit that can represent 2 creatures and make the opposing burn spells awkward. And then Innkeeper's Talent, which he has 4 of, can start growing your creatures and really give you dominance over the battlefield. So Stryker, being on the draw here as the 6th seed and being the deck's favorite going along, is going to want to play a more controlling game, whereas Hickman is going to be the beatdown.
And he's doing that decently well with 2 creatures here, and just the Heartfire Hero, and now the class card for Stryker. But this is what you mean. Instead of this, the talent, of course, is great in the long games against many decks. It provides many advantages, but it is not a creature. So were Fred to lose his Heartfire Hero here, like for instance, to maybe this Burst Lightning, then things might go differently, and he might just get overrun by the pure creature plan out of Wesley.
That was a big turn. If Stryker had Monstrous Rage, and that's why you saw Hickman pause there. It wasn't obvious to run out that Burst Lightning, but he determined that he had to take the risk there because that was his only chance to deal with that Heartfire Hero with the Innkeeper's Talent, going to give it 2 counters effectively, 1 from Valiant and 1 from the Talent.
That's right.
So he takes the risk and he gets paid off, and now Hickman definitely ahead here.
Okay, so we got Burst Lightning off the trigger, and this works out because we can shoot down the Heartfire Hero and get in here with these creatures. So this has been a really nice series of draws for Wesley. Been incredibly mana efficient. Been pretty well aggressive here. He, of course, had the play by virtue of being the higher seed. Looking pretty good for him right now.
There should be 6 coming across. The Amber Heart Challenger was pumped by the Village and Prowess from the Burst Lightning, and then the Hired Claw comes across for 2. So Stryker down to 10 life and has no battlefield to speak of. And look, drew Monstrous Rage for turn. A little bit late there.
Right.
Would have loved to have seen a Screaming Nemesis here to play a little defense. That would have been great. Make it a 4/4, hold it back. But just as Ember Heart Challenger, what can he find off the top with Valorant? And it's a Copperline Gorge.
Okay. Ooh. Well, chooses to get aggressive here.
Okay, Stryker saying, I'm going to try to race. That's going to be tough here. He comes across for 3 and now just levels the talent. This game could end. Monstrous Rage off the top for Hickman.
Yeah.
This is already 4. The Rage represents another 4. That's 8.
10 life, very
Any
much a
land
danger zone.
here.
There we go.
Yep, Emberheart Challenger will do it too. Yeah, land was fine. Just pump Hired, use the Rock Face Village and then pump Hired Claw after its attack trigger. But the Emberheart Challenger will do it as well.
Hickman has put together just what is essentially a series of combo looking turns over the last couple rounds we've watched him play, where it's not put you down to 9, put you down to 6, put you down to 3, put you down to 0. It's put you down from 12 to 0, put you down from 14 to 0. It's just huge turns coming out of the mono red deck.
That is the power of Monstrous Rage. Already a 3-point pump spell, has so much synergy with the Valiant Mice. It frequently represents a lot more than 3 damage on the turn that you cast it.
All right, taking a look at the sideboards here. Both players trying to stare down a bunch of opposing 1 and 2 drops that they have to answer. What do you look towards here?
Okay, so from Fred Stryker's position, like I said, he wants the games to go long. He has more card advantage even in the post sideboard games. So I'm looking at Pyroclasm. I'm looking at Obliterating Bolt. I'm even looking at Scorching Shot. Bolt has the upside of being able to exile things like Heartfire Hero, but Scorching Shot can deal with a creature that's gotten big. And I just want all of my removal in if I'm playing from the Gruul side of this matchup.
That's right. And Fred Stryker will, of course, have the advantage of being on the play for this one. Let's go ahead and look at the other one. Look at Wesley's mono red aggro here.
Yeah, looking at his sideboard, I like the cheap removal to be able to play that aggressive game plan. So the additional shocks will come in to supplement Burst Lightning. And then he has a couple options. And those options are Scorching Shot if he wants the big removal as well. Potentially advisable if there are still Innkeeper's Talents in the Striker's deck. And then he might also want access to Case of the Crimson Pulse, get himself a little bit of card advantage going. If you play those early turns and both players just trade off creatures and removal spells,
right?
A Case as your last card to refuel and then eventually solve and start drawing extra cards every turn can really take over a game.
Yeah, Case of the Crimson Pulse is a fun sideboard card that has a really niche use, but a really strong use. I'll say this about the mono red sideboard. I love just the fact that shock is in it and that it is a card we're talking about being good here. I don't remember if it was this last Pro Tour or Worlds or something, but we saw people playing the equivalent of like actual giant growth at the Pro Tour. And to me, Magic is always in a great spot when people are able to play giant growth and shocks.
Completely agree.
Yeah,
that's a sign of format health if shock is a playable card.
Exactly. And that's, hey, it's sideboard. I'll take it. 3 copies in the sideboard. And it's probably one of the more important cards here, right? Along with the Burst Lightnings of being able to interact for 1 mana with your opposing board's creatures.
Yeah, definitely an important card. You want 1 or 2 shocks basically in your opening hand in these red mirrors to make sure that you don't fall too far behind. Because if you let an Emberheart Challenger sit around on the battlefield for a couple turns, it can represent a lot of additional cards off of those Valiant triggers. If you let Manifold Mouse sit on the battlefield or Heartfire Hero for a couple turns, it represents so much damage, you're probably dead.
Yeah, and Lightning Strike, while, obviously having the benefit being 3 damage, and we've often seen it go upstairs, is not really great when you're on the draw in particular, and you need to really catch up here. So both players are going to be looking for that cheap interaction. It looks like we catch a look at Fred's hand here. Not sure if he has enough mana to work with.
I see Torch of the Tower. I see a green card, Burst Lightning. Yeah, I think the only issue here might be mana.
Wesley also looks like thinking it through. We know what both players are looking for, of course, is that early interaction. And if you're Wesley, you're more inclined to look for an aggressive start because you are on the play. Whereas if you're Fred, and this is, I don't think something we're going to see here, but in the old, mono red mirror days, you'd sometimes occasionally see people take the draw with the idea that we're just going to kill each other's creatures for the first 4 turns. And I'd like to be up a card. Don't think we're going to see that here, but that can give you an idea of how this might play out and, why mulliganing, for instance, can be kind of rough based on the context of the draws. But it looks like Wesley's actually going to do the same here, and both players are going to go to 6.
And the threats these days are a little bit too powerful and snowbally to take the draw. But I remember those days playing Mog War Marshal and Greater Gargadon. I chose the draw in those mirror matches in 2007.
Boomer Magic, as they call it. That was around the
Oh,
time I
yeah.
started. Loved
Love
it.
me a Greater Gargadon. Hey. Okay, so both players on 6. Friendly mulligan here. Have to say that generally will advantage the player on the draw.
Right.
Since smaller hands means you're less likely to get run over, and then the extra card advantage from being on the draw becomes more decisive, but it's a very small difference.
Also more likely to just have a straightforward hand when you're playing mountains is Wesley. Fred looks like he's got a couple there. Both players are keeping, and here we go off to the races. Game 2 of our top 8 here. We have the final 8 remaining. Very aggro heavy, along with 3 Azorius decks. Top 8, the NRG Standard Showdown series here in Wisconsin.
And it's all aggro, combo, and control. No mid range. You love to see it.
You do love to see it as a from the coverage side of things. Let's keep those creatures attacking. Let's go.
Okay, so Lightning Strike takes out the Emberheart Challenger, and Hired Claw comes across. And
all right, Monstrous Rage is a pickup there for Fred for the turn. I don't know if I spy a third land though, which makes things. Oh no, yeah, just the creature here, not a third land, but the Manifold Mouse, the showcase art there, looks pretty good and is a pretty good 2-drop in this circumstance. Going to demand an answer from Wesley. Or just pure aggression.
The thing about Manifold Mouse is that it's not a very good blocker. So if you're the one who is the beatdown, which Wesley Aikman wants to be, and you're not afraid of being attacked back, you're not that afraid, you can attack into a Manifold Mouse. He does just that with Screaming Nemesis. And now Striker might be pushed into a racing scenario that he's not well equipped to win.
Yeah, he doesn't have a third land.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to deploy his spells that quickly, and it's very difficult to play the grindy game when your opponent has Screaming Nemesis, because every one of your burn spells, you're going to get 2 for 1 casting it.
Yeah, and sometimes, you can just kind of bite the bullet and just do it and deal with it. But in this case, with just the 2 lands, gosh, you'd be giving up so much. All right, the mouse gets in, and the follow-up play is going to be another mouse.
It didn't block well last turn. It doesn't block well this turn.
Yeah, Wesley just moving straight on into combat here. No delay. The trigger from that lizard, the Hired Claw. Knock Striker down to 13. I guess, the mouse actually does block last turn. This turn, though, it's more of a chump block as the pump goes through.
Yeah, and Fred says, I have plenty of spells back. I just need to buy time. So he's okay forcing Hickman to spend the mana that way and try to get back into this. I think he's got some Screaming Nemesis of his own that he wants to deploy, but still just stuck on the 2 lands.
Yeah, I think he might have been hoping that either, forcing Wesley to activate there takes enough of his mana that he's not able to do anything else, like if he's still stuck on lands, or if he just has all lands. But he does have a follow-up with the Heartfire Hero. So it's 3 creatures, including that Screaming Nemesis, staring down just 10 life for Striker, who it seems missed again on lands. So really difficult spot for him to be in here to get to the top 8, have to be on the draw in the aggro mirror, and then not be able to find a third land, not the breaks he was looking for. On the other hand, Wesley, we've watched him over the last few rounds, has really made just the pure basic mono red. And I don't say basic in a negative way, but it's a straightforward deck with a straightforward game plan that is not as easy to play as you might think. And Wesley's really done a great job of navigating its edges over the last few rounds to get to this point.
Yeah, he has a clear advantage in this game, but he's pressing that advantage, not going for too much, making sure he still generates value when he's offered it, like activating that Hired Claw.
Right.
He knows that if he gives his opponent any window to catch back up, that's the way he can lose the game, by potentially being too aggressive in a certain spot.
All right, Manifold Mouse stays back again. Removal spell takes down the claw, but 9 life for Striker. A little bit of a smile on his face as the Screaming Nemesis comes through and takes him down to 6.
Not a great turn here from Hickman, just coming across with the Nemesis and then playing and pumping a Hired Claw. But with Striker at 6 life, beating this Screaming Nemesis alone is very tough.
Yeah, especially like you can't even dealing exactly 3 to it is really difficult without lightning strike in hand. You end up dealing 4, which gets you burned for even more. I think we might be in the very end game here because the Heartfire Hero, even if it doesn't, and there are no rock face villages or anything for Hickman to generate easy Valiant triggers, but it's just an additional body on a board where your opponent is mana screwed and can't deploy the 3 drops in their hand. So just any creature there for Wesley was going to be decent, and Hired Claw was a pretty good one.
Yeah, Striker's hand looks to be a bunch of Screaming Nemesis and Monstrous Rages, so he was actually well set up to try to race this game, but needed to hit at least a 3rd land, maybe even a 4th one to do so, and his deck did not deliver the goods.
All right, we'll see if Wesley can close it out here. Creatures are turned sideways. The trigger, that's what they're marking down there from the Hired Claw, will burn Striker down to 5 before any blocks can occur.
Yeah, so it has to chump the Hired Claw to live at 1, and there's a Shock in Hickman's hand, so this should be game.
Hey, we talked about Shock. It makes an appearance for the win.
Yeah, this is the classic use of Shock.
That's right.
So Monstrous Rage on the Manifold Mouse, a pump from the Hired Claw means that those two should trade. 4 power Mouse against 4 toughness Claw.
And there we go. Shock to the face. Handshake is out. Wesley Hickman on to the semifinals here in Madison. Our 10K standard showdown. That went as fast as we expected. Maybe not quite as back and forth as we might have hoped, but hey, it's mono red, it's Gruul. That is the story of the weekend right there, is aggro to the max.
Yeah, if you stumble against these decks, they will punish you, but we've also seen the other side of it where they can recover from removal spells and sweepers and set up those sort of combo finishes like you were talking about. So these red decks, are not one-trick ponies. They can win in a variety of ways.
And we might be seeing might be seeing some of that here into the backup match. Connor Pattinson on your right, Sean Gallagher, who we watched in that winning in on Azorius Control on your left, catching up to the board. Looks like a temporary lockdown's got some stuff underneath it. We got an impending Overlord. It's about to come off. Ibiza has landed. Looks like we're moving to blocks here on the Heartfire Hero. Sean, though, at just 5 life, staring down a couple rock face villages out of the Boros build here from Connor Pattinson. Okay, Fountain Port hits the battlefield. The Overlord impends itself to a creature. We talked about the reach and resiliency of the red decks. That's what Connor needs right now to finish this one off.
Yeah, just needs a little bit more. He has one game won.
He is really close, right? Because if you're playing against the red deck and you stare down a Heartfire Hero at 5 life with multiple counters, you start thinking about how any burn spell is representing lethal.
Monstrous Rage could do it. There's a lot here, but when you're playing the red deck, it's you don't have a lot of card selection to dig for that one last spell to push you over the top.
And this Boros deck has full-on 10 burn spells that can get the job done from here with Lightning Helix, Burst Lightning, and Boros Charm. So a lot of outs for Pattinson here, trying to finish it out, trying to move on to the semifinals as well. But needs to come up with just a little bit more here to finish off the Azorius Control player. Didn't catch what the pickup there was, but he does have a grip of cards in hand.
Yeah, and that's got to be scary for Sean Gallagher.
Yeah, there's so many things that, if you're Sean, there's so many cards that just beat me right here. I don't know if this is one of them, but it's something. Slick Shot Show Off for Connor Pattinson, followed up by a Boros Charm pointing towards you. I think the Slick Shot was to see if
and now both creatures are effectively lethal.
Yeah.
Gallagher going to be at 1 life and can't really block the Heartfire Hero because he has nothing that can block the Heartfire Hero without killing it in combat. The Show Off is also lethal.
Yeah, not sure what it looks like players are maybe chatting with the judge here. There we go. That'll do it. It all resolves. Boros Charm to the face. The attack finishes it off. Connor Pattinson on to the semifinals at the NRG Showdown. Well, here we go. That was a nice one, Ross. We got through 2 great quarterfinal matches. And just like that, I think we may be pretty soon on to the semis here in Madison.
Yeah, Azorius control out. It's all red decks and Omniscience combo from here on.
Well, it will be it'll be at a very opposite ends of the spectrum, top 4, as we talked about earlier, which means there's something for everybody here. So stick with us. We will see you on the other side of the break as we hit the semifinals here at our 10K NRG Open. See you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to Madison, Wisconsin. It is the NRG Championship Series. We are heading into the semifinals of our 10K here. The format is standard. The games have been quick. The aggro decks have been out in force, and I think we're probably going to see some more of them. Ross, it's been a great trip up to here. A couple more rounds to go to get a winner.
Yeah, every flavor of red aggro represented in our top 4. There's Mono Red, there's Gruul, there's even Boros, but there is one man standing against the Mountain Tide, and that is Fan Chen Yang playing Azorius Omniscience. That's who we're going to start with here in the semifinals, up against Wesley Hickman on Mono Red aggro. Fanchen was able to take out Mono Red in the top 8, so this is the same matchup. He's hoping for the same result, and the good news for him, as the higher seed, he is on the play for Game 1, and that is incredibly important here. Game 1 especially is very much a race, and so being on the play, super important.
Yeah, and we've watched Wesley for the last several rounds with Pilot Mono Red aggro very
So are we back?
Talking. Test. Talking. Test. Test.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Corbin? Can you hear me?
Hmm. Oh, I see you, Ross.
What is going on over here? Okay, Hickman found the ghost vacuum and finally got through, and we're going to game 3. Trying, chat. We're trying. Okay.
Oh, they can hear us. Okay, then we're in. Hello.
Can you hear Corbin? Can you hear me better now?
Okay, I guess we're back with you all. Shout out to the team on the back end for getting us back in, working through the technical difficulties, which, to be clear, are things breaking well beyond any of our control. So I'm glad we were able to get back in here to hang out with you all. So welcome back. As it turns out, I think that we actually are, at least as it stands, watching the same feed you all are. So we're all truly live here together in our top 4 match.
Okay, so this is going to be game 3. Fan Chen Yang on the play, having lost game 2. And taking a look at Fan Chen's sideboard, since I have the lists up, does have a 4th copy of Temporary Lockdown, has a Day of Judgment that usually sits in the sideboard as a way, as something you can get with Invasion of Arcavios, but will come in after sideboard since you want to cast that as early as possible. We saw the Get Lost drawn in game 2, so I imagine that is also in the deck. Don't think there's anything else that Fan Chen will want. So just a few extra sweepers to try to stave off
I can hear you. You are heard. Oh, you're alive.
Okay, well, if we're watching a stock up resolve along with you here as Fanshin Yang selects the cards, puts the others on the bottom. If you heard typing, that's probably a good sign. Hopefully you hear me talking. We're in. Welcome in, everybody. It's the top four. Corporate House here with Ross Merriam, and we are here. We are watching the match with you in our semifinals, NRG Showdown. Madison, Wisconsin, $10,000 event here. All kinds of invitations on the line. Both of these players on opposite ends of the deck spectrum, but on the same side of the success spectrum today, meeting this deep into the tournament.
Yes, and as the old saying goes, the fourth time is the charm. Okay, so things going reasonably okay for Fan Chen in terms of keeping the pressure off of him. He needs to answer this Ghost Vacuum, and I see the second Ghost Vacuum in Hickman's hand. He is wisely holding that one back, only needs the one to disrupt an Abuelo's Awakening, and will deploy the second one after Fan Chen answers the first with a temporary lockdown, forcing Fan Chen to find a second copy of Lockdown before going off. The good news is that those lockdowns will also keep the pressure off of him. And so the first lockdown will buy time to find the second lockdown, which will buy time to reassemble the combo.
Stock up has been I know we've talked about it a lot today, but just the 4 of stock up just feels like nothing's out of reach when you have access to that in your deck.
Yeah, very important piece of card selection here. And I do see temporary lockdown.
Yeah, this is a big turn here, but a grip of cards for Yang. And it looks like we are, in fact, in game 3 here. So this is very, very big. A spot in the finals on the line. The attack comes through. The damage gets taken. Okay. Yang falling down. A couple more life points here as...
Yeah, but still at a reasonably healthy 13. And has the lockdown here. The unfortunate reality for Hickman is that he's been stuck on 2 lands. Would have loved to deploy something like Screaming Nemesis, which is a threat that can press his advantage without overexposing him to lockdown.
Exactly. Yeah, but all right, temporary lockdown, clearing it away. Lightning strike to the face, it looks like, where we're at here for Hickman.
And finds a burst lightning. This is likely just going to be a Ghost Vacuum turn. I wonder if there's a confounding riddle in hand for Yang. If he could just counter this vacuum, he might be able to win next turn.
Yeah, that would go a very long way. And you nailed it. There it is. Just says no to the vacuum up front. You don't even have to worry about it later on. You just get rid of it before it can activate. And all of a sudden, 2-land mono red. Lizard's an okay follow-up here, but a long, long way to go with very little to work with.
Yeah, and this could be game right now if Fanchin is able to put Omniscience into the graveyard. Here's Charticourse. Is there an Omniscience in hand?
I think so.
Yep.
There we go.
And there is an Abuelo's Awakening. I'm not sure if there's other ways to get through the deck. And so we might see Fanchin wait. Yeah, he has to wait. That's the unsung third part of the combo is having an invasion or a way to dig for one, and he does not have that. The good news is he has so much mana at this point, that mana will help him play around any burn spell. You can cast Abuelo's Awakening for X equals however much mana you have past 4. And the Omniscience, which would be a 1/1, has X plus and plus 1 counters. So if he can get the Omniscience up to a 4/4, which he has enough mana to do already, Fan Chen can play around a potential Burst Lightning from Hickman. So with Moment of Truth drawn, this might be the turn that he goes for it. If he does brick on this Moment of Truth, Hickman has an opportunity to untap and potentially point 2 burn spells at the Omniscience.
Yeah, really. I got to say, for an Omniscience combo, it's a little more involved than you're used to seeing. You're not exactly, this isn't show and tell Omniscience Emrakul. It does have a few more layers here involved, including needing to hit something off of this. And it looks like Moment of Truth finding Moment of Truth.
Yeah. So dig another 3 cards. Would really like to find a stock up or an invasion.
We might call it the Moment of Truth. Well, we did not. We found an Archaeologist.
And another Omniscience. The Archaeologist looks at 3 more cards.
Okay.
And that's a brick.
Wow.
And not take Archaeologist off of its own trigger. So we have a 1/4 and a 5/5 Omniscience. If Hickman... Oh, and is going to go for another Abuelo's Awakening. This will be a 1/1 Omniscience. Since when you cast it for no mana value, it's X equals 0.
Okay, Burst Lightning going upstairs.
Yeah. Hickman says, I'm not going to be able to kill both of those things. You know, it's essentially 5 damage with your opponent at 8. Might as well send that in order to deal with both Omnisciences. So if he can deal with both of them, he can probably just kill Fan Chen. It looks like it.
What an interesting game to be in. Obviously, if Hickman had found a 3rd land, it would be a more interesting spot here. But we are talking about these Omnisciences in a combat sort of situation here. All right, temporary lockdown will remove a couple more creatures.
And the Philology Archaeologist. And now, does Fan Chen want to attack?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Send in for 5.
Wesley's loving it too. Attack with the Omniscience for 5, as you do.
There's land 3, so now it's going to be probably Screaming Nemesis, Screaming Nemesis.
I don't actually know how this game's going to end, but the fact that we got to witness that play right there, I got to say, was a highlight of a Standard for me.
Yeah, but these Screaming Nemesis will end the game next turn. So Fan Chen has to find something off the top here.
Yep, 3rd land unlocked Wesley's hand, and that... well, we had our fun attacking with the Omniscience, but it's time to get serious, which means combo, find some dig off the top to try to dig to a combo here for Yang, or Screaming Nemesis might close it out. Now, there's the draw. Invasion. There's the battle.
Oh.
Wow. The good luck draw, the good luck attack from the Omniscience cleared the way with the good vibes. The battle off the top ends it. Fan Chen Yang picking up the victory, moving on into the finals here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison. What an exciting ending. I didn't expect to see Omniscience beatdown, but hey, the Omniscience victory, that part made sense.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've seen this Omniscience deck fail in the cantrip chain to try to find Invasion. Things got very hairy, but Invasion of Arcavios coming off the top on the last possible turn. And really, I think that game just came down to the mana problems from Hickman. If he finds land 3 earlier in that game, those Screaming Nemesis attacking through temporary lockdowns would have likely given him the win. But
exactly,
a very close match. It goes to Fan Chen, and he becomes the first player into the finals here at the 10K NRG Standard Showdown in Madison, Wisconsin.
That's right. And I believe we will be taking a short break. We appreciate everyone bearing with us through all of that. We will be back on the other side with, of course, more Magic here in Madison. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Ross Merriam, and we are here to bring you the finals it is time for the NRG Championship Series Finals here in Madison, Wisconsin. Both of these players have not lost today. You will see in these finals, they are undefeated. And it all comes down to this for them. The token we talked about earlier, the money, the points, the qualifications. It's all on the line here. This is what you play for, right, Ross?
Exactly. This is the most important match of the day. The winner here will be automatically qualified for the NRG Championship at the end of the year. I know Andrew Ellenbogen participated in that event last year, would love to go back. And Fanchen Yang looking to make an appearance as well. As you noted, both of these players were undefeated in the Swiss. So the only match that they played against each other was a handshake in round 7. But Andrew did defeat Omniscience in the quarterfinals, so he has some experience in this matchup. He said he defeated it with the power of being on the play, and he does have that power here in the finals as well. Both players finishing the Swiss with 20 match points, but Andrew's tiebreakers were slightly higher, and this is the advantage that he gets because of that. He gets to be on the play in this specific matchup in the finals, and it's very important. This is very much a racing matchup, aggro against combo. And looking over Andrew's list, he's actually well set up to race. He doesn't have any questing druids in the main deck. Instead, he has 2 copies of Overprotect, an additional pump spell that lets him increase his goldfish speed. So his list is built to race, and that's what he's going to have to do here in game 1. The one thing he can do to slow down this combo in the main deck are his 4 copies of Burst Lightning. Abuela's Awakening turns the Omniscience into a creature. So Fanchen Yang, if he wants to play around a Burst Lightning, either needs to immediately put a second copy of Omniscience onto the battlefield once the first one is there, either through casting it from hand or casting a second Abuela's Awakening, or wait till he has enough mana to cast Abuela's Awakening for X = 2. Then the Omniscience is a 1/1 with 2 counters on it. But getting to 6 mana against this Gruul deck is a tall order.
Yeah, especially as you said on the draw. I do got to say, though, it's fair, in the case of a tie in the Swiss, that the tie goes to the PT champion. Okay, it only seems fair.
That's just a rich get richer scenario.
He's going to looks like, I think Andrew's working on a mulligan here, right?
So yeah, he's mulligan.
Yeah, he's gonna need all the help he can get, as we've seen Fanchen Yang just. You might expect a deck where the namesake is Omniscience, an extremely high mana card to struggle against the Gruul aggro deck, but we've seen Fanchen Yang just without fail today, obviously, as he is in fact undefeated, just tear right on through these aggressive decks without a problem. But this, on the other hand, this is a difficult one. The turn 1 spell, the turn 2 spell to attack here. Ellenbogen putting the pressure on.
Yeah, these Apharos dismissals from Fanchen Yang have been critical against the aggro decks, and he has it again here on turn 1. This is the only possible turn 1 play in the deck, so the ideal start for Fanchen Yang, and he finds another dispersal off of the Surveil, so he's going to have another one next turn if he wants it. I wouldn't be surprised if this turn he plays a 2-mana spell. A lot of the cantrips in this deck are 2 mana. So he can play Philagi, for example, here, and then next turn can play another 2-mana spell, Hold Up Dispersal, or he can play that temporary lockdown that he just found. And now Andrew has to wonder, how many creatures do I want to play here?
Well, and the Archaeologist does a decent job. I mean, obviously he doesn't block all the damage from the claw here, but it does jump in the way a little bit and sort of encourage Andrew to put more onto the board, which obviously then plays into the lockdown. And Yang, we know, has a Verge in hand, so will be able to cast it without any problems. Don't have to worry about your mana here in this game. So things lining up okay for him to survive the early onslaught at a decent life total.
Yeah, Andrew just redeploys the Emberheart Challenger and then places Restless Ridgeline tapped. So we'll see if, we just saw that Fanchen decided that was a good enough board for him to want to play the temporary lockdown. He didn't really have any other options that turn, so I think it made sense to use his mana. Hopefully for him, next turn he can find another dig spell, maybe a stock up to play alongside the Apharos Dispersal.
I might have caught an Archaeologist in there too, so it looks like he'll have... and that dispersal, it just gives you a lot of of flexibility.
Interesting.
As well. So, okay. Andrew is also a little deep in the tank here because he And not because necessarily things are bad, but he's just counting it out, right? Trying to figure out not just how do I do the most damage this turn, but how do I do the most damage to you 2-3 turns from now? And the answer is probably also how he does the most damage this turn. It's play Screaming Nemesis and attack.
Yeah. So Fanchen did have Archaeologist in hand. They could have played that last turn alongside a Pharaoh's Dispersal, decided to lock down instead. And that makes sense if you're expecting Screaming Nemesis, right? You don't think your opponent's going to give you any additional creatures to exile with the lockdown.
Especially when they know
unlikely that. Yeah, when he knows about it. So now gets to play another tap lane with that Meticulous Archive after his Archaeologist, set up his draws further, and bounce this Screaming Nemesis. And the Archaeologist will be a good chump blocker on Nemesis later in the game since it has no power.
True. Yeah, Yang has done an excellent job, as he's done in every game. We've watched surviving the early onslaught here. Now he just needs to turn the corner, which is where I guess, kind of stalled out a little bit last game, and then was able to last round we saw him, and then was able to draw into it eventually because, hey, even if you whiff on all your cantrips, that means that the spells you're looking for aren't far off the top of your deck, and he was able to find one and close it out. But that is the point of the game where he's at, where he's now facing the bigger spells from Andrew, the more mana, Andrew's Gruul deck being able to set up a big finish turn, as we've seen throughout the day from the red decks. And he's really leaning on that dispersal he's got in hand, but he's got to find a way to set up his own Omniscience combo from here.
Yeah, he hasn't done even step one towards the combo, which is put Omniscience into the graveyard. He does have, though, he has Omniscience Charter Course in hand. So step one is in hand. He has yet to execute it. So now he needs to find the Abuela's Awakening. But really, having all of this disruption, the Pharaoh's Dispersals and the temporary lockdown, this is what the early turns are about in the aggro matchups. So Fanchen executing his game plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Paw Patch recruit coming in clutch here is going to be able to pump the Emberheart Challenger, and that means there's no free block here from the Philology Archaeologist, but a couple of Surveils still coming from the Dispersal.
Yeah, all kinds of ways out of the Omniscience deck just to churn, right? Like, that's why it's so effective at putting together its combo. It's just so many ways to just see cards, and that looks like
that's Abuela's Awakening, but Fanchen is 1 mana short. He has 2 mana to chart here, put the Omniscience into the graveyard, finds a blocker to help survive.
Well, that's not bad.
From now, I think what's important for Fanchen is land 6, because that will allow him to Abuela's Awakening for 2 and have a 3/3 that can't get Burst Lightning, a 3/3 Omniscience. But I'm not sure if he has land 6 or if Andrew has the Burst Lightning. And Andrew sees the Abuela's Awakening. He knows the combo is potentially online next turn. Doesn't know that Fanchen already has the invasion in hand. So he might be in a spot where he decides to take a risk that Fanchen will fizzle out, attempting to cantrip through his deck for that invasion. But we know that won't be the case.
Right. Well, Andrew's done what he's supposed to do in the matchup, which is apply all the pressure he can. Fanchen's just, this deck has gone through so many cards, and even now he's staring down a ton of cards. But Ellen Bogan's going to really turn it up. Here comes okay, working through this here. We got the roll coming in.
Yeah, so the Emberheart Challenger is now a 7/5. There's a 1 prowess trigger, +2/+0 from Rage, the +1/+ from counter from the previous Paw Patch recruit trigger, and the monstrous roll. But this is still only going to be coming across for 6 damage, 4 trample, plus the Paw Patch recruit for 2. So well short of Fanchen's still relatively healthy 13-point life total.
That's right.
And yeah, taps out for an Innkeeper's Talent. So this game 1 looks like it's going to go to Fanchen Yang.
This Omniscience deck is just time and again, just weathered the storm. Obviously, in large part due to lockdown, but the Archaeologists have just done exactly what the whole deck is designed to do, which is see more cards in the deck as it cantrips through. But it also has soaked up a ton of damage in the process, which allows you to get to a turn like this at 13 life instead of at 7 life, and be able to actually untap into this combo.
There have been 3 archaeologists cast this game, and Fanchen's at 5. They've all soaked up at least 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly. There you
very
go.
critical here. And now Andrew going to make Fanchen play it out, but this game is absolutely over. So step 1 is to use the Invasion of Arcavios to grab a Johan's Stopgap from the sideboard. That can return the invasion to hand and draw a card. Then you recast the invasion, and you can get back the Stopgap from your graveyard over and over again. That lets Fanchen draw his deck, find a second copy of Invasion. This second copy finds This Town Ain't Big Enough. And now This Town Ain't Big Enough can allow Fanchen to grab basically every other card in his deck and sideboard.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
That's all.
And he gets Sunder the Gateway. That will allow him to incubate a bunch, make a bunch of incubate tokens.
Bounce all of your stuff.
Yes, and the Johan Stopgap will bounce all of Andrew's permanents. As I said before, we have entered the explanation part of the game.
Andrew, I think this is going to make him go through it here. It seems like we're working through it together at the table here. Yep. There we go. We've got it. We've demonstrated the loop. We're picking them up. Game 1 to Fanchen Yang on Azorius Omniscience. 1 win away from the title here at our showdown.
Yeah. Andrew just wants to make sure that he understands exactly how this combo works.
Yeah.
And Fanchen, you saw there, left a card in his library. He's going to need 1 extra turn to attack for the win with all of those incubate tokens, but he also gets to put all of his copies of Confounding Riddle into his hand and can cast them all for free. So he passes the turn against an opponent that has no battlefield, and Fanchen has 4 counter spells in hand. Andrew realizes what's happening, but now he fully understands exactly how the combo works, and that might help him in the post-sideboard games.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to think about because when he's thinking about, okay, not the, he understands how returning omniscience to play works. It's where can I interact with your loop, right? Because remember, it's open deck lists here in the top 8, but and I'm sure Andrew's familiar with the format, but this loop, as we've talked about in the deck, is a little newer. So he's just trying to find any ways that he might be able to interact with it there. As we take a look at his sideboard here, and what do we see as ways to interact with that? Running down, I see a lot of cards that kind of makes sense where you're going to put them, right? But what does he find for Azorius Omniscience?
So the most important card in the sideboard are those 3 copies of Paw Patch Formation.
Right.
They will destroy an Omniscience and stop the combo mid-loop, and they can also destroy temporary lockdown. So those 3 certainly coming in. The only other real option here for Andrew is Torch the Tower if he wants more 1-mana ways to disrupt a fast combo. Fanchen, we interviewed him earlier today. He knows about, obviously, the vulnerability of early Abuelo's Awakening Omnisciences to cheap burn spells. He tries to play more of a controlling game, especially post-sideboard against these red decks. But just having that, having the threat of it may be worth it for Andrew. The one issue with Torch the Tower is that it doesn't have the other mode that Burst Lightning has of going upstairs. But Torch, if you force Fanchen into a spot where he plays into it, will exile the Omniscience, stopping it from being returned by future Abuelo's Awakenings.
There you go. All right. Well, let's take a look at the sideboard here for Azorius. Honestly, everything went according to plan there. Your deck looks pretty well set up to deal with the aggressive decks. But, okay, we're talking about Gruul specifically. Anything that changes when you're looking at this?
Nothing, major is going to change. Just going to bring in some extra removal. Has the 4th copy of Lockdown, has the 1 copy of Day Judgment, and a Get Lost. All of those will come in. I'm not sure if anything else will come in. Maybe you want stock up because you're planning to play a longer game. So that is an option, but the rest of these cards are not going to play very well in the Gruul matchup. And some of them, like the Johann Stopgap, the This Town Ain't Big Enough, and the Sunder the Gateway, are cards that you want to leave in your sideboard because that's critical to the combo. So certainly those will not be coming in. The Grand Abolishers and Cavern of Souls is the plan against control decks, not against aggro. And I don't think the negates are very good either. You can maybe you want negate against Paw Patch formation. That's a consideration. So maybe Fanchen decides he wants those, but really just want to get the extra removal in so that you can play more of that controlling game and you're not forced to just try to win a straight race.
Yeah, I was going to say the negates actually, are appealing in that if your opponent's plan is to answer Omniscience after it's in play, well, then that means you'll be able to have negate to protect it, of course. But what that doesn't help with is when your opponent just goes 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, and you're staring at a hand of negates and combo pieces and not anything to deal with the board.
Exactly. And, we've seen a similar dynamic play out in Modern with the Temur Breach deck, where in the post-board games, when your opponents have a bunch of hate, you don't, still play the same go all in by turn 3 or 4 game. You just win with card advantage and grind through the hate. And this Azorius Omniscience deck can do that to an extent. That's going to be the main plan for Fanchen Yang, to beat these burn spells and Paw Patch formations, not necessarily to try to find one of these 2 negates in order to go off.
Well, and we talked about going 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2 is in the books here for Ellen Bogan, as we have Heartfire here and Ember Heart Challenger. But Ember Heart Challenger getting bounced right away.
And we have seen Fanchen Yang have turn 1 of Virus Dispersal almost every game against these red decks, and he always seems to surveil into another copy. He did there as well. It's currently on top of his deck, so he doesn't want it this turn. Gonna play the Archaeologist.
I think he drew that one as well for the first turn there. So sometimes just heat check. Is it my weekend? Oh, the perfect card on top. Let's go. The stuff Magic Dreams are made of right there. And now the Archaeologist gives you a blocker. It finds another one. The third land is on tap, ready to go, along with it looks like a lockdown. Well, if you're Fanchen Yang, everything going according to plan over there.
Yeah, and it very telling how the dynamic changes in the post-sideboard games, where Fanchen selected the second copy of Afaris Dispersal over Abuelo's Awakening with that Philagi Archaeologist. He doesn't have a spare copy of Abuelo's Awakening in hand. He just knows he needs to play the control role early. He will find another Awakening when he needs it if the game goes long enough.
That's right. And Ellen Bogan just forcing through damage here, not knowing that there's lockdown in hand, but knowing that it's a possibility, as it was in the first game, just chooses to force through damage with the Rage there, gets the Archaeologist off the board. Unfortunately, as expected, his creatures do run straight into a temporary lockdown, which is one of the, less aptly named Magic cards I've ever seen, because I've never seen one of those removed in Standard.
Well, Andrew does have those Paw Patch formations and rebuilds rather quickly from this lockdown. Fanchen, with a very similar draw to what he had last game, has another copy of Philagi Archaeologist in hand and another copy of Afaris Dispersal. Decides to play out Archaeologist here instead of playing the stock up that he drew, which would have been a more mana-efficient play because he needs to play defense. Right. And that's a win for Ellen Bogan. This might be a game now with the Charter Course found where Fanchen Yang finds a bunch of the card selection spells and just doesn't have enough time to deploy them all.
Well, yeah, and Ellen Bogan's rebuild was extremely good, as you noted. He had his lands this game, so he was able to get the Nemesis down and just immediately poke through damage while still reloading. And look at this. It's a huge attack just right after that Wrath. So a couple mana here from Yang. So the things are like to change as we go with the Dispersal.
Fanchen having to take a point of damage off Attica Waste because his Verges do not make blue mana yet. So 10 to 10 for this Dispersal, presumably on Screaming Nemesis. And Andrew's giving this a think. He thought about playing something before passing priority, and then this Dispersal was cast. I wonder if it's a Monstrous Rage in hand as the last card.
There's an Omniscience.
But no Abuelo's Awakening, had to put it in the graveyard to take that second Dispersal. So Fanchen is very close here to comboing, but needs to find one of 3 copies of the Abuelo's Awakening If he finds land 5, he does have an invasion in hand. He can rebuy the Abuelo's Awakening in the graveyard with invasion, but that will leave him completely vulnerable to Ellenbogen's next attack.
Well, yeah, and you see his hand; it's loaded with card selection, Charter Course, the invasion, even the riddle. He's got everything he needs, except time. That is the one thing his hand cannot buy him, and that is Ellenbogen's going to try to poke through the last 2 points here, but this is a really, really critical turn because Yang he's 1 win away from winning this thing, and he's got everything he needs in hand to find that win condition if he is able to live for a few more turns.
Yeah, and putting the Omniscience into the graveyard off of that second dispersal was critical. That's step 1 of the combo. He hadn't achieved that yet, and so he looked to be a ways away. Now, much, much closer.
Oh, gosh.
Third dispersal. So because of the third dispersal, Fan Chen should feel comfortable casting Stock Up, and he does.
Yes, a huge draw for him there, as it has been every time he drew it. He's able to stock up into, I can't tell if we...
No, it's a temporary lockdown, Stock Up, Philology Archaeologist, and 2 lands are the 5 he's looking at. I don't think he has land 5 in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised if he takes land lockdown here.
Yeah, you talked about him playing that control role, and he's not been, just the threat of the combo has, I don't know, we don't know how much it's actually delayed Ellenbogen, but it's kept the game in a situation where Yang is just always right around the corner from winning. So every turn he buys with these control spells by playing the control route, even if you don't think it's going to win the game in the long way fairly, it just buys him time to find those combo pieces, because here he's going to live while digging and reloading with Stock Up, while being able to play another spell on this turn. And it just, every turn he's able to do that without taking the big combo hit from Ellenbogen is 1 turn closer to finding his combo piece. And he does have that 5th land there off it, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Doesn't need the mana, wants to surveil, so he took Meticulous Archive over the untapped land, bins a land off the surveil, and he's just digging for Abuelo's Awakening. This is the last copy of Afara's Dispersal. Excuse me, by the way. There are 3 copies in the deck. So
Yang might add a 4th after this weekend if he is able to pull it out. It has been an MVP in this finals.
I'm sure if you told him he was going to be in a top 8 with 5 red decks, there would have been 4 in his main deck, and probably 4 lockdowns as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, this Screaming Nemesis hits the battlefield yet again for Andrew Ellenbogen, and yet again, I think it might end up leaving the battlefield right back to his hand. All right. Well, Heartfire Hero going to get in. Is still going to poke some damage in at Yang.
Abuelo's Awakening. So, and there's a Confounding Riddle in Yang's hand. The Confounding Riddle will protect the Omniscience creature from any burn spell that Ellenbogen is holding back.
Yeah,
I think this is going to be game, set, match. Fan Chen Yang.
Well done. You called it. That is Omniscience hitting play. This is the combo going off. Ellenbogen looking at his hand. He is tapping mana. He does go for the Burst Lightning, but there's the riddle. That represents the key counterspell like we talked about. He spent all of these turns just setting up his hand. That extra card off of Stock Up, the extra turn you buy for an extra draw step, all of it came together perfectly wielded here by Fan Chen Yang, who now is tearing through his deck to finish it off with his combo. Absolutely masterclass of a performance with Omniscience this weekend, man. This has been wildly impressive.
Yes, just navigated through these sea of aggro decks. And so Forest Dispersal really, to me, has been the MVP, along with Temporary Lockdown, playing that control role, buying himself time. And with all of the card selection that this deck plays, it is really not that difficult to find the few pieces of the combo, especially with Dispersal. You know, both games, It was Dispersal that put the Omniscience in the graveyard. So his removal spells were functioning as setup spells for the combo at the same time. Whenever you can do that, have a cards that have multifunctionality simultaneously, you've hit on something really powerful.
I mean, this deck looked great, and we'll talk more with him in the interview we'll get to in a few minutes. But Fanchen Yang just looked amazing this weekend with that Azorius Omniscience deck. Ross, what is your take after watching it in action all day today? Is this a deck of the weekend or a deck of the future?
It might be a deck that I have to revisit. I actually played it on stream earlier this week, so I have some matches under my belt with it. But Fanchen's list with the innovative loops is not something I had seen. That he credited a Japanese player with who did well with it recently at Haruruya. Most of the list have some sort of cards that are in the sideboard only to be win conditions. And this list has found a way to effectively win the game with cards that are also functional. So I think that really helps you and just gain those marginal edges over the course of a tournament. And I'm sure they came up for him today.
And it looks like we have him, excuse me, sitting down now. So here we go. We will head down to the booth with Fanchen Yang, who is the winner of the standard event here in Madison, Wisconsin, NRG Championship Series. Fanchen Yang was dominant from start to finish. Let's head down to the booth and see what he has to say about this weekend. Fanchen, how's it going? Oh, I think we're working on our audio here. We'll get you in. Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Glad to see you two again.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we chatted earlier and we said we'll see you later. And hey, we sure did, didn't we? That was a wild performance throughout the top 8. You just tearing through these aggro decks.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a little bit surprising. Sometimes the aggro decks can goldfish a little bit faster, but a lot of them have cut the ley line of resonance, which like slows them down quite a bit. So the pressure isn't as much, and you can sort of have a little bit more time than you used to. Here.
Yeah, certainly bought yourself a lot of time with those Afaris dispersals and temporary lockdowns. Have to say those were your MVPs through this top 8, no?
Absolutely. The dispersal, like the matchup really hinges on how many dispersals you can draw.
Right.
And I was very fortunate to draw like quite a few there. So
Look, talk about your weekend now. You've got this under your belt. You've got the qualifications. You've got the prize winnings, of course. You've got everything that comes with winning an NRG series. What's the plan tomorrow? Are you going to run back some Pioneer?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to get back to Pioneer. I like the format quite a bit. I think it's still like pretty open, given that there haven't been any big events to really explore the meta. As far as like today goes, I guess I'll like process it in a little bit here. So.
Well, I'll help you process it a little bit because I'm curious, as someone who is going to be playing a standard tournament next weekend myself, are there any changes that you would make to this list given your experiences today?
I don't think so. I think the list is pretty tight at the moment. Like I said earlier, this deck doesn't necessarily have bad matchups. It all depends on how prepared people are. I guess if there was anything, the deck is like kind of cold to Stone Brain, so you could play like a Sorcerer's Spyglass for that.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Well, congratulations on the win. I would say we have to stop meeting like this, but I'm sure you'd be happy to keep doing this over the course of the year.
Absolutely, definitely. So,
well, congratulations, man. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Yeah, yep. Hopefully so. But have a great rest of your night. You too.
I'll sneak in one final question. Have you given any thought to what you want your token to be? As the winner of a showdown, you get a custom token from Inkland.
Yeah, so I've actually like thought about this a little bit. So I really like tokens where there isn't an official token for them yet. So there's one token that's an XX orb. That's a very old card. There's also an emblem that WotC has forgotten to print. Karn Living Legacy from Dominaria United. Does not actually have an emblem token. So that would be a nice one.
Hey, good to know. Well, you have that opportunity now as a result, as all of our Showdown winners do. So one last time, Fanchin Yang, congratulations on winning our 10K today.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. Ross, it was a blast getting to cover all these matches of Magic with you today, and we saw some great ones.
Yeah, I had a great time. I'm looking forward to doing more coverage here on the NRG series over the course of the year. Season 1 only halfway done. We have 2 more events coming up for that season, and then a whole Season 2 and the NRG Championships. So I'm here at the beginning of the year. I get to see sort of everything unfold. And maybe we're seeing, an emerging force on the NRG series in Fanchin Yang, because he was very, very impressive here and very impressive in his interview, pondering the orb as to what token to make.
That's right. Well, on behalf of everyone else on the coverage team, welcome Ross to the squad this season. Thrilled to have you. It was a blast to cover the matches with you today. And thank you, everybody, for watching. It was awesome to hang out with all of you watching Magic on a Saturday. And you know what? We get to do it again tomorrow. Come back in the morning. Check out the stream. We've got that Pioneer event. More NRG Championship Series. We'll see you then.